Volume 2. Chapter 101. Chapter 101, Proof of Abilities, 4. Who are you? Kang-jun asked the woman. The woman then smiled with ridicule and said, Decale. Remember that name since I will be your master. Decale? Kang-jun finally knew who she was. Evidently, she was Dark Mage Decale, one of the advanced lords under the second Demon King. He was surprised by Decale's sudden appearance, but Kang-jun just said with a determined expression. Decale. I was looking for you in order to kill you, but you came freely to me. Ho ho ho. This guy. You still don't know the danger of the situation. This is my domain. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to get out. Nonsense. No more words were necessary. Lightning fast. Kang-jun rushed toward Decale. However, an unknown curtain blocked Kang-jun. Kang. It was an invisible wall. Kang-jun couldn't reach the place where Decale was. What is this? It didn't break even when it was hit by his sword. It was clearly a magic curtain. Heavenly flow. Kwang. At that moment, there was a crack in the membrane. Jajijok. It worked. It was a magic defense skill, but it was no different from an attack when it came to breaking the magic barrier. Heavenly flow. Heavenly flow. He used the skill twice more and the wall broke like shattered glass. That is ridiculous. Decale looked confused. She had never imagined that Kang-jun would be able to break her wall. Kang-jun smiled widely. He didn't need to fear fighting a magician after acquiring a Heaven's Blood sword style skill that could break magic attacks. Sukiok. Kang-jun rushed through the undead and immediately cut Decale's neck. Duck. Decale's head fell to the ground. Is it this easy? Kang-jun was dumbfounded by the situation. He didn't think that he could kill Decale by a cut to the neck. No matter what, she was still an advanced lord. Yet she was helpless as her neck was cut. Surely, this couldn't be it. There was no way. There wasn't a single drop of blood coming from the body. Additionally, the two eyes in the head on the ground stared up at Kang-jun. You aren't dead? Kang-jun swung his head again and smashed Decale's body and head. Then her body scattered into smoke. What? My experience hasn't gone up. Kang-jun knew that the Decale who just died was a clone. No, it was more like an illusion than a clone. A clone would drop some experience and items. Decale reappeared in a space approximately 30 meters away. She smiled widely and scoffed. It is useless. Just give up and join me. A dark light flashed from her forehead. At that moment, a bizarre thing happened. The black light from Decale enlarged and covered the area in an instant. Su. Kang-jun was moved to a space where the woman's giant face stared at him. Her two eyes glowed in a manner that reminded him of the sun. Just looking at it caused him to suffocate with fear. Lucan. Surrender. I am your lord. She had an oddly magnificent voice like a goddess. An appearance that gave off awe and fear. Anyone in this situation would drop down in front of her. However, Kang-jun's eyes shook and he regained himself. Stop talking bullshit and show yourself in front of me. A light flashed in Kang-jun's eyes and the space shattered. From the very beginning, there was no such thing as another space. It had just been an illusion. Decale had cast a magic spell to subjugate Kang-jun. However, Kang-jun couldn't be controlled by any mind magic due to the Wyvern Ring. Therefore, the virtual space created by Decale's magic was shattered by his will. He ran forward and wielded his sword. Sekiok. Decale was cut from her head to her crotch. However, once again, the two halves of Decale just stared at Kang-jun. This was also a vision. Don't crouch in the dark and come out. Kang-jun looked around and shouted. Once again, Decale appeared 30 meters away from him. Fool. If you won't surrender, I'll have to kill. She didn't finish speaking. Kang-jun's sword reached her neck. Kang-jun cut her off every time she appeared. That wasn't all. Heavenly unyielding slash. He used the wide area skill to take care of the undead around him. The Dullahans and Death Knights were just normal monsters in front of Kang-jun. At that time, the outraged voice of Decale resonated in the cave. Go! Get that insolent brat! It seemed like she was giving orders to other subordinates. 3 giant monsters surrounded Kang-jun. Undead Minotaur. Undead Ogre. And an undead Lycanthrope. Surprisingly, he felt a Lord-level atmosphere from them. They weren't advanced lords like the Centaur Lord, but were low or intermediate-level monsters. That wasn't all. Decale appeared behind them, but this time, the atmosphere was different. You fool! I will turn you into an undead and make you my eternal slave, but... With those words, she waved her staff and flames emerged from it. Waruru! Kang-jun didn't flee but used heavenly flow. The fireball was split in half and the halves then flew towards his sides. Ugh! A power that couldn't be extinguished by heavenly flow. It was quite powerful because it was a spell from an advanced lord. Therefore, he received some fire damage. However, Kang-jun's surprise was nothing compared to Decale's. The fireball that had just blown up was called Brimstone aka Hell's Fire, making it a very power attack magic. Even a lord couldn't withstand it, but Kang-jun blocked it. Therefore, she couldn't help feeling fear. What are you doing? Go and kill him. Her undead subordinates. They were all undead warriors more powerful than the skeleton lord. Kwa! Kwa! The undead ogre and minotaur roared and struck Kang-jun from both sides. At that moment, a mysterious light shone in Kang-jun's eyes. He aimed at the undead ogre on the left. Flash! Flash! An intense light from his sword struck the undead ogre's body. Kwang! Kwang! The upper body and lower body of the undead ogre was separated. Kuyuk! It was the end. The undead ogre broke apart and scattered. Your level has risen. 10,802 nodes have been gained. 62 small moonstones have been acquired. 24 large moonstones have been acquired. You have earned 250 red moon achievement points. Dark Staff, Hero, has been acquired. Kang-jun didn't spare on using his chaos power. It was irrelevant to save it if he died. The power of heavenly unyielding slash combined with will to fight. The undead ogre was destroyed at once. Okay. Level up. As his level increased, his health and black magic energy were restored to the maximum. He also received a hero rank weapon called Dark Staff. Unfortunately, there wasn't a golden box or a legend ranked item. Still, his level rose. Leveling up meant that he would become stronger. Will to fight. Heavenly cut. Kang-jun didn't delay and used a skill toward the undead minotaur. Keiko walk. The undead minotaur tried to avoid it, but Kang-jun attacked faster. Kwang! Kwang! The undead minotaur collapsed. Experience has been gained. 9,802 nodes have been gained. 59 small moonstones have been acquired. 23 large moonstones have been acquired. You have earned 250 red moon achievement points. The Spellbook of Darkness, Hero, has been acquired. This time, only his experience increased. Instead, he received the Spellbook of Darkness. As usual, it disappeared as soon as it entered his inventory. At the same time, unknown characters were absorbed into Kang-jun's head. You have learned Aura of Darkness. Aura of Darkness. Rating, Hero. Additional dark damage will be added to all attacks. The power of your attacks will increase greatly in the darkness. Consumes 10 black magic energy. Duration lasts for 1 minute. Can be used simultaneously with Aura of Light. Oh. This is? Kang-jun was delighted. It was the third one after Aura of Earth and Aura of Wind. However, unlike the previous auras, Aura of Darkness was a hero-ranked skill. It was also the skill that Kang-jun most needed. The damage will increase greatly with Aura of Darkness. Kang-jun was finally able to use one of the options of the Vampire Lord's sword. Aura of Darkness. Kang-jun used Aura of Darkness without hesitation. Chu-chuck. A black aura wrapped around Kang-jun. At the same time, Kang-jun's vision cleared. The surroundings brightened like it was daytime. Until now, he had to concentrate in order to see in this dark space. However, now, many things naturally caught his eyes. The power of your attacks will increase greatly in the darkness. It was due to this option. Kawa! Then the undead lycanthrope ran toward him. Kang-jun immediately used an attack. Flash! Kwang, dot. The undead lycanthrope was pushed backwards as it ran and scattered into smoke. Your level has risen. 8,732 nodes have been gained. 49 small moonstones have been acquired. 21 large moonstones have been acquired. You have earned 250 red moon achievement points. Dark Robe, Hero, has been acquired. Just one attack. Of course, it was due to the combination of will to fight and heavenly cut. His damage had become much stronger due to aura of darkness, so the undead lycanthrope had been blown away. Moreover, his level had risen to level 61. Decale stared at Kang-jun with a frustrated expression. Now, there is only one left. Kang-jun arrived in front of Decale and swung his sword. Flash! Kang-jun didn't think of failure and used all his power. Kwang! Heavenly Cut, which contained Chaos Power Body, broke through Decale's shield and struck her body. Ach! Decale screamed as she was pushed back. Blood was pouring from the gaping hole in her chest. Oh, dot. Her face distorted with pain. It wasn't the freaky mannequin-like face, but her true face. A beautiful face was revealed beneath the purple hair. However, her dark eyes shone eerily. She glared poisonously at Kang-jun. "The vengeance, Caladicus will surely get it." "That won't happen." "Stop, Decale." Kang-jun raised his sword with a grim expression. However, that moment, Sud cried out desperately. "Lord! Wait a minute. This is a request." "What's going on?" Sud suddenly moved from the shadow and gazed at Decale. For some reason, the expression he had toward Decale was full of turmoil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102. Chapter 102, Earth Hwanmong Defense Army 7th Commander, 1. Oh. Unbelievable. Diana. You are still alive. His voice conveyed his emotions. However, Decale's eyes widened as she heard it. How do you know my original name? Don't you know your brother's name? Brother? What nonsense are you saying? I am Sud. I am Sud, the second son of our father, Sotan. You are the youngest child, Diana. Decale exclaimed with a shocked expression. As such a thing. I can't believe it. My older brother, Sud, died a long time ago. The second demon king lied. I was trapped in the Aok and wasn't killed. He continued speaking. As you probably know, I was crazy about alchemy. As a side effect of an experiment, I lost my flesh and became a shadow. At that moment, Sud briefly changed into his original appearance. Do you remember? My original appearance? It was only briefly, but the face of a young man with purple hair and white skin appeared and disappeared. If the eyes and nose were slightly thicker, he would be almost identical to Decale. Ah! Decale's eyes widened with amazement. The face was just like a fantasy. It was the same as someone who had remained in her memory for a long time. Her eyes shook. She was convinced that Sud was her brother. But why did you become his subordinate? Lord saved me from the Aok. Is that what happened? I was about to lose my own life from despair and solitude in the Aok. However, I was able to find a new life by meeting Lord Lucan. You will also receive it if you follow Lord. Decale nodded. She was able to understand how Sud became Kang-jun's subordinate. She smiled softly and said, however, I am the second Demon King's subordinate. I am his eternal slave until he releases me. Then Kang-jun, who had been listening quietly to the conversation, finally opened his mouth. Don't worry, Decale. If you follow me, I will free you from the second Demon King. Kang-jun smiled gently at Decale. This was good. He had been on the verge of killing her. After Kang-jun learnt about Sud and Decale, Kang-jun received a special message. Decale isn't a sincere follower of the second Demon King but became one through intimidation. Moreover, she is shaken by her brother Sud's words. Your charisma is enough to attract Decale. If you accept Decale as a subordinate, she will devote herself to you with a willing mind. At that moment, he saw a strange light appearing from the demonic dragon's ring on his left hand. Just like last time, it was clear that the demonic dragon's ring was harmonizing with something. Kang-jun welcomed it. Regardless of if Sud was her brother, it was very encouraging to be able to take an advanced lord as his subordinate. Additionally, the mission would be completed automatically just like the previous times. A message also appeared in front of Decale. Sovereign Lucan's words are true. If you recognize him as your lord, the second Demon King Caladicus can no longer bind you. The special power of Sovereign Lucan will cut off all bindings between you and the second Demon King Caladicus. No way. How is this possible? Decale trembled with a confused expression. Sud cried out anxiously. Diana. Why are you hesitating? As you know, the second Demon King Caladicus killed our lord. You have been forced to give him your power, but now you can escape from him. DeKale nodded immediately. You are correct. I hate the second Demon King. He caused me so much pain. DeKale trembled at the thought. After hearing her words, Sud wrapped his arms around DeKale's shoulders with a sickened expression. I can guess completely what happened, but now, you can forget the past and live a new life after joining Lord's household. Diana was close to tears at his words. She couldn't remember how many times she had been subjected to all type of insults and torture due to being defeated. Even so, the second Demon King was her lord and she couldn't resist. If he died, she would just die as his slave. Being able to break the curse seemed like a dream. She gazed at Kang-jun with teary eyes. Is it really possible for me to escape from the second Demon King if I join your household? Kang-jun smiled. Of course. You will no longer be DeKale, the second Demon King's subordinate. Diana. I will call you that. Then Diana approached Kang-jun and kneeled down. She kissed Kang-jun's shoes and said, I am the lowly demon, Diana. I want to come under the authority of the great sovereign Lucan. Will you accept me? Okay. From now on, you will part of Sovereign Lucan's household. Kang-jun continued with a solemn expression. But remember one thing, Diana. You are no longer a lowly being. For me, you are a very valuable and precious person. Then Kang-jun laughed and extended his right hand. Kiss my hand in the future. Don't kiss my feet. Ah. Diana looked impressed. Did the second Demon King abuse her so much that she was impressed about kissing his hand instead of his feet? At that moment, Diana kissed Kang-jun's hand lightly. Kang-jun wiped away the tears on her face and said, You've suffered all this time. Diana smiled brightly at him. The demon Diana has joined your household. Drana will swear her eternal loyalty to you in the world of Hwanmong. Mission 17 has been accomplished. As a reward, enough experience will be given to increase your level. 20,000 nodes have been given as compensation. 150 large moonstones have been given as compensation. Thanks to completing the mission, he reached level 62. His joy at obtaining a new member of the household was greater than his level rising. Dark Mage Diana, a subordinate of the second Demon King. An advanced lord had become Kang-jun's household member. This was enough to prove his qualifications to become the 7th Army Commander. A new message appeared. You have achieved the feat of taking Dark Mage DeKale, an advanced lord, from the second Demon King. This means that the power of the second Demon King has weakened while the power of the allies have strengthened. You have earned 1,500 Red Moon achievement points. Surprisingly, he received more points than when Melanad joined his household. This meant that Diana was a warlock with a powerful ability. Hovu, today's achievements are worth over 3,000 points. A total of 3,127 achievement points. As soon as Kang-jun returned to headquarters, he received compensation for his achievements. Your level has increased by 3. Charisma has risen by 2. This allowed Kang-jun to reach level 65. The abilities of his household members increased, from Heian to Hexia and Diana. Sud's inventory increased to 300 spaces. The points exchange rate was 9,700,000. Compared to last time, it had fallen by 100,001. This meant that the sovereigns were working at becoming stronger. It is good to change it now. Otherwise, it might decrease by 100,001 more. Exchange all points. Kang-jun turned all 3,127 points into cash. 30 billion won would enter his account when he woke up. After a while, at the headquarters of Hwanmong's defense army, Kang-jun entered a magnificent palace. There were 12 thrones located in the palace. The 10 senior commanders were there, including Bin Hyam. The 7th and 11th thrones were empty. Today, Kang-jun would become the 7th army commander and sit in the 7th throne. Kang-jun was followed by a girl wearing a black robe. She looked like a female in her late teens, but she was DeKale, who was an advanced lord under the second Demon King. She had recovered her original name Diana. The 10 commanders, including Bin Hyam, were smiling with wonder as they gazed at Kang-jun and Diana. They had already known that Diana had entered Kang-jun's household. As usual, Bin Hyam was the representative and opened his mouth. This is truly a surprise. Lucan, you have achieved a remarkable feat that is beyond our expectations. Originally, it was necessary to demonstrate your abilities by bringing back hero-ranked or higher equipment after defeating an advanced lord. The second commander Madden nodded. Those are also my thoughts. Lucan, you have proven your qualifications to become a commander equal to us. From this time onwards, you will become the 7th Army Commander of Earth Hwanmong Defense Army. The 3rd Commander Ligus was the one who spoke this time. The position of the 7th Army Commander will be maintained as long as you don't die. However, if you conspire with outsiders to take over Earth, you will be deprived of your qualifications. It continued with the 4th Commander, the 5th Commander, and finally, the 12th Commander, Rainkar. To summarize, Kang-jun was given the authority to direct lower-ranked commanders in the future. It was an honor worthy for those who built up their skills. Furthermore, he absolutely could never betray Earth Hwanmong. Rainkar spoke last and his words were different. Now, you will enter the Guardian Hall. A place that couldn't be entered twice. A place that he could only enter once. The Guardian Hall contained the remnants left behind by older beings of Earth Hwanmong. Kang-jun was given the chance to enter. Rainkar continued. Nobody knows what can be acquired in there. You can receive an item or a special training session. What do you mean by a special training session? Training in the Guardian Hall? Kang-jun had a questioning expression on his face while Rainkar just smiled. Of course, that is only in extremely rare cases. 99 out of 100 people will come out with treasures. However, there are occasions where someone can receive enlightenment from an ancient commander. Enlightenment. This means there is a chance to raise the level of Heaven's Blood sword style that you learnt. I see. For reference, I am one of the people who became stronger after receiving enlightenment in the Guardian Hall. Until then, my abilities had merely been the abilities of an advanced commander. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103. Chapter 103, Earth Hwanmong Defense Army 7th Commander, 2. Rainkar's eyes shone. Therefore, given the chance and no matter how painful the process, you must concentrate and gain enlightenment. That enlightenment will give you greater strength than hunting monsters over time will. I will keep that in mind. Rainkar revealed the secret about how he had become the strongest man in Earth Hwanmong. However, the other commanders didn't show any signs of surprise. After this meeting, it will be time for you to leave Hwanmong. The next time you enter Hwanmong, go to the Guardian Hall without any delay. Yes. Kang-jun nodded. Then Bin Hyam said. The 7th Army Commander will sit down. The meeting will start. I'll do that. Diana returned to the Yugang building while Kang-jun settled down on the 7th throne. At that moment, the thrones moved into a circle and a round table appeared in the middle. The 11 senior commanders faced each other at the round table. Bin Hyam looked around and said. It is very reassuring to have the vacant position of 7th Army Commander filled. Although we have the advantage, the second Demon King is likely to attack more vigorously in the future, so everyone has to be prepared. Madden nodded. This is something that has occurred in other Hwanmongs. The defending army was prevalent when the Parata suddenly changed the direction of attack towards making the sovereigns fight each other. The war between sovereigns weakened the defenders and the Parata eventually obtained the Hwanmong. He continued speaking. Therefore, it is a good idea to encourage the lower commanders to dispel such thoughts. I also think so. It is a good idea. The other commanders agreed. Kang-jun also nodded. He didn't know what was specifically used to attack the hearts of the sovereigns, but it made sense to be careful in Hwanmong. The brief meeting ended. A new message appeared in front of Kang-jun. You have become one of the senior army commanders that represents the Earth Hwanmong Defense Army. Charisma has increased by 1. Good luck has increased by 1. Thanks to that, his charisma and good luck stats rose by 1. Yes, good luck. Kang-jun felt a lot of pleasure from seeing his charisma and good luck increase. LV.65, EXP 0%. War, Advanced. Health, 6470/6470. Black Magic Energy, 6020/6020. Strength, 69, +5. Agility, 70, +5. Intelligence, 66. Good luck, 11. Charisma, 23, +4. The moment he checked the status window, the surrounding space started to distort. The door to Hwanmong is closed. Your time in the world of Hwanmong is over. The skia rang as soon as he woke up. 30,331,900,000 has been deposited. It was a text message stating that the Black Dragon law firm had deposited 30,331,900,000 won. The cash he swapped for achievement points was immediately deposited. I made another 30 billion won during the night. Kang-jun smiled pleasantly at Haeun and she smiled back. You seem very happy today. I became a senior commander. To be precise, I am the 7th commander of Earth Hwanmong's defense army. That is fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you. Also, in the meantime, stop buying buildings. I have to collect money to buy the Delta building. The Delta building? Haeun's eyes widened. She also knew about the Delta building. Kang-jun nodded. The building is worth approximately 1 trillion won. It is the place that Hexia occupied, and I have a reason why I must own it. It is for the sake of building the Lucky Tower on the rooftop. I see. The Lucky Tower had the tough condition of Kang-jun needing to buy the Delta building. Hexia had occupied the Delta building in Hwanmong, but that had nothing to do with owning it in reality. The current owner of the Delta building was a foreign company. As a result, Kang-jun needed to negotiate with the company to buy the Delta building and make it his territory. Haeun told him. If the building is 1 trillion won, then half of it can be covered by a bank loan. I guess so. Including the money from today, he currently had around 170 billion won. Of course, he could make more money if he disposed of his buildings. However, he couldn't do that because they were used as important bases in Hwanmong. So, he had to make around 330 billion won more. If he kept on trading achievement points and moonstones in Hwanmong, he would be able to collect money faster than he thought. Kang-jun told Haeun. From now on, you will work with Secretary Kim Haina to prepare for the takeover of Delta building. Ask lawyer Han Yunsu for advice. Yes, leave it to me. If possible, I will negotiate for a good price. Yes. Kang-jun nodded, but he felt strange for some reason. It was because he was thinking about his assets in the billions. However, that was nothing compared to Hwanmong. Being the owner of the Delta building was nothing compared to being the 7th Army commander of the Earth Hwanmong Defense Army. He was a powerful presence that could command the lower army commanders and stand shoulder to shoulder with senior commanders consisting of demon and dragons. He was one of the top 11 commanders in Earth Hwanmong, Lucan. It had been a right given to Kang-jun. After a while, Kang-jun finished breakfast and headed to the cafe on the 4th floor of the Doffing building. Just like a library, the walls contained shelves filled with books of various fields, including management. It is full of people in the morning. Kang-jun hadn't used his management skills, so he was surprised that business was so good. Then Colt smiled and said, according to my research, most of them are working or living in Lord's occupied territories. Really? Yes, there are also many from the Delta building who come here to drink coffee. The Delta building was quite a distance from the Doffing building. It was more than 5 minutes by car and a long walk on foot. There were book cafes and coffee stores everywhere, so why did they come here? He hadn't done any advertising after opening the cafe. Does occupying a building have this effect? Then occupying more areas would be helpful for business. It would be a jackpot if he took over a large apartment complex. Of course, he didn't have to do such troublesome things now that he was making enough money. It was all thanks to the Red Moon. Kang-jun was able to earn a large amount of money in a short time thanks to it. Otherwise, Kang-jun would have to make the most of his management skills to earn money. 7 in the evening. The Jade Incense Restaurant, Cheongdam-dong. Parties and the other alliance members gathered. All 23 of them. Compared to the beginning, their numbers had grown by 12 people. Yu Sung-hwan said with a hard expression. I've gathered you here today because there are many people who are skeptical about the purpose of our alliance. There are those who want to quit because they no longer want to be hostile toward Lucan. I'll withdraw. Lucan is an army commander. Fighting against him is crazy. I don't intend to fight the number 1 sovereign in Earth Hwanmong. Hearties, the hostile alliance is yours alone. The sovereigns started talking as soon as Yu Sung-hwan brought it up. There was no one willing to fight Lucan. Only Kim Kwon-woo, otherwise known as Zenith, had something else to say. He is strong, but that is just in Hwanmong. If we join forces in reality then. However, this comment wasn't very helpful in this situation. Shut up. Zenith. You must have lost your wits after being defeated by him. Kim Kwon-woo can do as you like. We will withdraw from this alliance. Thus, the Hardy's alliance was broken. It was now 7:30. The people had left without eating and only Yu Sung-hwan and Kim Kwon-woo remained at the table. Kim Kwon-woo struck his chest like it was frustrating. Shit. Cowards. What can we do? This is because we are weak. Yu Sung-hwan said with a sickly expression. Frankly, they knew that the alliance against Lucan was meaningless, so the atmosphere was subdued. they started drinking because they had nothing else to do. After 2 cups, they felt so bad that they drank endlessly. So, after a while, Kim Kwon-woo complained with a red face. I really don't like that Lucan. Isn't there a way to get rid of him? I know what you mean. I will die before I have to bow to that guy who used to be below me. Koo-hoo. It is the same with me. If we don't give up, an opportunity will come. Today, let's just drink alcohol. Okay. In the end, Yoo Sung-won and Kim Kwon-woo drank at the Jade Incense restaurant till late into the night. They went to a room salon and Yoo Sung-won woke up in a hotel room. The woman in his bed was his partner from the room salon. However, that wasn't the reason why Yoo Sung-won was surprised. It was because he had a very special dream. Of course, it was a normal dream, not Hwanmong. Hardee's. Do you want to beat Lucan? I can give you that type of power. A mysterious voice resonated in the vast space. A stylish young man appeared in front of him. Yoo Sung-won stared at the young man riding a bizarre bird with red feathers. The atmosphere around him was so formidable that Yoo Sung-won couldn't look at him properly. Who are you? Your enemy, Kalatakis the second Demon King. I am him. Heek. Don't be surprised. I don't want to hurt you. Why did you come to me? I can give you great power. If you follow me, you will be able to escape the terrible binds of the sovereigns. Escape the binds of the sovereigns. What are you saying? It means you will no longer be tied by the fate of the sovereigns. In other words, you won't go to hell even if you lose in battle. That. How about it? Won't you follow me? Then you will rule Earth with me in the future. Of course, Lucan will turn into a cold body at your feet. I will do it. Just give me the strength. Hardee's unknowingly exclaimed. It felt like fate to follow the second Demon King. A wicked smile appeared on Kalatakis' face, but Hardee's didn't notice. Then he woke up. What was that dream? Yoo Sung-won sat here with a confused expression before going to sleep again due to his hangover. Since then, his routine passed as normal, so he forgot his dream. 2 days later at 10 o'clock at night. The time came to enter Hwanmong. Kang-jun fell asleep while listening to Haeun's lullaby. The door to Hwanmong is open. Kang-jun appeared at the base of the Yugang building where Kaerun, Jermas, Radayam, Kajel, Melanad, Hexia, and Diana were waiting. Lord! You have become a senior commander. Congratulations on becoming the 7th commander. Lord! Congratulations, Ong. Ha ha. Thank you. I am glad that you have also become stronger. Kang-jun shook their hands or stroked their heads, then headed to the headquarters of the Defense Army. Today, he had to go there as quickly as possible. Bin Hyam was pleased to see Kang-jun. Welcome, 7th Commander. Today, you should enter the Guardian Hall immediately. Yes. With Bin Hyam, Kang-jun used the magic circle to move to the Guardian Hall. He appeared at the entrance of a huge building surrounded with a golden light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104. Chapter 104, Guardian Hall, 1. You've already heard it, but there is only one chance to enter this place. I hope that you receive something good. Bin Hyam said as he guided Kang-jun to the entrance. He could go no further than this. Kang-jun was the one who would open the door. Kung. However, he didn't have to worry about how to open the door. As Kang-jun moved closer, the massive doors opened on their own. He couldn't see what was inside. Fortunately, the inside of the building became clear as soon as he entered. There were 9 doors. There was nothing else but those doors. Each door had the shape of a pair of wings carved on them. Light, darkness, abundance, enchantment, fire, water, wind, earth, and chaos. As Kang-jun walked a few steps, the doors with the wings of chaos opened by itself. The remaining 8 doors stayed firmly closed. Can I only go through that door? Kang-jun calmed his heart and entered. Kwong. The door closed by itself and Kang-jun began searching around the room. It was a huge room. No, it couldn't be called a room. Surprisingly, the end of the room wasn't visible. That wasn't all. He looked back and the door was gone. Of course, the back wall was gone as well. Kang-jun was trapped in a huge, unknown space. How would he leave later? However, Kang-jun stopped speculating after looking around a little bit. If I get something, the door will reappear. This was nothing compared to the various bizarre things that had emerged in Hwanmong. Su. He waited for a while and as expected, something flashed in the sky. As they descended, they started to rotate like a satellite around Kang-jun. Hundreds of swords, shields, staffs, bows, robes, books and more moved around Kang-jun. These are the treasures. They were relics left behind by commanders of Hwanmong. It was clear the treasures were at least legend grade. Kang-jun was excited as he thought of the weapon that would come to him. However, strangely, none of the treasures moved toward Kang-jun. Kang-jun wanted a long sword that was emitting an intense glow. However, it was useless. It moved away as Kang-jun approached it. I don't think that sword has a connection to me. He had desired it because it seemed fairly powerful, but it wasn't necessary if he didn't have a connection to it. Should I select something else? A crystal shield that emanated a mysterious light. Everything moved away when he approached. Damn. In the end, Kang-jun decided not to choose anymore. If there was a relationship, they would come to him on their own. However, all the treasures circling him flew up in the air and couldn't be seen anymore. None of them had reached out to Kang-jun. Su. At the same time, a person appeared in front of Kang-jun. It was a man in his 40s with deep eyes and black hair. He was holding a long sword. He ran toward Kang-jun and shouted briefly, "Kill me if you want to become stronger." A flash sprang from his sword when he finished talking. Flash. Kang-jun blocked the sword reflexively. Kong. Ugh. You unbelievable. Kang-jun was astonished. An unidentified man had appeared and attacked him suddenly. Since the treasures had disappeared and a battle started, this must be the training ring car mentioned. Therefore, it was a situation where he should rejoice because he received the rare opportunity. However, the attack that flew at him was none other than Heavenly Cut. Only Kang-jun and his clone were able to use the skills of Heaven's Blood sword style. How did it emerge from the sword of an unidentified man? Don't hesitate. If you meet a strong opponent, your neck will have already flown away. With these blunt words, another flash was aimed at him. Flash. Kang-jun blocked it with his sword. Then he rushed forward and stabbed the man's chest. Chwack. It was near the heart. The man's body then vanished into smoke. A message surfaced at the same time. 1000 chaos power has been acquired. Surprisingly, he received chaos power. Rather than experience and nodes, it was chaos power. It was also a huge 1000 points. Amazing. Su. However, there was no time for this nice surprise as two people showed up and rushed toward Kang-jun. The power of the Heaven's Blood sword is invincible. I will let you taste this sword. Both of them shouted and aimed Heavenly Cut at Kang-jun. Kang. Kang-jun's sword moved sharply and blocked the two flashes. At the same time, he turned and swung his sword. Sekiak. Chwack. He cut the throat of one person and stabbed the other one in the heart. Su. They were gone in a puff of smoke. 1000 chaos power has been acquired. 1000 chaos power has been acquired. Is this a type of training? A smile formed on Kang-jun's face. If nothing else, he was satisfied with receiving chaos power from the training. It was because the chaos power in his wings were filling up rapidly. Su. Meanwhile, more people appeared. There were 3 people. One of them said, "Survive. The longer you survive, the more you will gain." They moved forward while speaking. This time, it wasn't a skill but the movements of Heaven's Blood sword style. When Kang-jun level increased, it was accompanied by a rise in Heaven's Blood sword style. It consisted of more than 100 movements. If he had to learn everything from the basics, he didn't know how much time it would take. Fortunately, a new movement entered his mind every time the level rose. It didn't just enter his mind but was drilled into his body like he had been a practitioner for a long time. If the power was exerted properly, it would deal very strong damage even if he didn't use a skill. Wiririk. Papak. Kang-jun's sword cut into the 3 bodies in succession. Chwack. Sekiak. Their bodies scattered into smoke. He gained 3000 points in chaos power, then another 4 men showed up. However, there was a gap in their skills, so the numbers weren't meaningful to Kang-jun. Since then, he didn't know how many he had killed. A sudden message appeared. The wing chaos power is full. Do you want to strengthen it to the next stage? Yes/no. Kang-jun read the message while fighting. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 5, 32,000/32,000. Should he strengthen? If that failed, he would lose 32,000 points of chaos power. However, he had stopped receiving chaos power every time he killed a person. It was because the wings couldn't accommodate any more chaos power. Therefore, it was better to strengthen it even if it failed. Yes. Strengthen. Just like stage 4, stage 5 was even more difficult. Everyone had said it was natural to fail dozens of times. Hexia failed 36 times, and even though Kang-jun gave her the heart, she was still hesitating. Don't think of failure. Of course, Kang-jun expected that he would fail. Then. Whack! Kang-jun's wings suddenly shone brilliantly. At the same time, the men running towards Kang-jun disappeared. The wings of chaos have been strengthened to stage 5. Your damage has greatly increased. Health has risen by 3,000 points. Black magic energy has risen by 3,000 points. This. Kang-jun thought he saw wrongly. However, there was no doubt. The wings of chaos had been strengthened to stage 5. It had really succeeded at once? He had failed twice in stage 4, so he had been prepared for more failures for stage 5. Wahahaha! Amazing! Anyway, the important thing was that he succeeded. His damage increased significantly and his health and black magic energy rose by 3,000 points each. That wasn't all. You have awakened the will of attack. Once your health drops below 50%, all attacks will contain a chaos power, and this will greatly increase your damage. It is possible to use will of attack when will to fight is activated. It was a skill that would automatically increase his attack power once his health dropped below half. In particular, if he used will to fight, the enemy's defense would be 0. This is great. If he became stronger as his health decreased, he could deal great damage to the enemy. Wings of Chaos, Stage 5. Rating, Myth. Wings with a chaotic will. Free flight is possible. Health plus 8,000, black magic energy plus 8,000. As the stage rises, attack power will increase significantly. Resistance to all properties will greatly increase. Will of Survival will activate automatically when health drops below 30%. You can summon a clone. Can use Will of Attack. Will of Attack will activate automatically when health drops below 50%. Starting from stage 2, a unique skill will be gained at every stage. From stage 4, the probability of failure will rise. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 6, 0/256000. The chaos power needed for the next stage was 256,000. Stage 6 was automatically a wall. If he traded moonstones for essences, he would need more than 17,000 moonstones. How would he feel if he collected all that chaos power only to fail? I really wouldn't want to live. He suddenly wondered about Rainkar's wing level. Had the strongest person in Earth, Hwanmong, succeeded in reaching stage 6? He would ask again if there was a chance later on. Anyway, he was glad that his wings had strengthened. My health is really amazing. After reaching stage 5, his health and black magic had grown. Health, 9470/9470. Black magic energy, 9020/9020. As a result, both surpassed 9,000 points. He didn't level up, but they were recovered to their maximum. It was the power of strengthening the wings. Particularly, his health was nearly 1,000, so he felt an unlimited vitality. A mighty stamina. It felt like he didn't need to sleep for a few months. Su. However, now wasn't the time to cheer. In the meantime, one person appeared again. He had the same clothing and appearance as before, but the power coming from him was completely different. Survive. If you survive, you will gain a lot. Once again, he said to survive no matter what. At the same time, an attack. Flash. 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 3 flashes flew in different directions. What is this? The flashes were clearly heavenly cut, but there were 3 of them and they were flying in different directions. Something like this was possible? However, he didn't have time to question it as he had to stop the attack. Kang. Kang-jun moved his sword and blocked all of them. Then the man approached and used heavenly unyielding slash. Flash. Flash. Pa. He pushed out 2 heavenly unyielding slash at once. One towards the waist. One towards the legs. The 2 parallel waves aimed at Kang-jun's waist and legs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, Guardian Hall, 2. If it hit, his legs and neck would be literally cut off. Kang! Kang! Kang-jun swung his sword swiftly and destroyed the waves in front of him. I'm surprised. How can such an attack be possible? The Heaven's Blood Sword Style's 2 skills didn't have cooldown times. However, since the action itself was so large, it took more than 1 second to use it again. Particularly, Heavenly Unyielding Slash should take 2 seconds. Yet this guy had just used it at the same time. The direction had also been adjusted. If Kang-jun could do that, he would be stronger than before. Anyway, he had those questions as his sword moved through a gap. Sekiak. He cut the opponent's neck and the enemy disappeared in a puff of smoke. 2000 chaos power has been acquired. The acquired chaos power had doubled. Sususu. Meanwhile, 2 more men showed up. Looking at the atmosphere, they had the same combat power as the previous man. One of them gazed at Kang-jun and said, "Don't look with just your eyes but with your heart. That will lead to enlightenment in Heaven's Blood Sword Style and transcendence." Transcendence. Before Kang-jun could express his surprise, the man spoke again in a blunt voice. Additionally, the chaos power gained here will reinforce the wings without failing. This is a chance that won't come twice. The longer you last without dying, the more you will get. As soon as the conversation was over, a flash flew from the man's sword. It was the same for the man next to him. Flash. 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 How many heavenly cuts were flying toward him? Kang-jun felt uncomfortable but he concentrated and blocked them. Then he ran forward and cut the men. Schwack! Schwack! The man didn't scream as they disappeared into smoke. 2000 chaos power has been acquired. 2000 chaos power has been acquired. In an instant, he acquired 6000 chaos power. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 6, 6000/256000. If he killed 125 people in the future, he would be able to obtain the necessary chaos power to strengthen it to stage 6. The chaos power gained here wouldn't fail. If the words were true, it meant that stage 6 could also succeed. Kang-jun's heart beat wildly. Then that meant he had to survive even if his bones were broken. Sususu. 4 more people showed up. Then 5 people, 6, 7. Kang-jun continued knocking them down in a trance. After some time, Kang-jun found himself using 2 heavenly cuts simultaneously. It was also possible to use 3 at a time. It was the same for Heavenly Unyielding Slash. What was going on? It was a moment of enlightenment. It seemed like he had been influenced by watching the men using the skills. From then on, using Heaven's Blood Sword Style was much easier. Why did he suddenly feel like a child who had grown up? He was convinced that his swordsmanship had gone up another level. It felt like breaking through a gigantic wall that he hadn't been able to overcome while leveling up. The only certain thing was that he had become extremely strong, but... Is this the meaning of Rainkar's words? Kang-jun finally understood what he was talking about. Therefore, given the chance and no matter how painful the process, you must concentrate and gain enlightenment. That enlightenment will give you greater strength than hunting monsters over time will. Those were his words. His level hadn't changed but his attack power had increased by several times. Simply raising his level wouldn't have allowed him to break an insurmountable wall. Sususu. However, the moment that Kang-jun gained enlightenment, the men fighting Kang-jun disappeared and a new man appeared with an atmosphere incomparable to before. The path of transcendence is far away. You have just found the entrance to it. He immediately wielded his sword after speaking. Flash. Despite being 20 meters away, the flash from his sword reached Kang-jun. Pak. Kang-jun was startled and blocked it quickly. Ugh. Kang-jun was pushed back 10 meters. He blocked it with his sword but it felt like he was hit by a hammer. What is this? It was clearly heavenly cut. Yet it was shot from a distance like an arrow being fired. Flash. Flash. This time, 2 flashes came flying. Kang-jun rolled his body and avoided it. Kwang. Kwang. After being hit by the heavenly cuts, the ground shook like a bomb had exploded. Kang-jun ran forward and wielded his sword. Ka-kang. Kong. Ka-kang. The 2 swords collided. It wasn't easy to find a gap when the man seemed to have a perfect heaven's blood sword style. Sekiok. Still, Kang-jun succeeded in cutting the man's neck. 3,000 chaos power has been acquired. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, there were two men with the same abilities. Shit. I have to win somehow. By the way, he didn't like the idea of gaining enlightenment blindly. The enemy became stronger whenever he became enlightened. That made filling up his chaos power more difficult. However, even so, he couldn't not receive enlightenment. Perhaps, it was more important to gain enlightenment than to raise the level of his wings. I have to endure as long as possible. Kang-jun fought desperately. This was a place he couldn't enter twice. If he could upgrade his wings one more time, he wouldn't feel any regret. Meanwhile, in the time that Kang-jun was the guardian hall, Hwanmong Hardys was shocked at his base in the Siam building. Originally, it had been normal for his military advisor Honus, a shadow sovereign, to meet him. Additionally, a scroll from Commander Hexia should have arrived. However, what was this? He suddenly saw a woman who was waiting for him. The face of the woman wearing a red robe was beautiful, but her bloody red eyes gave her an eerie feeling. Don't be surprised, Hardys. My name is Kelnia. I came here under the name of Kalaticus. What are you talking about? Hwanmong freaked out. He didn't know why a subordinate of the second demon king Kalaticus had showed up here. Kelnia stared at him coldly. Did you forget? You are now a subordinate of Kalaticus. What is this? Hwanmong's expression became stiff. He suddenly recalled the dream he had the day before yesterday. Then that wasn't a dream? You just wanted it to be a dream. However, a dream isn't just a dream when it comes to sovereigns involved in Hwanmong. You won't be able to turn back now that you have agreed to join Kalaticus. Oh. That is ridiculous. Hwanmong grabbed his hair and screamed. No matter how he thought about it, this couldn't be happening. It was crazy to become the subordinate of the demon king who invaded Earth. Ho ho ho. Aside from you, quite a few sovereigns were chosen by Kalaticus, but you are lucky, Hardys. Lucky? What are you saying? The rules of Hwanmong will no longer constrain you. There is no need to perform missions or go to hell when defeated. Really? Of course. Additionally, be assured that your men are safe. At the end of those words, Hwanmong could see Honus and his troops. After purchasing buildings, he had constantly summoned troops, so he had 2,000 orc warriors. Soon, there will be a great battle on the bloody battlefield. Most of the commanders will be called and the sovereigns will be left behind in Hwanmong. Then you can sweep away the nearby sovereigns with me. Hwanmong flinched. Right now, the red moon has risen. War between sovereigns is forbidden. Stupid person. Didn't you hear my words? You are not a sovereign now. You don't need to worry about the rules of Hwanmong. Kelnia said with a meaningful smile. Ho hot. Why don't you be honest? You can use this opportunity to take care of someone you don't like. Sovereign Lucan. He is the first one we will aim at. Hwanmong was surprised. He shook his head immediately. He isn't someone who can be defeated so easily. He will also be going to the bloody battlefield today. We can sweep away his base. Oh. There is that method. Hohot, if all the bases disappear, you know what will happen to the sovereign. Hovu, of course I know. There was a smile on Hwanmong's face. Kelnia laughed wickedly. And even if he is there, you don't need to worry. Koreo will arrive here shortly. Shortly after her words finished, there was a loud sound like something heavy landed on the roof. Kelnia's eyes lit up. He is here. Hwanmong went up to the roof with Kelnia. At the center of the extended rooftop was a huge monster with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a horse. The Centaur Lord, Koreo. He was one of the advanced lords under the second demon king. Koreo looked down at Kelnia and Hwanmong and cried out. Ready? Yes, the army is ready to move at any time, but... Kelnia was very polite in front of Koreo. Hwanmong also bowed his head for some reason. Then Koreo said to Hwanmong. Hardys. Because of you, I was able to come to this place with Kelnia. If you win this battle, you will become one of the rulers of this Hwanmong and your real estate will be multiplied by thousands of times. Oh, is that true? A ruler of Earth Hwanmong. He would become 1,000 times richer in reality. His heart started beating really wildly. It was something he hadn't dreamed of as a sovereign. There was a smile of satisfaction on Yu Sung-won's face. After a while, at the headquarters of Hwanmong's defense army, Rainkar and the other senior commanders had been having a meeting when someone came towards them while shouting, "The enemy is attacking. They are heading toward Lucan's base. There is a huge number of them." The senior commanders paled. Did the second Demon King recover his power? Right now, it is extremely unfavorable towards them. If he has a lot of numbers, the disadvantage can be offset. There is no time. We should go and check. The commanders moved to the bloody battlefield and Lucan's base immediately. Rainkar, who was the first one to arrive, looked up at the sky and frowned. The second Demon King is coming. The three commanders as well. What are they trying to do now? His body instantly disappeared from the spot. Quararung. Qua 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 quang. Rainkar and the second Demon King immediately collided far away. Additionally, Ligus and the other advanced commanders collided with the three demon commanders. Kururung. Quang. Wararuru. Kiki kiki. Kukukuk. A large number of monsters descended. The horizon was literally filled with monsters. Go and stop them. This base absolutely can't be taken. First Commander Ben-Hyam ordered the other commanders. His expression hardened as he watched the endlessly encroaching army of the second Demon King. He mobilized all his power here. We have the disadvantage. He immediately shouted to one of the commanders. Tell the other commanders to come and support this place immediately. Yes. Soon, all the lower commanders, who led the sovereigns, moved to the bloody battlefield. At that moment, the sovereigns under the second Demon King, including Hades, started their departure. Among them, Hades led 2,000 orc warriors and marched towards the Yugang building owned by Kang-jun. Next to him was the Dark Mage Kelnia and the Centaur Lord was in the front. The first one to catch sight of them was Kajel. Kajel, who had increased his ability steadily due to Kang-jun's achievement rewards, was able to see Hades' camp from a distance. He immediately reported the situation to K-Run. K-Run. Hades' army is coming here. There is supposedly an advanced lord of the second Demon King in the lead. HRM. K-Run didn't panic. It was somewhat surprising, but he had experienced this situation several times as a sovereign. Therefore, he knew that the second Demon King might attack this way. No, it was what he had been hoping for. Now, he had some justification for a conquest war. It was why he had been so passionate about increasing the power of the base while the Red Moon was up. Hades. I feel compelled to thank you. There was a sneer on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106. Chapter 106, The Ability of a Senior Military Advisor, 1. Then Kajel said again in an urgent voice. K-Run. Sovereign Zenith is coming. There seems to be a golem that looks like an advanced lord, but Kajel used his clone to show the situation through a 3D map in front of K-Run. There was a huge golem. And behind him was Zenith leading 3,000 troops toward the Yugang building. Next to Zenith was a dark mage wearing a red robe. K-Run frowned as he saw them. 2 advanced lords and 2 lower lords as well as 5,000 troops. It would be a one-sided dominance if it was only Hades' troops. However, it could now become quite a melee. Of course, he still had the overwhelming advantage in general troops. Hexia and her 5,000 advanced bloody lycanthrope warriors had joined Kang-jun's household. Even a portion of them could wipe out Hades' orcs and Zenith's snakemen. The power of the advanced bloody lycanthrope warriors could process them. However, they weren't the only ones. The 200 vampire mages had powerful fire magic that could turn the enemy into ashes. There were also the advanced bloody lycanthrope shamans whose attack power was 1 level higher than the vampire mages. There were 300 of these shamans. Was that all? For one-on-one strength that was comparable to the advanced bloody lycanthrope warriors, there were the 1,000 giant Radian greatsword warriors. There were also 200 Radian rangers, 100 flying rations, 100 golem ravagers and 300 giant dark wolves. Therefore, it was a one-sided victory for them if he didn't take the lords into account. However, the problem was the advanced lords. They were scary beings capable of wiping out the general forces. Fortunately, there were those who could fight against the lords. In the meantime, Naga Queen Melanad had increased her power steadily. K-Run was convinced that she had enough power to match the advanced lords. Additionally, there was the dark mage, Diana. She had been one of the advanced lords under the second Demon King and her abilities had also risen. Moreover, he couldn't leave out Commander Hexia. She had yet to deal with any advanced lords with her individual combat power, but her ability to command multiple troops was the best by far. Particularly, the advanced bloody lycanthrope warriors would exert their best combat power when led by Hexia. There was also a strong, indispensable power. It was the ogre, Jermas. Jermas, an ordinary ogre, had his abilities skyrocket whenever Kang-jun received compensation for his achievements. As a result, he now had unimaginable strength and hard skin compared to ordinary ogres. Jermas would no longer be pushed by the presence of lower-grade lords. There was also the cat-shaped Rodiam. This was because the battle power of the Minotaur, Rodiam's transformed shape, was almost equal to Jermas. Additionally, he had recovery magic as well as a variety of support magic, so he was comparable to Jermas. The last one was Kajel. He didn't boast the same brute power as Jermas. However, his true worth was with the spheres that were his clones. The spherical bodies had the ability to scout and look at the enemy's situation. Kajel was able to produce up to 7 spheres at once. Kairon had the ability to intuitively but very accurately grasp the individual powers of his allies. This was an ability only available to advanced military advisors. Due to Kang-jun's achievements, Kiran's abilities had grown rapidly to that of an advanced military advisor. After a while, at the base headquarters, he gathered Naga Queen Melanad, Dark Mage Dryaena, Rodiam, Kajel as well as Hexia, who was urgently recalled from the bloody battlefield. Kairon said to them, "Parties in Zenith have been fooled by the second Demon King and are on their way here. As a military advisor, I will lead the defense of the base on behalf of Lord. Therefore, I would like everyone to follow my instructions." Melanad nodded easily. "It is more important to keep Lord's base than our lives. I will follow your instructions." Hexia and Dryaena also nodded. "I'll follow the instructions of the military advisor. What should we do now?" Kairon smiled and said, "I intend to defend this base while minimizing the sacrifice of our allies. What about the wards around the base?" Dryaena's eyes lit up. She was a dark magic, so she had a considerable level of knowledge and ability in this field. Kairon grinned. "Right. The base of the Yugang building will be the headquarters while each building will form a defense structure independently. I need the cooperation of Melanad and Hexia who have been entrusted to each base." "I will cooperate." "Of course, I will cooperate. Defenders could only be deployed in their own territory, not the occupied territories." Kang-jun currently owned 5 buildings. Among them, 3 of the buildings included the Yugang building that belonged to Kairon and the remaining 2 that belonged to Melanad and Hexia. "Then, let's get started." "Yes. I'm starting. Kairon immediately touched the base crystal and chanted a spell. Susu Susu. At that moment, the space of the Yugang building started to change. The interior of the headquarters stayed intact, while the outside of the Yugang building changed into a round castle. That wasn't all. The other 4 buildings, including the Doffling building, were surrounded by a barrier. It was an enormous castle consisting of 4 towers. The areas surrounding the castle changed into wilderness. Radian rangers and giant Radian spearmen were deployed on the walls, while bloody lycanthropes were placed in front of the outer gate to wait for orders. Additionally, advanced succubus healers were placed everywhere. Vampire mages and bloody lycanthrope shamans were deployed throughout the castle to prepare for magic attacks. All of these things took place at the same time. Kairon said with a satisfied expression, "We are now ready to stop the enemy's general troops. Melanad will take the Centaur Lord Correo and Dryaena will deal with the Golem Turbo." "Yes. I understand." Melanad and Dryaena weren't surprised to hear who their opponents were. Their eyes were filled with confidence that they could win. At the same time, they were looking at Kairon with favor. Then Hexia asked, "What about me? Once the battle between the advanced lords begins, parties in Zenith will attack. At that time, Hexia should join in the defense of the castle. Particularly, please block the magic attacks of the enemy dark mages." Kairon continued. "After that, lead the lycanthrope squads to sweep up the enemy when I give the signal." "Oh hut, that is a cool strategy." Hexia smiled with satisfaction at her mission. At that time, the Centaur Lord, who was marching toward the Yugang building with Hardys, stopped suddenly and stared at the fog in front of him. Kelnia, the ward seemed to have been activated. Dark Mage Kelnia's expression solidified. She had also determined that the thick fog in front of them was unusual. They are strong wards. Only an advanced military advisor is capable of this. The resistance will be more challenging than I thought. Koreo laughed. The result won't be any different. None of them will be able to confront me. Kelnia carefully looked at him and said. But you should be careful about Naga Queen Melanad and Dark Mage Dryana. Don't worry about Melanad, and it is the same for Dryana. I am impervious to magic. Koreo said with a confident expression. He wanted to go in and wipe out all the enemies alone. However, he had received an order from the second Demon King to strike with the Golem Turbo. Kung. 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 After a while, the ground shook as the giant Golem Turbo appeared. Following behind him were snakemen. They had the head of a snake and the body of a person. The monsters consisted of heavy infantry, archers, and mages. The Golem Turbo saw Koreo and said, This is the place? We will start soon. Yes. Turbo and Koreo rushed into the zone of fog. Then Hades and Zenith stared at each other. They made a surprised expression as they stared at each other, then laughed wickedly. Hoo-hoo, we ended up taking the same boat, Zenith. Cook. I didn't think you would become the subordinate of the second Demon King. Zenith had been nervous about accepting the second Demon King's offer. However, that disappeared once he saw that Hades was in the same position as him. It was the same for Hades. Having a colleague in the same boat made him feel more assured. Then let's advance. Yes. Hades' orcs and Zenith's snakemen advanced into the fog. Su. The moment that they passed through the fog zone, a huge castle appeared. Kuhu-hu. Do you think you can stop me with this sloppy castle? The centaur Lord Koreo flew in the air and rushed towards the castle. Then Naga Queen Melanad, who had been waiting, flew and blocked Koreo's path. Stop, Koreo. If you want to enter the castle, you will have to knock me down first. Melanad shot forward with her spear, aiming it at Koreo. Koreo was shocked. Of course, he had known about Melanad. Melina had once been a member of the second Demon King's army. However, the presence coming from Melanad was completely different than before. I will make her lose. Koreo solidified his determination and rushed toward Melanad. Shoo dash. Koreo's spear rushed through the space. Melanad didn't flee and swung her spear as much as possible. Kaong. At the same time, her spear divided into countless numbers aimed at Koreo. Pop a pack. Dozens of spears pierced Koreo's body. Cook. Koreo shrieked. It happened in the blink of an eye. However, all of Koreo's injuries recovered immediately. Cook. Melanad, you are reasonably strong, but it is too bad that you are facing me. He charged forward. There was a flash as he stabbed his spear. Bah! Melanad moved to the side as if she had anticipated it and avoided Koreo's blow. That trick won't work on me. Pop a pat. Koreo's body became a bloody mess. Quack. You dare. Koreo retreated hastily and recovered from his injuries. At that moment, Melanad clung onto his spear and swung hers. I will show you how to use this properly. Kuo, good. Koreo threw everything into his next blow. He swung his spear carefully, thinking that he would lose if he didn't use all his power. Shang. Shaang. Why Hwick. Kwang. While a battle was going on between the Centaur Lord and the Queen Naga, the fight between the giant golem, Turbo, and the dark mage, Dryana, was starting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, The Ability of an Advanced Military Advisor, 2. Kukuku, Dryana. Did you think you would be safe after betraying Lord? Turbo, the golem, exclaimed as he stared at the front. Dryana was before him, floating with an ice-cold atmosphere around her. Shut up. I had no loyalty to Caladicus from the beginning. Kuo. You dare do this to Lord. I won't forgive you. Turbo swung a huge paw. Shwee shwick. He used distinctive, rapid movements. The huge golem had an unbelievably quick attack. Pack. Dryana blinked in succession and avoided Turbo's strikes. At the same time, brimstone fire emerged from her staff and aimed at Turbo's body. Waruru. Kwang. Every time the flames exploded, Turbo's body flinched from the shock. That wasn't all. Dryana had the power of a necromancer and had a number of undead subordinates. Hundreds of undead, including Death Knights, Dullahans, and Undead Ages attacked Turbo. Therefore, Turbo started being pushed, little by little. Meanwhile, Hades and Zenith aimed for the castle. Rush in at full force. Capture Lucan's castle. Kill everyone and leave no stone unturned. The orcs and snakemen shouted and ran forward. Chwick! Chwike! Qua! The orcs and snakemen liked war and slaughter. As they surrounded the castle, the Radian rangers on the walls started to shoot their bows. Siwok! Siwok! Siwook! Arrows flew endlessly from the skilled advanced archers. Simultaneously, the vampire mages waiting on the walls started casting red fireballs from their staffs. Waruru! Waruru! Quack! Quayak! Some of the orcs died either from arrows or fire. Despite their friends dying in front of them, the rest of the orcs kept moving forward without hesitation. They started to climb the walls immediately. However, only messengers of hell were waiting for them on the walls. Sekiok! Sekiok! Kawak! Kiok, dot. Giant Radian greatsword warriors. Every time their big swords flashed, the orcs were sliced and they fell down from the walls. Oh! This can't be. Such a ridiculous thing. Hades and Zenith's eyes widened. They couldn't believe that Lucan's troops were so deadly. It was like their troops were rushing to their deaths. The corpses of the enemy could rarely be found and only the bodies of their allies were piled up by the wall. There was also something else that caused their hearts to beat wildly. Dark Mage Kelnia, who had been casting wide area magic toward the castle from the sky, fell. Aoak! A woman with blue hair looked down at Kelnia on the ground. Hades and Zenith were surprised when they saw her. They knew her. She was Commander Hexia of the 439th Army. They were sovereigns underneath her, so they knew her better than anyone else. Oh! Why is Commander Hexia here? Shit! There is only a slim chance of winning, thought. Meanwhile, the Dark Mage in Zenith's camp was also killed by Hexia. Zenith turned pale when he saw it. At that time, Hexia received a message from Kerun and cried out. Go! Kill all but one of them. The gates opened and the lycanthropes with red fur emerged. Kawa! Kuwo ho hung! The bloody lycanthropes had finally come out to slaughter the enemies. Quack! Kayak! It was a one-sided slaughter of the orcs and snakemen. Oh! What are those things? Hades and Zenith felt like they were going insane. They stared up at the advanced lords, Correo and Turbo. They were the only ones who could reverse this situation. It was only a matter of time until the advanced lords won and the situation changed. Unfortunately, this did not happen. Quahawk! The Naga Queen's spear pierced the heart of Correo, the Centaur Lord. Once his breathing was broken, the mysterious recovery magic was useless. Thus, one of the advanced lords of the second Demon King died under the spear of Naga Queen Melanad. Turbo, the golem, also knelt under Dryaна's magic attack. Jajjijok! Pasasusu! Huge web-like cracks spread across his body. Then his whole body burst into flames and soon turned into dust. Dryana stared with a nonchalant expression before disappearing. She then reappeared in front of Hades and Zenith. They had witnessed the deaths of two advanced lords and were trying to flee. Heek! Spare me! Hades begged desperately, but Dryana just shook her head with an indifferent expression. Sukiok! Sukiok! Hades and Zenith's throats were sliced. They didn't even get a chance to scream. Their bodies vanished into smoke. At the same time, two objects floated in the air. There was one necklace and one earring. They were Hades and Zenith's sovereign tokens. Dryana smiled and took them carefully. Lord will be pleased, dot. At that moment, Hades and Zenith were standing in an unknown place. Unidentified shadows appeared. Their eyes shone eerily. Cuckoo, Sovereign Zenith. Sovereign Hades. You were defeated in battle. Now, your tokens and possessions will belong to Sovereign Lucan. Wait a minute. Something is wrong. Hades and Zenith were shocked. We are no longer sovereigns. Yes, we have become subordinates of the second Demon King Caladicus. Therefore, they expected that they would wake up in reality after dying in Hwanmong. However, that was their illusion. One of the shadows said scornfully. I don't know what nonsense you are spouting. You are still sovereigns and you lost in a battle. Another shadow said. You must have been deceived by the second Demon King Caladicus. It is a common lie that the Demon King's use, if you follow him, you can escape from the rules of Hwanmong. However, that is only a delusion. You have broken the rule of the Red Moon and were defeated in battle, so you will be punished twice. The shadow swarmed and started to trample on Hades and Zenith. Bam bam bam. Crunch. Quack. Help me. Ak. They screamed. They finally knew they had been deceived by the second Demon King, but it was too late for regrets. Kuhuk. W. Where are you taking us? The place? There is only one place for losers to go. Perhaps Hell. Hades was well aware since he had a Shadow Sovereign as a military advisor. He knew how terrible the place called Hell was. The shadows laughed. You understand. They dragged Hades and Zenith somewhere. At that moment, at the Guardian Hall, Kang-jun was still in a fierce battle with the black-haired men and his body was covered in blood. Oh. It is really nasty. Blood flowed from his body and his blade. Every time he wielded the sword, blood would spray. His health was less than 30%, so will of survival and will of attack were activated simultaneously. Shit. Kill. Sukiok. A desperate swing cut the neck of one of the men. 3000 chaos power has been acquired. The message popped up. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 6, 256000/256000. The wing's chaos power is full. Do you want to strengthen it to the next stage? Yes/no. Finally. He had persisted until this moment. It was because the chaos power here would strengthen his wings without fail. Kang-jun accepted instantly. Yes. Strengthen. At that moment, his wings shone with a brilliant light and simultaneously, the men who had been running toward Kang-jun disappeared into smoke. Wayak. Additionally, a bright light restored Kang-jun's injuries. The wings of chaos have been strengthened to stage 6. Your damage has increased greatly. Health has increased by 5,000 points. Black magic energy has increased by 5,000 points. Hoo, it is a success. Since the level of his wings went up, his body's condition was restored. LV.65, EXP 0%. War, advanced. Health, 14470/14470. Black magic energy, 14020/14020. His health and black magic energy increased by 5,000 points. However, unlike earlier, Kang-jun didn't think his health was that high. It was because his health had been cut down when he fought the black-haired men. Of course, it was great that he had close to 15,000 points in health, but that was meaningless if met a strong person. New messages continued to appear. You have awakened the will of emergency. Your fighting power in the air will increase significantly. Resistance to the dimensional force has increased greatly and it is possible to fly through the dimensional sea of clouds. He gained will of emergency and his attack power in the air was increased greatly as well. The dimensional sea of clouds was the area of purple clouds in the sky above the battlefield. It was the place where Rainkar had told him not to enter if he didn't want to die. Now, thanks to a surge in resistance of dimensional force, Kang-jun was able to fly up there. Su. It was at that time that something appeared in the sky. It was none other than the black-haired men. A fight in the air? Kang-jun flew upwards instantly. Thanks to the awakening of will of emergency, flying was more natural than before. Additionally, his body was more energetic, as though all his stats had risen as a whole. There was a significant increase in his air combat power due to will of emergency. The man laughed softly for the first time. You have made it this far, but it won't be easy from now on. However, if you hold on, you will be close to the state of transcendence. Rather, who are you? Kang-jun suddenly asked for the identity of the man. The man then said with a laugh. That is a useless question. I don't know who I am. There is only one reason why I am here. It is to pass on everything. The man's eyes sparkled. 1. If you want to receive everything of mine, you must survive this time. After that, the man wielded his sword in a frightening manner. He narrowed the distance of over 50 meters in the blink of an eye. Did he mean to tell Kang-jun that distance wasn't meaningful at all? Kang-jun blocked it desperately, but the sword sliced his side in an instant. Schwack! Ugh! He didn't even have time to scream before the sword aimed at him again. Kang-jun stopped it, but this time, blood splattered from the other side. Shit! It will be hard to win this way. His original goal had been to raise his wings to stage 6. It was a jackpot with just that. However, in this situation he had become a little bit greedier. I must win somehow. Kang-jun's eyes shone intensely as he gazed at the man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108. Chapter 108, Break Through the Limit, 1. Schwack. Schwack. Ugh. Every time the man moved, Kang-jun's body was damaged. Quick. Papak. The man approached like lightning and suddenly disappeared. Schwack. Then once again, blood gushed out from Kang-jun's side. Kang-jun blocked using his strength, but the number of wounds continued to increase. Health, 6470/14470. Once his health fell below 50%, Will of Attack was activated. However, if the opponent wasn't hit by the attack, what was the point of his damage becoming stronger? Kang-jun swung his sword, but only a shadow remained at the spot where he had struck. Don't look with your eyes but with your heart. It will be tough if you don't understand it. You will reach your limit. The man said bluntly while attacking. It was like he realized Kang-jun wouldn't understand and had to teach him. Then the man prepared to deal the final blow to Kang-jun. Flash. It was a heavenly cut that flew straight and true. It seemed to have enough momentum to slice apart a mountain. His head would be cut off if the sword struck him. However, at that moment, Kang-jun avoided it. The man's eyes widened. Even Kang-jun was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't done it consciously. His body had simply moved subconsciously and he avoided it. Kang-jun's body moved 20 meters instantaneously. How did this happen? It wasn't the time to question it. The man was attacking like crazy once more. Schwack. Schwack. Blood splattered from his body again. He tried to stop it but couldn't. Shit. He just avoided a great attack, so why couldn't he do it again? Health has fallen below 30%, so Will of Survival is activated. Your physical and magic defense have increased significantly. In the end, his health had dropped below 30%. Thanks to the increased defense, the damage received from the sword was reduced. Schwack. Schwack. Ugh. The pain was considerable. He managed to endure thanks to Will of Survival, but his whole body was in a state of pain, so he was suffering. Schwack. Schwack. Pew hak. The attacks of the men were ruthless. He was a man who had existed for the purpose of giving everything to Kang-jun, but he never seemed to feel any mercy toward Kang-jun. The man didn't give Kang-jun any time to breathe as he tried to kill him. Schwack. Schwack. Ugh. Oh. Kang-jun had become more conscious of the pain. It almost seemed like death would be more comfortable. He might have died earlier if it hadn't been for Will of Survival. However, due to Will of Survival, he had to persist through the tremendous pain that couldn't be expressed. Was this torture? It was a pain that never ended. It was just like hell. He wanted to give up. However, Kang-jun clenched his teeth and focused on the man's movements. No, he focused his heart. He looked with his heart, not his eyes. He had clearly done it before. It hadn't been a coincidence. If he had done it once, he could do it again. At that time, the man aimed heavenly cut toward Kang-jun again. Flash. A huge flash of light flew toward him. At that moment, the flash passed by Kang-jun. No, it seemed like it passed by, but he actually disappeared from the space, then appeared again. Was there another miracle? The man approached with a surprised expression and wielded his sword. Ka-kang. Sekiak. However, Kang-jun's sword moved and cut his neck. 4,000 chaos power have been acquired. Kang-jun quickly took an advanced regeneration medicine of darkness from his inventory and drank it. Snap. Snap. The moment he killed the man. Kang-jun had time to drink a few potions before more men appeared. The Vampire Lord's sword had the ability to occasionally absorb health, but the amount recovered wasn't that high. Thoughts ran through his head while drank a potion. He had seen a vague, almost mirage-like image before. Like the wind, it was an emptiness he couldn't grasp. Then he finally got his hands on it. He had another enlightenment. Was this an upgrade in the level of Heaven's Blood sword style? The obvious thing was that he would have to fight the man again. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 7, 4000/51200000. A huge amount of chaos power was needed to strengthen the wings to the next stage. 5.12 million? He gained 4,000 points at a time. How many people would he need to kill to fill that up? He felt like he wouldn't be able to strengthen it. Damn! How many moonstones would be required for that? That was approximately 340,000 moonstones. No matter how much he fought on the bloody battlefield, it wouldn't be easy to collect that many moonstones. The problem was that there was no guarantee it would succeed. If I fail, 5.12 million chaos power will fly away. When thinking about strengthening his wings, the image of Rainkar popped up. He had seemed like he would do anything to not strengthen the wings again. Kang-jun would also have a similar mindset if 5.12 million chaos power were to fly away at once. However, what if he could fill all of the chaos power here? Then he could strengthen his wings to stage 7. It was a mission close to impossible since he needed to defeat 1,279 people. Yet he still had to try his best. Su. In the meantime, 2 people appeared on the left and right of Kang-jun and struck him. They seemed even more powerful than before. Flash! Heavenly cut flew from both sides. Each of them were 30 meters away, but the flashes were in front of Kang-jun as soon as they emerged from the swords. They weren't just flashes but the space itself. It was a terrifying attack outside the limits of space. Kang-jun ignored the flashes and ran forward. His sword followed and also broke through the space. Sekiak! The men's necks were cut and they crashed to the ground. They soon turned into smoke and disappeared. 4,000 chaos power has been acquired. 4,000 chaos power has been acquired. Snap! He drank potions again and filled up his health. It is like I thought. Kang-jun had become inspired. He grasped it in his hands. It was just space. Kang-jun was outside of the constraints of space. Su. More people had appeared. This time they gathered together and rushed toward Kang-jun. At that moment, Kang-jun used a skill. Heavenly Unyielding Slash. The wide area attack skill of Heaven's Blood Sword style. Flash. Pa-ah. The energy from the sword spread out like a wave, causing damage to enemies on all sides. However, now, the center of the wave wasn't his sword. The waves of Heavenly Unyielding Slash formed 30 meters away and wiped out the 3 men. Sekiak. Chwak. They turned into smoke and disappeared. 4,000 chaos power has been acquired. 4,000 chaos power has been acquired. 4,000 chaos power has been acquired. Now, it is a ranged skill? Kang-jun laughed quietly. He had desired to have more attack skills. However, that was no longer necessary. He had Heavenly Cut, Heavenly Unyielding Slash and Heavenly Flow. With these 3 things, he could create an unlimited number of skills. It was possible to control the direction and use Heavenly Cut and Heavenly Unyielding Slash from a distance. Even if the opponent avoided it, they would be hit eventually. It was true for Heavenly Flow as well. His sword could be used to scatter magic from a distance. It would be a disaster for magicians. However, Kang-jun's range of freedom from the constraints of space wasn't unlimited. It was approximately 30 meters. As soon as the men were out of that range, Kang-jun could no longer ignore the space to attack. However, it was possible for the men. After that, Kang-jun fell into a crisis again. By the time his health fell below 1,000 points, he had gained more enlightenment and the limits of his space widened dramatically. He then kept on wiping out the men. Soon, stronger men appeared and attacked. They were always strong enough to bring Kang-jun to the brink of death, and once he was able to beat them, enemies one step higher were revealed. How much time had passed? He didn't know how many people he had killed. He had forgotten to count such things. Kang-jun was surviving in a battle trance. Additionally, he was using his bare hands. He couldn't remember when this had happened. The legend-grade weapon, the Vampire Lord's Sword, was on the verge of crumbling and he was forced to put it into his inventory. Kang-jun used his hands to unleash the skills. From that moment on, Heavenly Cut and Heavenly Unyielding Slash surged from his hands. He moved his hands to scatter consecutive heavenly cuts. Of course, using his hands was weaker than a sword. However, it wasn't necessary for men to be hit by a powerful force. If he hit vital places such as the throat, the men would disappear. Even so, it wasn't easy to defeat them. It was pointless using the skills with his hands if they didn't hit. He didn't know how many times he had exceeded the limit. Flash. Pa-at. At that moment, 10 men were killed by the Heavenly Unyielding Slash that had emerged from Kang-jun's hands. 4,000 chaos power has been acquired. 4,000 chaos power has been acquired. Before he knew it, he had acquired the chaos power he once considered impossible. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 7, 512000/512000. The wing's chaos power is full. Do you want to strengthen it to the next stage? Yes/no. Kang-jun was overwhelmed with emotion. He really hadn't expected to reach this point. Yes. Strengthen. At that moment, Kang-jun's state was restored and a brilliant light shone from his wings. The wings of chaos have been strengthened to stage 7. Your damage has increased greatly. Health will increase by 10,000 points. Black magic energy will increase by 10,000 points. At stage 7, his health and black magic energy were increased by 10,000 points. Health, 24470/24470. Black magic energy, 24020/24020. At stage 7, the wings of chaos awaken another ability. You have awakened the will of strengthening. While will of strengthening is activated, you will gain chaos power instead of experience from defeated enemies. A very unusual ability emerged. Will of strengthening? It wasn't an ability that reinforced his body. He would gain chaos power instead of experience when defeating enemies while this skill was activated. No chaos power or black magic energy was consumed when casting it. This meant that Kang-jun could choose to use it at any time. If he wanted experience, then he would get experience points. If he wanted chaos power, then he would receive it. This will make it easier to collect chaos power. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 8, 0/51200000. Surprisingly, the amount needed to strengthen to stage 8 was the same as stage 7. I am glad. As long as he got chaos power from enemies using will of strengthening, he would be able to challenge stage 8. Of course, then he would need good luck. Su. At that time, a black-haired man appeared in front of Kang-jun. Unlike before, the man this time seemed very ordinary. At first glance, he didn't have any combat abilities. You have reached this point. It is possible for your will to become transcendent. However, you will have to make constant efforts if you want to reach the state of transcendence. The man smiled and continued speaking. The training is now over. Remember this last attack that I will use. The moment that you can block and unleash such an attack in the future is the moment you reach transcendence. As soon as he finished speaking, he wielded his sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109. Chapter 109, Break Through the Limit, 2. Flash. It was the flash of light from Heavenly Cut. Yet it wasn't the same as any Heavenly Cut that he had seen before. He had broken through and reached a new level of Heavenly Cut, but that was nothing in comparison to what he saw now. Supak. It was an unknown light. A mysterious light. It was a light that couldn't be avoided no matter where Kang-jun ran. What on earth is that? In front of that attack, Kang-jun's attack power, defense and evasion were useless. And that was the end. Kang-jun's body literally melted and turned into smoke, then he reappeared outside the Guardian Hall. The training was over. He was in the best physical condition. The equipment in his inventory had all been repaired and were like new. However, Kang-jun was still staring blankly as he thought of the attack. What was that light? It was so powerful that everything he did was futile. In fact, Kang-jun's combat power had become dozens of times stronger since entering the Guardian Hall. His wings had strengthened, his attack power had increased greatly, and he gained an enormous amount of health and black magic energy. However, it was nothing compared to the limits he had pushed past for Heaven's Blood Sword style. As a result, it was able to exert a power beyond his level and stats. However, it was still nothing before that light. It was like the moon, that dominated the world at night, losing its light in front of the sun. Kang-jun was helpless before that mysterious light. That was transcendence. It was the state that Rainkar desired. Kang-jun now understood what Rainkar was talking about. The difference between being transcendent and the state before that was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, Kang-jun knew his words were right. He didn't know everything, but what he knew acknowledged the strength of a transcendent being. Anyway, I will reach that level someday. Kang-jun had become determined as he walked toward the magic circle. How much time has passed? It seemed like decades had passed in the Guardian Hall, so he had no sense of the flow of time. What? After returning to the base, he could see that it hadn't been one night yet. Oh. Lord. You've arrived? In the meantime, the strong defense wards around the Yugang building had been released. Kang was startled to see Kang-jun. It was because the atmosphere coming from Kang-jun was incomparable to before. It seems like Lord has made a huge amount of progress today. Kang-jun smiled. It was a lot more than I thought. By the way, what is all this? The base had golden treasure boxes and silver boxes as well as all types of weapons, armor and potions piled up. Kang grinned. I haven't put it in the warehouse because I wanted to show Lord. Something must have happened today. Yes, I didn't contact Lord because I knew you entered the Guardian Hall and I didn't want to interfere. Kang gave a short summary of what happened today. Kang-jun nodded with a bitter expression after hearing that Hades and Zenith had joined the second Demon King and died. They had stupid thoughts. Honestly, Kang-jun had no intention of hurting them. Recently, he had even extended his hand to them. He had said that he wouldn't become hostile toward any sovereign that made a deal with him over moonstones. It was because, just like Rainkar had said, it was meaningless to kill sovereigns to increase his power. Especially now. He was looking at the realm of transcendence, so he didn't have to be afraid of any of the sovereigns on Earth Hwanmong. No one had forced them to make such a choice. They had fallen to the temptation of the second Demon King due to their own greed. Ah, Lord! I obtained these items. Diana handed a necklace and earrings to Kang-jun. They were sovereign tokens. Earrings of valor. Rating, only 1. A sign that you are a sovereign in Hwanmong. Strength +5 when worn. Sovereign title, Zenith. Necklace of wisdom. Rating, only 1. A sign that you are a sovereign in Hwanmong. Intelligence +5 when worn. Sovereign title, Hades. In accordance to Hwanmong's rules, the tokens of the losers, Zenith and Hades, were given to Kang-jun. Truth be told, the increase in stats at this level weren't enough to affect his attack power. Still, it was better not to neglect the small stats. Kang-jun put them on immediately. Demonic Dragon's Ring, Charisma +3. Wyvern Ring, Strength +5. Cloak of the Wind, Agility +5. Excluding what he had gotten today, these were the ones he was already wearing. As a result, Kang-jun owned 5 sovereign tokens. Thank you for the trouble, Diana. Today, you have distinguished yourself. Diana smiled after hearing Kang-jun's praise. He continued by encouraging Kang and the other members of his household. In particular, he didn't forget to stroke Melanad's head and praise Hexia, who had taken care of the Dark Mages and Advanced Lords. The rewards for the achievements he had gained diligently in the bloody battlefield were certainly worth it. Thanks to that, Kang-jun's household members had become stronger. Furthermore, the loot was substantial. There were 2 golden treasure boxes which had been dropped by the Advanced Lords and 2 silver boxes from the Dark Mages. Additionally, there was a lot of Japdom and a large number of nodes. In the meantime, it was time for Hwanmong to close. I will open the boxes next time. The door to Hwanmong is closed. Once he returned to reality, he received a call from Han Yunsu early in the morning. Hello. Yes, this is Han Yunsu. I am calling about the matter of transferring the property of the sovereigns, Hades and Zenith. It was as fast as expected. Kang-jun nodded. I thought you would contact me. Please handle it well. Yes. Currently, Hades, Yusung-won, has about 142.8 billion won, including buildings, securities and cash. Zenith, Kim Kwon-woo, has approximately 121.3 billion won, including buildings, securities and cash. Would you like to take over the buildings, sell the securities and deposit the cash into your account? Please do so. Securities referred to stocks or bonds. The value of investments often fluctuated, so it was better to have cash. At present, he also needed cash in order to buy the Delta building. However, there was no need to dispose of the buildings. This was because he would continue to purchase more buildings after acquiring the Delta building. It was inefficient to sell buildings only to have to buy them later. On the afternoon of the next day, Han Yunsu came to his house. Welcome. Is it over now? Yes, I spent all day yesterday taking care of it. It is done. Things like cars and yachts have been put in the ski space instead of being disposed of, so please take a look. If you want to sell them, I will take care of it. She sat down on the couch and gave Kang-jun a list of the properties. Hades had 7 buildings, 3 apartments and spacious lands surrounded by mountains in other areas. Excluding the bank loans, the value of his real estate was worth approximately 50 billion won and the rest was in cash. Kim Kwon-woo had 5 buildings in Korea, 2 luxury apartments, a luxury yacht and 1 mansion in the United States. There was also a car called Century, worth 400 million, and the yacht, they were sent to his ski space. Hardy's had a luxury SUV that was also in the Skia space. Aventa S-Class, Century, SUV, yacht, and the Magic Bike. Kang-jun now had 5 methods of transportation in the Skia space. More cars. Well, I don't have to sell anything. He didn't need vehicles because he had the wings, but it felt good seeing the various types of luxury vehicles in his space. Additionally, there were the 2 vans gifted by Jang Seo-yun, but they were used by his secretary and security guards for business purposes. Haeun also used the van when she went out. Han Yunsu sighed and got up from the couch. Then I will be going now. You aren't even staying for a meal. Are you busy? I am a bit busy these days. Many sovereigns are waging war thanks to the second Demon King. This area is quiet thanks to you, but there is a rampage elsewhere. Parties in Zenith weren't the only sovereigns who had fallen to the second Demon King. Kang-jun suddenly asked. Does it matter if they broke the rules of the Red Moon? It does matter. Originally, they were going to be judged by the leaders of Hwanmong. However, they don't have the capacity to do so now that there is the war with the second Demon King. The second Demon King is hoping that many sovereigns die in the meantime. I see. Kang-jun called Jang Seo-yun to find out the situation of his allied sovereigns. Fortunately, they were all safe and sound. After that, Kang-jun studied until it was time to enter Hwanmong. He wasn't reading books. He was meditating and remembering the last attack that the black-haired man used at the Guardian Hall. It was an absolute attack that could only be stopped once he reached the level of transcendence. Honestly, right now, he wasn't interested in anything other than that. The door to Hwanmong is open. He went back to Hwanmong. A messenger from First Commander Bin Hyam appeared as soon as he arrived at the base. Kang-jun delegated his new territories to K-Run and headed straight for the battlefield. After a while, at Lucan's base, the tired-looking Bin Hyam welcomed Kang-jun as soon as he appeared. Oh. Welcome, 7th Commander. Then Bin Hyam's eyes widened as he saw Kang-jun. He also noticed that Kang-jun's atmosphere has changed. Amazing. Did you receive really good luck in the Guardian Hall? It seems so. Kang-jun smiled. There was no need to tell him the details of the process. Anyway, it is good. Now that the second Demon King, his top 3 commanders and superior officers have come out, we are being pushed a little bit. Didn't we originally have the advantage? We did, but the second Demon King has released a lot of prisoners that he had kept in the Aok. He said he will forgive their sins if they participate in this war. The number of army officers at the lord level had increased. There were quite a few advanced lords. So, I want you to take care of some of them. If our troops are exhausted, we might be pushed back to the base. Please get rid of the dark mermen in the air above the forest. I understand. Mermen with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. All their fins and scales were black, so they were called dark mermen. The dark mermen were estimated to be lord grade, and there was an average of 1,000 dark mermen in the air. They flew like birds in the sky and fired arrows and magic, causing damage to the allies fighting near Lucan's base. I'll have to get rid of the lord there. Kang-jun equipped the Ghoul Lord's heavy armor and the Vampire Lord's sword, then flew over Lucan's base. At that moment, he received Mission 18. Mission 18, destroy the Dark Merman Lord. Compensation, experience, 25,000 nodes, 180 large moonstones. It was a mission to destroy the Dark Merman Lord. The missions always got more and more difficult. Therefore, the Dark Merman Lord must be stronger than the Dark Mage, Diana, who had been the target of Mission 17. Of course, it was just compensation for Kang-jun. Thanks for giving me this mission. He immediately headed to where the Dark Merman Lord was. Swayik. It was more accurate to call it space movement, not flying. His sword flashed and the Dark Merman Lord was cut in half. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Break Through the Limit, 3. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. He gained 3 levels to reach level 68. He would also gain 1 more level from the mission. Mission 18 has been accomplished. As a reward, enough experience will be given to increase your level. 25,000 nodes have been given as compensation. 180 large moonstones have been given as compensation. He got rid of an advanced lord in only 1 move. In fact, his level was so high that it didn't affect his attack power. Still, increased stats had minor influences, so he would raise his level steadily. If he kept raising it, he wouldn't be able to ignore it. Meanwhile, the Dark Merman Lord dropped items. 16,237 nodes have been gained. 103 small moonstones have been acquired. 38 large moonstones have been acquired. You have earned 700 Red Moon achievement points. 45 Essence of Darkness have been acquired. The Dark Merman Lord's Golden Treasure Box has been acquired. The Dark Merman Lord's Golden Treasure Box has been acquired. Nodes and moonstones came out in large quantities. Nodes are superfluous. It wasn't an exaggeration, nodes were really redundant. There were already hundreds of thousands of nodes at his headquarters. The achievement rewards had greatly increased the taxes in his territories, and there were also the taxes from Lucan's base. 20% of the nodes acquired from combat nearby belonged to Kang-jun. So, to Kang-jun, the 16,237 nodes gained from the Dark Merman Lord were just a pittance. Rather, he was excited to see the golden treasure boxes. 2 golden treasure boxes. Shall I open them? The boxes were floating in front of Kang-jun, so he opened them quickly. AO Key, Legend, has been acquired. The Dark Merman Lord's Heart, Legend, has been acquired. Oh. An AO Key that had 3 uses and the Heart of a Lord. It was a pretty good profit. Dark Merman Lord's Heart. Rating, Legend. Can enhance the defense of an armor. When equipped on armor, magic defense will increase significantly. Magic defense? Well, it is better than nothing, but... Kang-jun immediately mounted the heart on the Ghoul Lord's heavy armor. He could scatter a considerable amount of magic, but it wouldn't hurt to strengthen his armor. On the other hand, Binhyam was shocked to see that Kang-jun had taken out the Dark Merman Lord so easily. That is impossible. Of course, it wasn't difficult for First Commander Binhyam to take care of the Dark Merman Lord. However, it was hard to say if he could kill it as quickly as Kang-jun. Especially since, among the Second Demon King's advanced lords, the Dark Merman had been a fairly strong one. Lucan has gained great enlightenment. It is like I am looking at Rainkar. He had a sullen expression on his face. He was impressed by the fact that Kang-jun had appeared in the situation where their allies were being pressured. However, he couldn't help feeling bitter that there was another person like this in Earth Hwanmong. It has been determined. He couldn't help feeling uncomfortable at the thought of not being Kang-jun's rival. Still, his gaze became soft as he looked at Kang-jun. There was a little bit of jealousy, but there was more relief. Kang-jun's awakening was a very encouraging thing for Earth Hwanmong. He expected that Lucan would still have an ability comparable to Rainkar. If that was the case, a Parata similar to the Second Demon King Caladicus wouldn't be able to overcome Earth Hwanmong. No, they would be able to repel the enemy without any difficulty. Rainkar is a very self-righteous person. I haven't been able to check, but I hope Lucan is similar. In the meantime, Kang-jun was destroying the Dark Merman. 73 Chaos Power has been acquired. 23 Chaos Power has been acquired. 89 Chaos Power has been acquired. He used the Will of Strengthening after the Wings of Chaos reached stage 7. He gained experience from normal monsters, but he thought it was an insignificant amount. The unusual thing was that the amount of Chaos Power coming from the monsters wasn't proportional to experience. The amount of incoming Chaos Power also varied among monsters of the same type. 373 Chaos Power has been acquired. 19 Chaos Power has been acquired. 43 Chaos Power has been acquired. Sometimes, more than 10 times the normal amount of Chaos Power would come in. He extended the Will of Strengthening to a nearby Skeleton Lord. It was a lower-level Lord monster. If it was according to experience, then it would give a few hundred times more than normal monsters. 1021 Chaos Power has been acquired. However, the amount was less than he thought. Then it would be better to receive experience. He would receive experience from Lord-level monsters and Chaos Power from general mobs. He had come to that conclusion. Of course, apart from Chaos Power and experience, Red Moon achievement points kept on coming in every time the monsters were destroyed. 1 point was normal, but the lower-grade lords gave a few hundred points. After taking care of the mermen and the nearby skeletons, he had 4,209 achievement points. Additionally, the Skeleton Lord dropped 2 golden treasure boxes, a legend-ranked heavy armor and a legend-ranked sword. Skeleton Lord's heavy armor. Rating, Legend. An armor that contains the power of the Skeleton Lord and significantly increases physical and magic defense. When the Skeleton Lord's sword is also equipped, the defense will increase further. Skeleton Lord's sword. Rating, Legend. The sword that contains the power of the Skeleton Lord is very excellent. When used with the Skeleton Lord's heavy armor, the attack power of the sword will increase. A gray sword and heavy armor emerged. Although it seemed dull, the legend grade equipment were still usable. Furthermore, these two were set items. If he wore both at the same time, his defense and attack power would increase. That's great. I'd better put them on my clone. He summoned the clone and gave him the equipment. As Kang-jun became stronger, his clone did as well. With the legend grade set, the clone wouldn't be pushed when going against advanced lords. It was unfortunate that the clone couldn't use the wings abilities. It was possible for the clone to fly, but only Kang-jun could use Will of Strengthening. It was the same for Will of Survival and Will of Attack. Therefore, Kang-jun ordered his clone to hunt normal monsters near Lucan's base. It would be helpful for his allies and Kang-jun to obtain Japtum, nodes, and achievement points. You have earned 1 Red Moon achievement point. 1 Essence of Darkness has been acquired. 1 Small Moonstone has been acquired. 34 nodes have been gained. The clone hunted monsters according to Kang-jun's order. It is easy to auto-hunt now. Kang-jun sought other targets with a warm expression. After removing the threats near Lucan's base, he decided to seek only advanced lords from now on. Then Kang-jun saw some familiar people. The sovereigns Andres, Agnes, Damas, and Fade. The sovereigns ranked 2nd to 5th were fighting fiercely against big lizardmen. There was the Dark Lizardman Lord. He was lower ranked but a little stronger than the Ghoul Lord and Radian Lord. Kick. Take this. Huing. Pop a pack. Andres used his shield to defend against the Dark Lizardman Lord that was wielding a large spear. Ugh! Andres cried out urgently. What are you doing? Go and attack him. There is a limit to how long I can endure. I'm going now. I am going too, so hold on a little longer. Damas moved like a shadow to the rear of the Dark Lizardman Lord and wielded his 2 swords. Chwack! Blood spurted from the back of the Dark Lizardman Lord. Fate also struck the side of the Dark Lizardman Lord. Quararung. Jijijik. The Dark Lizardman Lord frowned in pain from the attacks. Ku! You dare! He turned toward Fade and wielded his spear. Andres cried out urgently. Hohu, this smelly lizard, where are you looking? The Dark Lizardman Lord, who was able to attack Fade, looked at Andres again with a frown. Ku! What? I'm going to kill you. It wasn't a big deal, but the Dark Lizardman Lord was strangely enraged. He didn't care about the others and only wanted to kill Andres. It was due to the taunt skill that Andres learned as his level rose. He focused the enemy's hostility on himself. He thought it was a worthless skill when he first received it. However, that idea changed once he entered the bloody battlefield. It was because the ability was very good when hunting in a party. He specialized in defense rather than offense. Therefore, he provoked the enemy and focused on defense. Meanwhile, Damas and Fade would attack the enemy with confidence. Additionally, Agnes used powerful attack magic and restored Andres' health in a timely manner. In a game, Andres would be the tank, Agnes the healer, while Damas and Fade were the damage dealers. As a magician, Agnes served as a healer as well as a damage dealer. Thus, the 4 of them could fight Lord-level monsters that they never dreamt about facing alone. Ki. You dare disrespect the Lord. Kukaka. Kill the humans. However, dozens of Dark Lizardmen were flocking towards them, so they were cornered. Waruru. Kwang. Agnes used a wide area fire magic in urgency, but only 3 or 4 of them collapsed. The rest of the lizardmen cried out angrily. Kill that magician. Kakakot. Kill the magician. Agnes got upset because the Dark Lizardmen came running like hungry wolves. Whick. Agnes fled as the Dark Lizardmen prepared to throw their spears. Andres, who was dealing with the Dark Lizardman Lord, panicked. This. Damn it. Stop sleeping on the job. In the case of Andres, if Agnes did not use a recovery spell, it was a big deal. No matter how he defended with the shield, he had no choice but to take damage from a Lord-level monster. Agnes cried out from a distance. There will be too much damage. I can't do it. Andres nodded. I guess so. Retreat. Damn. We are ruined because of those guys. They flew up reluctantly to avoid the Dark Lizardman Lord. At that moment, a person appeared near the Dark Lizardmen and sliced apart half a dozen of them. It was a person dressed in gray armor while wielding a gray sword. Their entire body was a dull gray. However, he gave off a breathtaking presence. Even the Dark Lizard Man Lord was so surprised that he stepped backwards. Suck. The helmet was taken off and a familiar face appeared before Andres and the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Break Through the Limit, 4. Oh. Lucan. No, 7th Commander. I greet 7th Commander. Andres and the others welcomed him. Their eyes were full of awe as they gazed at Kang-jun, the sovereign who was ranked first. Kang-jun, who had become one of the 12 senior commanders in the army, was the pride of the sovereigns. They had competed with Kang-jun at one time, so they knew Kang-jun's strength better than anyone else and that it was foolish to fight against Kang-jun. So, there was no animosity in their gazes toward him. Kang-jun laughed. Is there a party spot available? Oh, of course. Commander is welcome at any time. Agnes, the party leader, quickly offered a party invite to Kang-jun. Once Kang-jun was added, they were able to deal with the lizard men freely. Kang-jun looked down from the sky. Of course, the Kang-jun below was his clone. The sovereigns were in a crisis, so he sent his clone to help. There was no point to surviving alone if all the other sovereigns were dead. Enemies beyond one's imagination existed in the Hwanmong worlds. If possible, a large number of capable sovereigns needed to survive in order to defend Earth Hwanmong. Then should I find a different goal? Kang-jun searched the battlefield for advanced lords. There were lords everywhere. Many lords had been released from the Aok prisons. There were many allied commanders fighting against them. Kang-jun supported the situations where his allies were at a disadvantage. He used Heavenly Flow to scatter the enemy lord's magic from a distance. Then after a long time. During that time, Kang-jun took care of 4 more advanced lords, 8 intermediate lords and 10 lower lords. Only 5 hearts had dropped. He got 3 more AO keys and 2 of the rare dimensional pieces. There were also other legend-grade equipment. Just in case, he placed 2 sets of legend-ranked armor and sword into his inventory and sent the rest to his warehouse. It was the same for the silver boxes. He only opened the golden boxes, while the silver ones were sent to the warehouse unopened. It would be interesting to see the silver boxes piled up in his warehouse later. He also completed missions 19 to 21. 3 missions. It required getting rid of 12 lords. As his level soared, the required experience increased. So, the last advanced lord he killed only gave him 1 level. He gained a total of 15 levels. LV.84, EXP 3.89%. War, Advanced. Health, 24950/24950. Black Magic Energy, 24180/24180. Strength, 88, plus 10. Agility, 89, plus 10. Intelligence, 82. Good Luck, 11. Charisma, 23, plus 4. At that time, Sud, the demon, suddenly sent him a message. Lord, can I use a heart in my alchemy? Heart in your alchemy? Yes, it is possible to manufacture very powerful recovery medicine by synthesizing the heart in essences. What is the efficacy? Not sure, but if you are lucky, a potion that restores all your health at once might emerge. There is a possibility of failure. However, I can try up to 10 times with 1 heart, so at least one of them should succeed. Then try it. Kang-jun didn't worry about it. Right now, he could obtain the hearts of the lords without much difficulty. If Sud's alchemy was successful and he created a potion that restored all health, it would be a great help to Kang-jun. If Kang-jun was facing imminent death, he could recover all 24,950 health points at once. Lord trusts me, so I will surely succeed. Are there any other necessary ingredients? Essences and a health potion should be sufficient, but some moonstone powder might increase the probability. Moonstones? Yes. It is a superstition, but it seems pretty likely. Then do it. Would you prefer a large moonstone? Of course. How about 10? Hoo-hoo, that is enough. Okay. Then please be successful. It will take some time. I will tell you when it is done. After that, Sud started his alchemy. Of course, Kang-jun didn't see it. It was because Sud was doing the synthesis in his alchemy space. I hope he succeeds. If there was one potion that could restore all his health, it would be reassuring, since it was like having an extra life. Is it here? In front of Kang-jun, a battle was occurring between a giant demon and the army commanders. As he killed lords and moved through enemy lines, Kang-jun arrived at the vicinity of a battle between one of the top 3 demon commanders and the senior commanders of Earth Hwanmong. The demon Katiana. She was a huge female mermaid. Her upper body was female but her lower body had scaly armor and looked very creepy. Additionally, each of the 1,000 strands of hair were made up of serpentine tentacles like the legendary Medusa. Katiana was fighting the second commander, Madden, and 4 other armed commanders. Kwang. Korururung. Kwa Kwang. A normal human with ordinary ears would have their eardrums burst from the sounds. Of course, before the eardrums burst, their bodies would be turned into dust from the shockwaves of their strikes. However, Kang-jun just watched their confrontation. Katiana was slightly superior. Unlike Katiana who was attacking, Madden and the others were focused on defense. Flash. Kwaong. Thousands of Katiana's strands of hair whipped at Madden's body but the other commanders instantly blocked them with a barrier. It was the same for the other army commanders. Katiana was furious and switched targets, but she was blocked by the commander's barrier every time. They can't attack, but they are holding out against Katiana. That alone was enough. The only problem was that they had to defend until Katiana was tired and withdrew. Of course, Madden and the others seemed to be accustomed to this type of work. These boring guys. If you were going to fight so shamefully, then go away. Katiana shouted while attacking more aggressively. Kwararung. Kwang. More terrifying banging sounds rang everywhere. This time, the shock was strong and Madden frowned slightly. At that moment, Katiana flew toward Kang-jun like she had been aiming for this. She knew from the beginning that Kang-jun had been watching. Chwak. She sped through the space like a beam of light and aimed lightning Kang-jun. Pujajijik. Hundreds of lightning bolts covered the whole sky. However, Kang-jun swung calmly at them with his sword. As soon as Katiana made a surprised expression, Kang-jun's sword gleamed. Sekiak. Katiana's head was cut off. Papa Pat. Her huge body was separated into dozens of pieces. Cook. It happened in the blink of an eye. Katiana's head that had flown away showed a shocked expression. Pa hot. However, Katiana's body was reassembled immediately after separation. Her eyes gleamed with anger and thousands of lightning bolts flew toward Kang-jun at once. Saiwook. Sayuk. The lightning bolts filled the entire space. If Kang-jun had simply raised his level, it would have been impossible to get out of this situation. It was because such a massive attack couldn't be stopped with a wide area skill like heavily unyielding slash. However, this attack was nothing to Kang-jun who had broken through the limits in the Guardian Hall. Flash. Flash. Pa-at. Heavenly unyielding slash spread out in 10 waves at once and all of them were cut. It was followed by another flash. The flash created a line of red light from Katiana's right shoulder to left waist. Cook. Once again, her body was cut apart. Of course, Katiana was immediately restored to her original condition but there was surprise in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. Kang-jun gazed at her coldly. I wonder how long you can restore yourself. At that moment, Katiana aimed her whip at Kang-jun once again. Flash. Paijijik. It had twice as many strands as before. How troublesome. Kang-jun used heavenly flow and scattered them. Once he got rid of everything, he couldn't see Katiana anymore. Escaping? She was flying up through the purple clouds. I can't miss her. Kang-jun chased straight behind her. Then Second Commander Madden screamed. Wait. That place is dangerous. It is difficult to move properly due to the dimensional power up there. Among the senior commanders, only 3rd Commander Ligus and 12th Commander Rainkar could go up there. Madden couldn't enter the dimensional sea. However, one person needed to be added to that number today. Kang-jun gave him a carefree smile and disappeared into the dimensional sea. That is impossible. Madden and the other 4 commanders were astonished. They had never imagined that Kang-jun's ability was on the level to push Katiana back as well as enter the dimensional sea. On the other hand, Kang-jun was shocked by the sight around him. The sky was black like the universe. Below him, purple clouds spread out like a sea. Thus, it was called a sea of clouds. There were only clouds no matter where he looked. However, these clouds weren't normal clouds but the flow of dimensional power. Those who didn't have resistance to the dimensional power would be broken into dust by the formidable pressure. However, thanks to will of emergency that he had acquired when the Wings of Chaos reached stage 6, Kang-jun didn't feel much inconvenience. His eyes moved around like a hawk searching for prey. Over there. Kadiana, the demon, appeared to be heading to the upper part of the Sea of Clouds. Kang-jun chased after her immediately. And he caught up. His flight was different from normal flight because he continuously skipped through space. Once Kang-jun blocked her path, Kadiana stopped and stared at him like she had given up on escaping. Did you come to meet your end? Her body was surrounded by a blue light. Kadiana, who was originally 10 times larger than Kang-jun, had reduced to a size similar to him. She instantly struck with a dark blue sword with a strong momentum that was incomparable to before. Ka Kang. Kwang. Kwang. The two swords clashed. Jajijok, Kang. They collided a few times until cracks started to form on the vampire lord's sword. Damn! Why is that sword so strong? Kang-jun frowned at it. Kadiana was holding an unusual sword. If it could destroy a legend-ranked sword so easily, it was likely to be a myth-ranked sword. He put the vampire lord's sword away reluctantly and pulled out another sword from his inventory. He had prepared extra equipment for cases like this. Kadiana had a smile of victory after seeing Kang-jun's expression and wielded her sword more violently. Oh hut! It is the end. However, at that moment, Kang-jun's sword had already swept over her whole body. Flash! Pa 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 pa. Kadiana's arms and head were separated from her body. Cook! This is ridiculous. Her body was once again restored as she glared at Kang-jun's sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Supreme Sovereign, 1. Flash. Kadiana's restored body was scattered again like Kang-jun had said. Flash. Flash. This continued 3 more times. Kadiana's broken body was no longer completely restored. Heavenly unyielding slash. Kang-jun used his wide area skill to take care of each of those pieces. Su. Eventually, all the scattered pieces turned into powder. Her final words, filled with venom, rang in Kang-jun's ears. Why you will regret this. This was the end. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Kadiana, the demon, had died. The situation was unbelievable, but Kang-jun was certain that Kadiana died because of his experience. I won against Kadiana. Kang-jun had thought he was stronger. Still, he had never thought that he could kill her. Now, he knew just how capable he was. It had been a fantasy until he had broken through his limits in Guardian Hall and seen the realm of transcendence. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. His level continued to climb. He gained 16 levels and reached level 100 in an instant. Your war ability has increased to the supreme level. Charisma has risen by 2. Good luck has risen by 2. The efficiency of chaos power has risen. The chaos power consumed when creating a clone is decreased to 500 points. The chaos power consumed when using will to fight is decreased to 500 points. The efficiency of black magic energy has risen. The black magic energy consumed when using heavenly cut is decreased to 10 points. The black magic energy consumed when using heavenly unyielding slash is decreased to 20 points. The black magic energy consumed when using heavenly flow is decreased to 20 points. Charisma and good luck had risen. The chaos power consumed when creating a clone and using will to fight was decreased. Additionally, the black magic consumption for all the skills of Heaven's Blood Sword style had decreased significantly. Your inventory spaces have expanded greatly. The same potions, essences and other materials can be accommodated in the same inventory spot. You have become the first Supreme Commander in Earth Hwanmong. You have learnt the skill Will of a Supreme Sovereign. Will of a Supreme Sovereign. Rating, only 1. A special ability only given to the first Supreme Sovereign in Earth Hwanmong. Unless the Sovereign is dead, any household members that die will be resurrected at the base after a certain period of time. Area limitation, Earth and Earth Hwanmong, the bloody battlefield. Oh. This is? As long as Kang-jun didn't die, his household members like Kairan and Hexia would be resurrected if they died. This was limited to Earth and the bloody battlefield, which meant it wouldn't work if he went to another dimension. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. During that time, his level kept on increasing. How far was his level going to rise? Unbelievable. It is already over 20 levels. It wasn't surprising since he was dealing with an advanced demon, not a lord. LV.114, EXP 32.28%. War, Supreme. Health, 25550/25550. Black Magic Energy, 24520/24520. Strength, 118, plus 10. Agility, 119, plus 10. Intelligence, 112. Good luck, 13. Charisma, 25, plus 4. It eventually stopped at level 114. He'd gained 30 levels from killing Katayana. Amazing. There was no other word to express it. It was amazing. This was a giant leap. One of the second Demon King's 3 top commanders, Katayana, has been defeated. You have earned 20,000 Red Moon achievement points. He earned 20,000 achievement points. He was given huge points for dealing with Katayana. 3,132 small moonstones have been acquired. 1,320 large moonstones have been acquired. 10 Essence of Darkness have been given as compensation. There was also a huge number of moonstones. Yet an Essence of Chaos still hadn't dropped. However, this was nothing compared to the next rewards. 3-dimensional pieces have been acquired. Katayana's demonic scaly armor, Myth, has been acquired. The Leon Magic Sword, Myth, has been acquired. Katayana's heart, Myth, has been acquired. 3-dimensional pieces, ... No silver or golden treasure boxes dropped, but there were 3 Myth-ranked items. Katayana's demonic scaly armor. Rating, Myth. Katayana's demonic scaly armor has excellent magic power and resilience. Resistance to dimensional power has increased. Defense will increase when using Aura of Darkness. Minus 300 inventory slots. It was time to take off his legend-ranked armor. Once Kang-jun touched Katayana's demonic scaly armor, the Ghoul Lord's heavy armor disappeared and a glowing red armor was attached to Kang-jun's body. Each of the bloody scales shone like a jewel and he felt it was both creepy and gorgeous. Light. He could move freely in it like he was wearing casual clothes. Particularly, his dimensional power had increased, so his movements had become easier than before. It had a huge 300 inventory spaces. Apart from Sud's inventory spaces, the number increased by 10 times compared to the Ghoul Lord's heavy armor's 30 spaces. Additionally, the same type of potions and essences could be kept together in one inventory space. This meant the efficiency of his actual inventory was increased even more. My inventory isn't lacking anymore. Now, he could build a large quantity of health and black magic energy potions and store it in his inventory. Of course, that would be done by the demon Sud. Kang-jun looked at the sword. Katayana's black sword had a terrific power that shot out lightning. Leon Magic Sword. Rating, Myth. A magic sword that contains magic power. It can absorb the durability of the enemy's weapons and armor in battle to restore damaged durability. The damage will increase greatly with Aura of Darkness. It was a Myth-ranked magic sword. It had an amazing ability to restore its own durability by reducing the durability of the opponent's weapon and armor. This is why the Vampire Lord's sword broke so easily. Kang-jun finally understood the previous situation. It had the excellent ability to crack the opponent's weapon and armor. He would no longer need to repair his weapon since it would remain in its finest state. Katayana's heart. Rating, Myth. The source of Katayana's magic and strength. Can only be mounted on Myth-ranked weapons. Once mounted, Katayana's ego will reside in the weapon. Finally, he looked at Katayana's heart. Her ego? What did that mean? The Leon Magic Sword was Myth-ranked, so he could mount the heart on it. Katayana's heart has been mounted on the Leon Magic Sword. The Magic Sword's damage has greatly increased. Katayana's ego now resides in the Leon Magic Sword. At that moment, the Leon Magic Sword rang furiously like a bell. The sword shook like it was alive. Then a strange voice was heard. Lucan. The voice was coming from the sword. Kang-jun realized what it meant by Katayana's ego. Did you call? Kang-jun responded naturally because it wasn't the first time he had used this communication method. You killed me, but I don't blame you. It was somewhat strange. Although she was a demon, he was listening to the voice of someone he just killed. Do you remember anything, Katayana? My memory is intact. Now, I am bound to the Leon Magic Sword and will follow you. From now on, I will call you Master Lucan. Okay, but what can you do? Destruction. Slaughter. Massacre. Anything similar to those. Can you move by yourself? Of course. However, it is only possible if you allow it. It meant the magic sword could move by itself to attack the enemy. The extent of the fighting power remained to be seen. Then I will go to sleep. If you need my strength, call my name. Katiana stopped talking. Then Kang-jun started to descend with the Leon magic sword. It was time to go down to the bloody battlefield again. A commander was dead, so the second Demon King's power was weakened. Sooner or later, the war would end with the victory of the Earth Hwanmong Defense Army. This is? Kang-jun was about to dive into the sea of clouds when he discovered a flashing hole in the distance. An Aok has been found. It was a space prison. The sparkling hole was in the shape of a lock. This is a unique Aok. Kang-jun immediately headed toward it. He couldn't go after seeing an Aok. It was good that he had enough Aok keys. He used an Aok key to open the door. The Aok has been opened. You have become the master of this Aok. Kang-jun was pleasantly surprised after going through the door. The structure was completely different from the Aoks he had seen in the past. What is this place? All types of terrible torture tools were scattered on the ground. A blue-skinned naked woman was hanging on the wall with nails in both arms and thighs like she was a stuffed doll. Her wrists and leg parts below the thighs were cut off. The severed body parts were on the ground. It was a truly bizarre scene. Is she alive? As Kang-jun entered, the woman looked at him with a lot of difficulty. Uncaring eyes. However, her uncaring eyes were soon filled with anger and wariness. It is useless, Kalaticus. No matter what you do, I will never give in. It was a weak but dignified voice. She was a prisoner who had been caught by the second Demon King. What did she do wrong that she was put in the Aok and tortured to such a terrible state? Her body was full of signs of torture. She must have been in a lot of pain, but her expression didn't show it. She said again. Did Kalaticus send you? Go and tell him this. I would rather die than give in. Kang-jun replied. I am not a servant of Kalaticus. I accidentally entered this place because I have an Aok key. As such a thing. I know it is unbelievable, but it is true. I am the Aok master. I can release you or leave you here. She was about to say that it was ridiculous. However, she knew that Kang-jun was the owner of the Aok the moment she saw Kang-jun. See, can you release me? Her eyes were filled with expectations. Kang-jun answered quietly. I will if you are worthy of joining my household. Then the woman sighed and shook her head. You also want me to submit. However, I won't submit to anyone. If you have such a purpose, then leave. She closed her eyes. Kang-jun was confused. Usually people would jump at the chance to leave. Yet she was saying that she would rather be trapped than join his household. She didn't succumb to Kalaticus' torture. Why was Kalaticus trying to make her surrender? She had been brutally tortured. More importantly, he wanted to know the identity of the woman. What was the identity of the woman who didn't submit even before the intimidation and torture of the second Demon King? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Supreme Sovereign, 2. Kang-jun stared at her, but she didn't open her eyes. She didn't seem to care if Kang-jun would leave. So, Kang-jun felt somewhat greedy toward the woman. Of course, he was curious. At the first glance, the woman didn't look ordinary. Was she close to transcendence? He could tell just by the look in the opponent's eyes. He could guess the competency of his opponent. The woman had lost all her power, but Kang-jun guessed that she would have the same attack power as Katiana if her condition recovered. In other words, the woman was a top commander class combatant. However, she wasn't a demon. So, he wondered about the identity of the woman. Jabiak. Kang-jun walked toward the woman stuck to the wall. The woman then opened her eyes and looked at Kang-jun. She stared through hooded eyes. Bah! You can torture and insult me like Kalaticus did. It is no use. No matter what you do, I will never give in. Don't worry. I'm not going to torture you. Kang-jun grabbed a nail stuck in the woman's right arm. View 1. He tried to pull the nail out, but a strong repulsive force could be felt from it. The woman laughed. I don't know what you are doing, but it is useless. That nail contains Kalaticus' magic power, so if your ability doesn't match. However, the woman's eyes suddenly widened as she stared at Kang-jun. She had a disbelieving expression on her face. The nail in Kang-jun's hand turned to black smoke and scattered. Su. He continued with the nail in the left arm that also turned into smoke. As soon as the woman's upper body slumped, Kang-jun reached out and supported her. Then the nails in both thighs turned to smoke and Kang-jun laid her carefully on the floor. He also picked up her body parts on the floor. How unusual. They didn't decay even when separated from the body. Kalatakis wouldn't have cared about that. The woman's body must have a special ability. Moreover, it was very strange to touch. When he touched her body, it was as soft as touching water. Her skin felt like he was digging his hand into water, so it was very unusual. It meant that the woman was a species other than human. They were demons that existed in a shadow state, so it was nothing unique. Shoo-it. Furthermore, once each body part was held to the original position, a blue light shone and it attached into its original position. Ah! Once the limbs returned to normal, the woman made an astonished expression. She stood up painfully and looked at Kang-jun. Who are you? I am Earth Hwanmong Defense Army's 7th Commander. Earth Hwanmong? A sovereign? I found this Aok while taking a break from the war with the second Demon King. I don't know who you are, but if you swear loyalty to me, I will give you a chance to fight against the second Demon King and get revenge. Then the woman laughed coldly. I'm sorry, but I won't surrender to anyone. Thus, I can't join your household. If you are here because of that, then leave me alone. Her determination was still steadfast. It was why she didn't succumb to Kalatakis after so long. Kang-jun said. Okay. Then I won't force you. However, I can't release you without knowing who you are. There was no guarantee that she wouldn't become an enemy. The woman said with a grim expression. Right now, I have lost all my abilities, but I am a spirit ruler. Spirit ruler? Yes. The water spirit ruler, Aquana. Kang-jun's eyes widened. He felt some type of force from her, so he had wondered if she was a demon king, but she was actually a spirit ruler. He had heard about it from Kang-jun. It was said that the spirit rulers had the same abilities as a demon ruler. The water spirit ruler. That is why you have such a strange body. By the way, how did Kalatakis catch you? Aquana seemed surprised that Kang-jun knew about spirit rulers. However, she recalled how Kang-jun had pulled out the nails containing Kalatakis' magic power. He had sufficient capabilities. She gazed at Kang-jun and suddenly said, I can't tell you everything in detail, but right now, there is a huge war going on in the dimensional worlds. I was defeated in a war against Kalatakis and captured as his prisoner. If you release me, I will never forget your grace. Not only me, but my friends will consider you an eternal friend. She was asking for release? It didn't seem to be a threat. Aquana was actually asking with an awkward facial expression. However, her eyes were extremely serious. Kang-jun felt her sincerity and nodded. Okay. I'll release you, so don't pretend to forget it later on. Aquana made a surprised expression. She had asked, but honestly, she hadn't expected Kang-jun to listen. Yet he had just accepted it. Are you serious? But I can't repay you right now. I know, so go ahead. Kang-jun pointed to the Aok door and Aquana's complexion brightened. Thank you. I will repay you someday. However, she stiffened as she arrived at the door. The purple clouds outside the door could be seen clearly. This place. Why aren't you going out? If I go out now, I will die. I've lost my power and won't be able to tolerate the dimensional power. Aquana said with a defeated expression. Then she glanced over at Kang-jun. I hope you don't mind, but can I request one more thing? What is it? I'd like to rest by your side if you would let me. What does that mean? Your wings are a great haven for spirits like me to rest. It is only until my spiritual powers are restored. It was the first time Kang-jun had heard about this. His wings had such an amazing feature. Aquana said with a sigh. Once I get inside, I will be reluctant to get out, but it can't be helped. Please allow me to rest a little bit. I will repay the favor. Her eyes were eager. He didn't know how many times she had said she would pay back the favor. Kang-jun nodded. I will allow it. Thank you, Sovereign Lucan. Aquana smiled brightly at Kang-jun, then she entered Kang-jun's wings. It is nice and warm. I'm going to sleep a bit. Then she stopped speaking. Kang-jun exited the Aok. What happened to Rent? Katiana's death meant it was a very favorable situation for his allies. Shoot! It was at that moment. There was a gust of wind as something popped out of the sea of clouds. It was a youth whose whole body was covered with red light. His eyes were heated as he looked at Kang-jun. "Here you are. You killed Kadiana?" His voice, which shook the heavens and earth, was full of anger. Kang-jun recognized him at once. Second Demon King. It was the second Demon King Kalatakis who had been fighting Rainkar. He was furious about Kadiana's death and had been looking for Kang-jun. Kang-jun laughed. "Do you need to ask after seeing what I am wearing?" It was an armor made of red scales, the proof that Kang-jun had defeated Kadiana. Her magic sword also appeared in Kang-jun's hand. Then Kalatakis' eyes flashed. "Kuk. Kyakio kaya kyak." He burst out laughing. Then a red light emerged from his hands. The intense light stained the sea of clouds red. However, Kang-jun sensed that something irreversible would happen the moment the red light touched him. He hurriedly moved the Leon magic sword to block it. The red light rushing toward him split in half. Kwang! Kang-jun was pushed back by the explosion it caused. Ugh! As expected from the second Demon King. He is different from the other Demon Kings. However, Kang-jun almost completely prevented the second Demon King's attack. He lost approximately 1,000 health points, but that was it. At that moment, Kalatakis stared at Kang-jun with a disbelieving expression. He had never imagined that Kang-jun would stop his blow. Then something even more surprising occurred. Flash! A flash of light emerged from Kang-jun's sword and flew towards Kalatakis. Flash! Flash! It soon changed to dozens of flashes in the blink of an eye. The flashes moved through space, making it impossible for Kalatakis to block all of them. Su. However, Kalatakis swung his hand and scattered them. Then he grumbled. Kyakio kaya kyak. What is this? Is there another monster like Rainkar and Hwanmong? But I will surely kill you today. This time, a yellow spherical light emerged from his hand and rushed toward Kang-jun. Swike! And it exploded. Kwaong! As the explosion affected a vast radius, it was like a nuclear bomb had gone off. However, Kang-jun had already moved out of the radius of the attack. Flash! Flash! A comparable flash of light flew toward Kalatakis. Kalatakis frowned at the glare that filled the sky. You fool! I am impervious to attacks like these. He disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Kang-jun. Stop! It was an attack that didn't leave any room for Kang-jun to evade. Chwak! However, blood sprang from Kalatakis' chest instead. Kang-jun waved his sword at that spot like he had been waiting for it. Cook! Kalatakis frowned as he raised a hand. A brilliant light stretched out from his hand and struck Kang-jun. Bam! Ugh! Kang-jun blocked it with his sword but was pushed back. A cry emerged from his mouth. It was blocked with his sword, but he still received a shock because the attack was from a close distance. At that moment, someone burst through the sea of clouds. It was Rainkar. He showed up at that exact moment Kang-jun and Kalatakis struck each other. He was surprised to see that Kang-jun was fighting at almost the same level as Kalatakis. In fact, Kalatakis had pretended to flee while losing to Rainkar. He ordered the retreat of his entire army, and after deceiving Rainkar that he was retreating, he climbed through the sea of clouds and found Kang-jun. Rainkar had noticed this belatedly and followed him, but Kang-jun and Kalatakis were already fighting. He saw the scene of Kang-jun's sword slicing Kalatakis' chest, followed by Kalatakis' counterattack. However, Rainkar was only amazed for a moment before rushing toward Kalatakis. Kalatakis! You look very good. Damn it! Kalatakis frowned at Rainkar's appearance and started to flee to the other side of the dimensional sea. The injury that Kang-jun gave him disappeared. Rainkar and Kang-jun's eyes met. Kang-jun nodded. He didn't need to be told. Now was a great opportunity to get rid of the second Demon King Kalatakis. Rainkar and Kang-jun quickly chased Kalatakis. Pack. He used a method of flight where he skipped space. Rainkar was flying using the same method that Kang-jun was using, but Kang-jun's speed wasn't that different. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, The Last Detonation, 1. Kang-jun and Rainkar caught up to Kalatakis quickly. Hot. Rainkar blocked his path in an instant. Now, it is time to end this tiresome war, Kalatakis. Kalatakis glanced back and saw Kang-jun holding his sword. Kalatakis glared and said, Cook! You made a decision today, but do you think I will submit obediently? Kalatakis rushed toward Rainkar. Kwang! Kwa 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 kwang! Korururung! The space around the two of them became distorted. Kang-jun felt fearful as he watched the scene from afar. He didn't dare approach. However, he watched the two clashing people very closely. At the same time, a line of blood appeared on Kalatakis' back every time Kang-jun's sword flashed. Chwak! Chwak! Kwayak! How dare you! After pushing Rainkar back, Kalatakis rushed toward Kang-jun. He was furious about Kang-jun attacking his back. Ka Kang! Kwang! Wororuru! Flash! He attacked wildly with flames and lightning, but Kang-jun calmly blocked them all. He didn't have to worry about counterattacking, just defending. Rainkar would take care of striking from behind. Chwak! Chwak! This time Rainkar was the one to strike the open back while Kang-jun and Kalatakis were fighting. It is no use enduring any longer. Just give up, Kalatakis. Rainkar's expression was very bright at the thought of ending this wretched war. However, Kalatakis didn't even blink. You ridiculous bastards, ... His body was restored in an instant. Well dash. His entire body was covered in red flames and his size increased by 5 times. Berserk! Rainkar's expression hardened. Kalatakis had given up preserving his health in order to kill them. Kyakyokyakiak. Numerous swords appeared from every direction. The flaming swords flew like birds towards Kang-jun and Rainkar. At the same time, Kalatakis swung wildly. Kwang! Kwa 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 kwang! Before, it had been a 2-against-1 duel, but the numerous swords that Kalatakis had summoned made it seem like Kang-jun and Rainkar were fighting many troops. However, rays of light stretched out from Rainkar's sword and scattered the flaming swords one by one. In the meantime, Kang-jun confronted Kalatakis. Kwang! Kukwakwang! Waruru! Kwajajijik! Ugh! Every time their swords collided, there was a massive explosion and shockwave. Their health continued to decline. Kalatakis chuckled from a distance. Stupid boy. You weren't my opponent from the very beginning. Kalatakis swung his sword ferociously and Kang-jun stumbled backwards. His health also fell. Health 12013/25550. The moment that it dropped below 50%, the stage 5 skill, Will of Attack, was triggered. Chaos power will be present in all your attacks. Your damage has greatly increased. From then on, it was the real beginning. Kang-jun's eyes flashed. As his health declined, Kang-jun's movements became even faster. Additionally, his sword was infinitely powerful. Berserk! That's right. Kang-jun's Will of Attack was similar to Kalatakis' Berserk mode. Kwang! Kwa kwa kwang! Chwak! Chwak! Kang-jun's sword swept across Kalatakis' body like a storm and some of his body parts were torn apart. Kwayak! You fool! Kalatakis trembled. In the meantime, Rainkar took care of all the summoned swords and rushed towards them. Stop! A huge flash of light covered Kalatakis' body. Kaon, ... However, Kalatakis summoned a sword and blocked Rainkar's sword. He threw 2 large red beads towards Kang-jun and Rainkar respectively. Kwang! Kwang! Ugh! Shit! Kang-jun and Rainkar were blown far away by the huge explosion. Clater! Kalatakis cried out. Red flames rose and formed a big bird. It was the mysterious red creature that Kalatakis had always rode on. Did you call, Lord? The voice of a gentle woman emerged from the bird's mouth. Kalatakis' mouth twisted and he shouted. I order your final destruction. Destroy them with self-destruct. The bird's body trembled. Su. Then it turned into a woman surrounded by flames. The woman stared at Kalatakis with a disbelieving expression. Are you serious? Why are you? Shut up and quickly execute the commands, Clater. You are my subordinate. Protect me with your death. Clater, the woman of fire, trembled with a pained expression. Am I only worth this much to you? A consumable in a crisis. Kalatakis gave her a smile full of derision. Fire Spirit Queen, Clater, I know you weren't sincere when you submitted to me, anyway. So, don't make it out like I betrayed you. Shut up. You said you loved me. Kyakyokyakiak. Believing something like that. You are really naive. Then that was a lie? Of course. How can you lie like that? Claytor asked with a hurt expression. Calladicus said cynically. You are really foolish. Are all spirits so stupid? I want to ask you one thing. Do you still think that the Fire Spirit clan was destroyed by Aquana? Then what? Nonsense. Aquana had nothing to do with it. Claytor's eyes widened. As such a thing. Then who? Who else is there? Think closely. Why you mean? Cook. Have you just realized? It was able to drive an easy wedge between both of you. You gave me Aquana. Ah. Such a ridiculous thing. In that respect, Aquana is better than you. She never believed me and didn't succumb even in the end. She didn't even blame you for being tricked, although the water spirits were destroyed by you. Cook. Both of you are really stupid. Oh. How wicked. You are the devil. The devil. There was a strange smile on Calladicus' face. He shrugged and looked at Claytor. Don't you know? That is a compliment for me. Calling him the devil was just like calling a person a human. Calling an evil person a devil was like praising a person for being a person. Fire Spirit Queen, Claytor, you are my subordinate. You can't deny my words. Now, stop talking and go blow yourself up. Claytor's body trembled. It was an absolute command. She couldn't refuse. She moaned tearily and cried out. I will follow your command and get rid of them. Please. You are a terrible devil, but please listen to my words. Do your words mean anything when you are going to die anyway? If you love me even a little bit, please give me one last favor. Calladicus' face slightly distorted. Truth be told, he wouldn't be willing to abandon Claytor if it wasn't for the worst situation. Of course, it wasn't the same thing as love. Those feelings hadn't existed in him since the beginning. He was just possessive. It was just like a precious thing was being thrown away. It was Claytor who had wanted to keep him forever. Therefore, he would have never free her from his household. He shouted coldly. Cook. Stop being crazy and carry out my orders. I release you from my household, but you still have to follow my last order to your death. Then he used his authority as a lord in which any member of his household had to follow the command. Waruru. Claytor's body was covered with flames. The last order automatically triggered her self-destructibility. Ah. Claytor had an expression of desperation on her face. Now, regardless of her will, she would blow up. She couldn't stop even if she wanted to. Even Calladicus couldn't stop it anymore. I will oblige. Claytor nodded and flew towards Kang-jun and Rainkar. Then for some reason, Calladicus frowned. It is the power of destruction. I have to get out before Claytor's power triggers. This situation was unintentional, but it didn't matter now. He looked at Claytor rushing towards Kang-jun and Rainkar with a mocking expression. Cook. It is as I wish. I have to get out before I am killed. She was already as good as dead, so there was no use in staying. The spirit rulers would cause mass annihilation at the moment of death. He watched Claytor self-destruct near Kang-jun and Rainkar with anticipation. Choo. Warurarek. An explosion started immediately. Claytor exhausted all her spiritual power to create a barrier that confined the explosion to a specific space, but there was no guarantee that Calladicus wouldn't be caught in that circle. He wasn't transcendent. He would just die. If they die, I will be able to gain Earth Hwanmong easily. However, the situation didn't unfold like he wanted. The moment that Claytor started exploding, Rainkar moved out of the radius of the barrier. At the same time, Rainkar flew over to Calladicus and said, I don't know what you're doing, but you must die today. Ugh, damn it. Calladicus wasn't in a good state due to the aftereffects of Berserk. If he fought against Rainkar like this, he would be defeated. I guess I won't be able to get Earth Hwanmong right now. Rainkar. Just wait. I will surely come back and kill you. He immediately flew up and out of the dimension. Rainkar caught up immediately. Where are you going? Chwack. Chwack. Blood burst from Calladicus' body. Nevertheless, he fled without fighting back. Rainkar's expression hardened. Perhaps, this guy. He knew that Calladicus was about to abandon this Hwanmong. So, he had to use this moment. Does he think I will just let him go? He knew that Kang-jun was trapped in an unidentified situation. It was a very frightening attack. His subconscious had sent him a danger signal. So, he got out in the blink of an eye, but Kang-jun hadn't. Kang-jun was probably already dead. Therefore, I can't let him escape. Rainkar couldn't just let Kalatakis go. He chased him to a remote corner of the dimension. Kalatakis, who was escaping, suddenly stopped and looked at him. Cook. I should thank for you accompanying me this far. What are you saying? Rainkar. Then I'll see you later. At that time, I really will kill you. At the end of his words, Kalatakis was covered with a strange glow. Qua. A large storm arrived at that very moment. It was dimensional power and Rainkar was pushed back. Then his eyes widened in shock. Kalatakis appeared on top of a giant stingray-type monster. Anomaloria. Isn't that it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, The Last Detonation, 2. The Anomaloria was a mythical monster that roamed the dimensional worlds freely. It had a docile personality, but taming it was very difficult. The flapping wings caused a dimensional storm, so it was hard to even approach one. Yet, surprisingly, Kalatakis had climbed on it and waved at Rainkar. Kaka. Then I will see you again, Rainkar. At those words, black smoke poured out of the Anomaloria fins. Pack. Then, like an illusion, the appearance of the Anomaloria disappeared from Rainkar's view. I ended up missing him. Finally, the predator, that had been threatening Earth Hwanmong, had left. However, Rainkar hadn't been able to defeat Kalatakis. He then suddenly flew toward one side. It was the side where Kang-jun was trapped. He was surprised to see flames expanding rapidly in front of him. Unbelievable. It hasn't exploded yet. A long time had passed since the original blast. The fact that it had been retained until now meant that someone was blocking the explosion. Lucan? However, it was hard to believe. Something like this was impossible even for Rainkar. He couldn't even carelessly approach the area. He would be sucked in and become trapped. Unlike Rainkar, who was outside the barrier, Kang-jun was looking ahead with a surprisingly calm expression. Well, Waruru. The fire spirit had a bitter and resigned expression on her face. Waruru. Her arms stretched over her head. A gigantic black sphere was turning above her. This was the spiritual power of the fire spirit queen, Clater. She tried to explode all her spiritual power continuously. However, it continued to be cancelled out due to an unknown strength. Of course, it was Kang-jun. Just like cutting off a lit fuse, the explosive power was helpless before Kang-jun. Kang-jun was well aware that the spherical body of flames would end up exploding. It was an instinctive movement that came from his desire not to die like this. It was a move beyond his limits. Kang-jun struggled to survive while Clater struggled to die. Do you really have to die? Kang-jun asked. It was ridiculous saying this to the enemy, but he still found it popping out of his mouth. Clater's expression turned sad. Then Clater looked at Kang-jun. She was angry at Kang-jun for interfering with her attempts, but she also admired him. You are very great, but you won't be able to stop my destruction. But why don't you quit at this point? What can you get by self-destruction? I don't know. I've just received a command and executed it. Clater attempted to destroy herself again. However, Kang-jun blocked it again. Clater laughed bitterly. It is useless. I have reached my limit. After a while, there will be a bigger explosion. They weren't just empty words. At the end of her words, the black sphere in the sky started to expand even more. That will explode? He would die if that happened. Kang-jun was frustrated with this situation. Did he come all this way just to die? He had overcome his limits in the Guardian Hall and once again exceeded his limit today. He had stepped a little closer to transcendence. That would all be in vain if he died today. He had gone through a lot of difficulty to raise his level. Was there anything else? The intensity in Kang-jun's eyes increased. I can't die here. He focused his spirit on surviving. Clater watched Kang-jun's glowing eyes and lamented. I'm sorry, human. I honestly don't want to kill for him. This is serious. Kang-jun thought it was ridiculous. If you are sorry, stop. Actually, I can't stop. If that was possible, I would have stopped sooner. For some reason, he let me go from his household? Who? Kalatakis. Before, when he was still my lord, he gave me one last order. This order wasn't lifted even when he released me. Both you and I have to die here, so give up. Shut up. I will never give up. I won't die. Kang-jun gritted his teeth. Qua 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 qua. The sphere inflated even more. If it exploded, it would probably have the power of a nuclear bomb. Of course, it was probably an exaggeration, but he was desperate. He felt an extreme sense of hopelessness at the thought of not surviving. Then Claytor smiled faintly. Your wings. There seems to be something about them. I feel a familiar presence. It would have been nice if I met you sooner, but... Shut up and stop it somehow. Are you going to die like this? Kang-jun was troubled by Claytor's attitude about the wings in this situation. Despite the flames, tears flowed from Claytor's eyes for the first time. An illusion. It was impossible for tears to flow from the eyes of such a bizarre being. Real tears would have evaporated. However, he still saw tears when he looked again. I am the Fire Spirit Queen, Claytor. Human, I am sincerely sorry. I won't ask you to forgive me. With those words, she closed her eyes. It was because it was the last moment of control and she couldn't stop the explosion anymore. Kwaong. There was a huge explosion. Flames filled the surrounding area. It was a hot heat that melted everything. Kang-jun thought he died. What type of being could survive such a huge explosion that literally collapsed heaven and earth? However, at that moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, the explosion of flames started to slow. And he didn't know how. There was a brilliant flash that destroyed all the flames. The even more astounding thing was the brilliant light was coming from his sword. It was like the last move he had seen in the Guardian Hall. The black-haired man said he would only be able to stop it or use it if he was transcendent. Then what was this? There was something strange. Qua. The black sphere was still spinning and Claytor had her eyes closed. What? Was it just an illusion? If there had been an explosion, Claytor wouldn't be safe. That's right, the widespread destruction hadn't come. Kang-jun had briefly seen an illusion of death in his consciousness. However, the illusion wasn't just an illusion. Then the black sphere became smaller and smaller and disappeared. Ah! I can't believe it. How did this happen? Claytor couldn't understand the situation. However, she fell to the ground like a popped balloon. Her spiritual power was exhausted and her health was like a small, flickering spark. If the fire was turned off, she would be destroyed and turned to dust. Kang-jun caught Claytor. She had been floating slightly higher, so he moved reflexively when she fell down. Hey, are you okay? Claytor lifted her eyes without any power and gazed at Kang-jun. Human, did you stop my extinction? Let's see. I don't know how it happened. Kang-jun was even more confused by this situation. The strange illusion from earlier. The sword had swung once and it had the remarkable ability to destroy the black sphere. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember how it happened. He wasn't a transcendent being. If he was really transcendent, then he would be able to demonstrate that ability all the time. How had it happened? He couldn't be sure of anything. Claytor laughed slightly. She looked very tired. It is a good thing. Frankly, I didn't want to die for him, but... Her body was made of fire, but she wasn't burning hot. Her body temperature was just a little higher than a normal human's. In this situation, I want to ask you for a favor. Claytor stared at Kang-jun with ardent eyes. Can I please go into your wings? Once again. Kang-jun was dumbfounded. His wings were already a place of rest for Aquana, the Water Spirit Queen. Now, Claytor the Fire Spirit Queen wanted to go into his wings to sleep. Why are they so obsessed with my wings? Kang-jun gazed at Claytor. Hey, Fire Spirit Queen. Regardless of the reason, do you think you are in a situation where you can ask a favor of me? To be honest, he didn't have a reason to help Claytor. If he hadn't experienced a dramatic miracle, he would have died. Even I think it doesn't make sense. Claytor nodded like she understood Kang-jun's reaction and closed his eyes. Then do whatever you want. Kill me or throw me away, I will leave it up to you, but... Tears flowed from her eyes and her expression looked pathetic. Go inside and rest. Claytor gave a blinding smile at Kang-jun's words and Kang-jun nodded toward her. Claytor entered Kang-jun's wings without hesitation. Thank you, human. Then she didn't say anything else. She seemed to be sleeping. I don't know how she can sleep in the wings. The wings weren't a bed, so it was absurd that the two queens would sleep as soon as they entered. It was burdensome to think of having two spirit queens in his wings. He wondered what would happen when they woke up. Then Kang-jun discovered Rainkar staring at him with a surprised expression. What about Caladicus? Unfortunately, I missed him. I don't know how, but he has an anomaloria. Anomaloria? What is that? A mysterious organism that isn't affected by dimensional power. If you manage to tame one, then it is easy to go around the dimensional worlds. That's why many predators desire them. However, Rainkar didn't seem significantly sorry to miss him. Rather, he was looking at Kang-jun with a confused expression. What was that before? What do you mean? How did you get rid of the sphere? I'm not sure. Kang-jun replied honestly. When he told him that it was an illusion, Rainkar fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. That wasn't an illusion. I saw it with my own eyes. The problem is that you can't use it freely yet. Then he spoke with an envious expression. You have already gone beyond me, Lucan. Nonsense. There is still a long way to go before I can match you. Rainkar laughed and shook his head at Kang-jun's words. Don't be humble. This is what enlightenment is. Just because someone started first doesn't mean that they will stay like that. He stared intensely at Kang-jun. However, that doesn't mean you are transcendent yet. Don't forget that you can't stay forever in that state. I know. You and I may be different, but you may want to fight a lot of enemies strong enough to bring you to the brink of death. Fighting strong enemies? They have to be strong enough to kill you. It would be a dangerous situation, but if you take that risk, you will probably be able to break that wall. Thank you for the advice. Shit. I can't seem to see it, but I am advising someone else. Rainkar hit his chest and made a frustrated expression. It was at that moment. The second demon king Caladicus has lost and left Earth Hwanmong. Sovereign Lucan. You have made a decisive contribution in defeating Caladicus with Rainkar. 100,000 Red Moon achievement points have been acquired. He gained a huge 100,000 achievement points. Then another message appeared. The red moon shining in the sky above Earth Hwanmong will disappear. The red moon is finally over. He immediately returned to headquarters when he saw the messages of his rewards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, Becoming the Owner of a Trillion-1 Building, 1. He had gained 100,000 achievement points from his contribution in defeating the second demon king Caladicus. He had also gained 20,000 points from killing Katiana. There were also the 11,247 points he had earned from defeating the advanced lords and other mobs. Additionally, he had the points from his clone. It was a total of 131,247 points. Now, it is time for the final compensation for the Red Moon achievements. You have gained 17 levels. Charisma has increased permanently by 5. His level rose sharply from the achievements. It was a little low for 130,000 points, but it was because his level was so high that the demand for experience was much higher. LV.131, EXP 90%. War, Supreme. Health, 25890/25890. Black Magic Energy, 24740/24740. Strength, 135, plus 10. Agility, 136, plus 10. Intelligence, 129. Good luck, 13. Charisma, 30, plus 4. Charisma rose by 5 points to reach 34 points. So, maybe his charisma was high enough to have a spirit ruler join his household? Of course, this was just a wish. It was likely that the two spirit queens resting in his wings would disappear when they woke up. Haeun's abilities have risen drastically. Kiran's abilities have risen drastically. Diana's abilities have risen drastically. The capabilities of his household members were increased greatly. There were more achievement points, so the power of his household members would be higher than ever. Taxes rose and the probability of finding rare items increased sharply. There was something else added. As a reward for your Red Moon achievement points, the dimensional shelter has risen to stage 2. The level of the dimensional shelter could be raised using 2-dimensional pieces. Isn't stage 2 where his connects to the rest area? Now, more dimensional merchants would come to his shelter. Not only that, wanderers traveling the dimensions could also visit. Some of them would have outstanding abilities. The capacity of his barracks and the barriers around each base also rose significantly. Additionally, there was the final compensation. The properties of the sovereigns, who were deceived by the second demon king Calaticus and violated the rules of the Red Moon, have been confiscated and the cash rewards for your achievement points have increased greatly. It is 120,000,000 per 1 point. 131,247 points will be automatically exchanged for cash. As the final reward, the achievement points were automatically exchanged for cash. Now that the Red Moon had disappeared, there would be no more compensation in the future. By the way, 1 point was 120 million won. So, how much would he get? Originally, he would have to look at a calculator, but now, his intelligence was so high that he could work it out mentally. 15749, 640. The surrounding space started to distort. The door to Hwanmong is closed. Your time in the world of Hwanmong is over. Good morning. Hyeon smiled brightly as Kang-jun returned to reality. Now, it was more accurate to call her an angel than a ghost, as a sacred aura was surrounding her. Xiang. Then the skia rang. 15749,640,000 has been deposited. The money was entered into his account. Who wouldn't dream about receiving such a large sum of money? Everyone would wish for it. It wasn't a dream but reality for Kang-jun. How much was this? A total of 15.74 trillion won. He had become a completely rich man. It was amazing that the Black Dragon law firm had the ability to deposit such a huge sum of money right away. He immediately received a phone call from Han-Yun-soo. Hello. Yes, this is Han-Yun-soo. Did you receive it? 15 trillion? I just checked it. It is exactly 15,749,640,000,000 won. That's right. To be exact, there was more than 15 trillion. There was an extra 749.64 billion won. It was an amount he had never seen before. Of course not, it had just come out and Kang-jun couldn't help laughing. Then congratulations. Wow, I'm so envious. What are you doing to do with all that money? I want to buy a building, the Delta Building. Ah, the Black Dragon law firm will buy the Delta Building for you. It is a gift. It is a gift? He knew that the Black Dragon law firm had a lot of money, he didn't think that could buy a 1 trillion won building as a gift. Why, do you hate it? No, why are you suddenly gifting it to me? Ho. In fact, it is a gift from the Earth Hwanmong Defense Army and we are just their representatives. So, it was like that. The Black Dragon law firm wouldn't give such a large gift for no reason. Hoo, the scale is big. A 1 trillion won building, Kang-jun smiled. I see. Thank you very much. There is no need to thank me. We are only doing what we need to do and this time, we have a present. You did a great job, so we can't just watch from the sidelines. You don't have to do that. Kang-jun said, but he was full of expectations. Previously, he had received strange tools, such as the skia and magic bike, from the Black Dragon law firm. I am sending the gift right now. Xiang. The skia rang with a message that a new item arrived in the space app. Lutra? The appearance of the icon was a big car. A car? Why was he given a car when he had so many? However, something amazing happened when he clicked on it to see the explanation. The car icon on the space application disappeared and an unknown light wrapped around Kang-jun. The boarding ride Lutra has been bound to you. The Lutra will appear when you call and can be summoned in the worlds of Hwanmong. Lutra. A small board with dimensional power. The speed is relatively fast. It can transform freely into a shape suitable for the operation. It is equipped with a dimensional piece that provides infinite power, so no fuel is required and it can be used in the sea of clouds. It is possible to warp to a memorized point. One dimensional piece will be consumed when a warp point is designated. The durability and resistance is very strong and any damage will be restored. It reminded him of an all-round transportation method in sci-fi movies. Furthermore, there was infinite power. With this, he would be capable of space travel. Anyway, it was a great item, a magical transport that science on Earth was unable to create. However, it would be much easier to fly around the planet than to use the Lutra. Designating a warp point was also expensive because it required a dimensional piece. However, it was possible to return teleport at any time. Although, this was only in the world of Hwanmong. Particularly, space movement in the Sea of Clouds was impossible, so the warp capabilities was tremendous. Han-Yun-soo said to him. Although the Lutra can't be compared to an anomaloria, it will be useful for moving through the dimensional worlds. Thank you for a wonderful gift. By the way, is an Anomaloria that amazing? Anomaloria was a mysterious creature of the dimensional system that he had heard about from Rainkar. Kang-jun had some curiosity about it. An Anomaloria is hard to find and even harder to tame. Therefore, the Lutra was created as a substitute. Han Yun-soo continued. However, if you ever find an Anomaloria, use the chance to try and tame it. It is much faster and free compared to the warp. I see. Kang-jun didn't know when he would go into the dimensional system, but he wanted to try and tame an Anomaloria. The Black Dragon law firm's work was quick. Kang-jun owned the Delta building by the next morning. It was a huge building with 48 floors above ground and 8 floors underground. There was no bank loan and the lease amount was deposited into his account, so it was like his net worth increased by 1 trillion won. The Black Dragon law firm said that the top floor, the 48th floor, was left empty for Kang-jun. 20 floors were used as a hotel, so the penthouse floor was changed to Kang-jun's home. It was one floor, but it was over 1,000 pyong. If he renovated the penthouse, it could be a luxury mansion. In fact, if he only used a part and rented the rest, he would get a lot of money. However, Kang-jun's fortune was sufficient enough that he didn't need to make money through rent. He had over 16 trillion won, including his original cash, and he would receive 50 billion in rent from the Delta building every year. Kang-jun moved from the Yugang building to the top floor of the Delta building immediately. This is my base in the future, but the base headquarters was moved from the Yugang building to the Delta building. Except for unique things like the magic tower, all the rest areas and the dimensional shelter could be moved to the Delta building. In reality, Kang-jun would only use the 48th floor, but in Hwanmong, he would use the entire building. He had sufficient nodes to summon enough troops. Having 1 million soldiers was no longer a dream. Of course, there weren't any threats to Earth Hwanmong at the moment, but Kang-jun wanted to build the strongest army that his resources would allow. That evening, on the Delta building's 48th floor, in room 4801. It was temporarily being used as Kang-jun's residence because the renovations weren't complete yet. It was originally used as the hotel's royal suite, so the inside was very luxurious. He glanced out the living room window and looked down at Seoul. Ying. He had been watching for a while when he received a call from Han Yun-soo. Hello, Dot. I'm sorry for calling you so late, but it is urgent. What's going on? All of the sovereigns of Earth Hwanmong wish to make an alliance with you. There is no reason for me to do that. Kang-jun had no intention of using his forces to hunt the other sovereigns. The sovereigns who had joined the Second Demon King had been dealt with by the Earth Hwanmong Defense Army, and Kang-jun had enough assets to buy buildings and expand his power. However, the other sovereigns seemed to want to form an alliance with Kang-jun. Additionally, they want you to become the absolute sovereign. Absolute sovereign? What does that mean? As the absolute sovereign, you can order no more disputes between the sovereigns of Earth Hwanmong. The sovereigns won't dare ignore your command. I don't know why I have to do this. If you don't do that, there will be great battles between the sovereigns, reminiscent of the period before the Red Moon. Then the number of disappearing sovereigns will increase. Han Yun-soo continued. It isn't just the sovereigns but the Earth Hwanmong Defense Army as well. They asked us to convince you. Kang-jun thought for a moment, then Han Yun-soo spoke again. The sovereigns said that if you do so, they will pay a regular amount of taxes in Hwanmong as well as reality. Kang-jun nodded. They were offering him money, so there was no reason to refuse. I will do so. He would maintain the internal peace of Earth Hwanmong and make money. I don't need to specify the tax amount. Thus, Kang-jun had become the absolute sovereign of Earth Hwanmong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Becoming the Owner of a Trillion Won Building, 2. The next evening, he entered Hwanmong. Kang-jun was on the 48th floor of the Delta building, not the Yugang building. The military advisor Kairon greeted Kang-jun with an excited expression. Lord, congratulations. The Red Moon has disappeared, but Earth Hwanmong is now in Lord's hands. Kang-jun's heart beat wildly after hearing Kirin's words. The monthly rent had been 250,000 won when he lived in a small, cramped Gashawon room. Then he became a sovereign, struggled to survive and knocked down young Kwanghyun. Young Kwanghyun was dragged to hell, but then Hardys, Kang-jun's enemy, attacked the Yugang building with a large army. At that time, the Red Moon emerged. Now, the Red Moon was gone. In the meantime, Kang-jun became one of the 12 senior army commanders and the top sovereign of Earth Hwanmong. Now, he was the absolute sovereign who could command all the sovereigns of Earth Hwanmong. He couldn't help feeling relaxed. Kang-jun continued with a joyful expression. Above all, I am surprised that Lord is strong enough to defeat the second Demon King. I have a hunch that you will be able to reach the transcendent realm. I have never seen anyone become transcendent in my previous lives. Kang-jun smiled. I don't know when, but I will definitely become transcendent. Then Kiran's eyes shone as he spoke. I'm not sure, but Lord may become the dimensional sovereign. Dimensional sovereign? What is that? It is literally the sovereigns that rule the dimensions. Only a transcendent sovereign can be such a sovereign. Why is that a good thing? A dimensional sovereign causes fear to millions of Parata throughout the dimensions. It's a sovereign with the mysterious power to become stronger after being transcendent. Kang-jun was amazed. What is the dimensional system? How many worlds exist outside of Earth Hwanmong? Kang scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, but I don't know much beyond that. I have been on a lot of Hwanmongs, but I have never left those Hwanmongs. I couldn't even dream of it unless I am transcendent or close to transcendent. I understand. My first priority will be to become transcendent. That's correct. From now on, Lord should concentrate on becoming transcendent while I raise our forces. Kang-jun smiled. Then I will leave you in charge of the base, Kang. Leave it to me, Lord. The Delta building will become the strongest fortress in Earth Hwanmong. Kang smiled confidently. After a while, Kang-jun entered the Earth Hwanmong Defense Army's headquarters. It was to meet the senior commanders. Hello, Lucan. Binhaim's tone had changed from before. Even a senior commander of the same rank was treating him more reverence now. That wasn't all. Madden, Ligus and the other senior commanders all had a very respectful attitude toward Kang-jun. This was because the rank was thoroughly decided by skill. It was clear that everyone knew Kang-jun had fought on equal footing with the second Demon King. He felt awkward but quickly adapted to it. By the way, he didn't see Rainkar anywhere. Where is the 12th commander? The Binhaim said with a bitter expression. He left. Left? Strictly speaking, everyone is assuming that. He isn't seen anywhere in Earth Hwanmong. At that moment, Kang-jun recalled what Rainkar had said before. After this war, I will leave Earth Hwanmong. If I go into the wider world and compete with stronger people, I will be able to see what I lack and will be one step closer to transcendence. That's right. He had clearly said this to Kang-jun. He was going out into the wider world. Where? It was obviously the dimensional system. I won't say goodbye when I leave. If you don't see me one day, remember my words from today. He had literally disappeared without saying anything. Although Kang-jun knew Rainkar would disappear like this, he still felt somewhat upset. He was Kang-jun's favorite existence in Earth Hwanmong. He regarded Rainkar as a teacher. Kang-jun had received a lot of teachings from him. His last words. Fight many enemies strong enough to threaten your life. That way, I think you can become a transcendent. He had given Kang-jun a clear sense of what to do. The transcendent ability wouldn't have emerged if he hadn't been threatened by Clater's flames. A crisis of death. Unfortunately, there was no existence on Earth Hwanmong that could threaten Kang-jun. It might be possible to fill the gap if he dueled with Rainkar, but he had already left. In the end, Kang-jun decided that he should leave as well. I have to go out into the dimensional system. While Kang-jun was thinking, First Commander Binhaim and the others gathered in front of him. Then Binhaim said, Lucan, I heard that the sovereigns have recognized you as the absolute sovereign. I am very pleased that you have prohibited fighting between the sovereigns of Earth Hwanmong. Kang-jun smiled. It isn't that great. I just accepted their offer because I don't want any more sovereigns to be sacrificed. Then Second Commander Madden said. You have become the absolute sovereign and, at the same time, the strongest in the Earth Hwanmong Defense Army. From now on, you will become the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Army. Third Commander Ligus continued. Now that the Red Moon is gone, the Defense Army will be disbanded and Earth Hwanmong will return to normal. However, if the army needs to be called upon again, we will follow your instructions. As a result, Kang-jun had become the leader of all the species on Earth Hwanmong as well as the sovereigns. The commanders said goodbye to Kang-jun as they left one by one. They were returning to their territories. After a while, everyone was gone and Kang-jun was alone. Kang-jun soon moved to the bloody battlefield. It was a niche that allowed entry to Earth Hwanmong as well as the dimensional system. Kalatakis had withdrawn, so there were no longer any threats on the bloody battlefield. Still, he flew to Lucan's base to have a look but didn't see any monsters. There isn't a single Aok. He thought he could open them if he saw any Aoks. Then he suddenly heard Sud's voice. Lord, I succeeded. What? I have manufactured the miracle regenerating medicine. Sadly, I only succeeded once in 10 attempts. Miracle regeneration medicine. Rating, Legend. Restores all health. Oh. Good work. Kang-jun was delighted. Although it was only one, he received a miracle regeneration medicine that could restore all his health at once. I'll give you 2 more hearts of the lower lords, so keep going. Hovu, I understand, Lord. This time, I'll try to somehow increase the success rate. Sud liked it when he was given jobs. It was very fun for him when he was using alchemy. In the meantime, Kang-jun flew through the sea of clouds to the top of the dimension. The sea spread out before him. No matter where he looked, he couldn't see the end. If I move along this sea, will new worlds appear? Raincar had entered the wider world. It meant that Earth Hwanmong was very narrow. I'll just look around for today. He didn't intend to go that far as he wouldn't be able to go back if he got lost. After flying for a while, a new message appeared. If you move further, you will exit the area of Earth Hwanmong. If you don't set a warp point here, you may not be able to return to Earth Hwanmong. Warp point? That's right. I can use the Lutra. Kang-jun immediately summoned the Lutra that the Black Dragon law firm had given to him. The Lutra has been summoned. The Lutra will transform into the most suitable form for traveling through the dimensional sea. Along with that message, the Lutra transformed into a smooth sailboat. Another message appeared as soon as Kang-jun stepped on the deck. A warp point has not been set for Earth Hwanmong. Are you sure you want to set it up? Yes/no. One-dimensional piece will be consumed. Yes. Set it up. One of the dimensional pieces in his inventory disappeared. A warp point has been set for Earth Hwanmong. Now, you can warp to this place using the Lutra from anywhere in the dimensional system. Okay. Then what now? Now, even if he got lost in the dimensional world, he didn't have to worry about returning to Earth Hwanmong. Chua-hak. The Lutra headed in the direction that Kang-jun commanded. Its speed was fast compared to moving with his wings. You have left Earth Hwanmong. After a while, this message popped up and the scenery around him changed. Unlike Earth Hwanmong that only had a dark sky, the sea of clouds was still there, but shining things, like stars, were seen everywhere. What is this? Kang-jun intuitively realized he was in a different dimension. He soon found out that his intuition was correct. Chua-hak. He moved the Lutra. How far had he gone? Suddenly, something appeared before Kang-jun's Lutra. It was a sailboat similar to the Lutra, but it was much larger. Cuckoo. Stop. An eerie voice came from the black sailboat blocking his path. The person standing on the black sailboat looked like a demon king. It had 2 horns and the head of a cow. At first glance, he was reminiscent of a minotaur, but the atmosphere coming from him was incomparable. Looking at his pure brute power, his strength was similar to Kadiana, who Kang-jun had just recently defeated. Kang-jun stopped the Lutra and looked at the demon king. What are you? Didn't you see me? It was the first time he had entered the dimensional system, so he had intended to just going to look around quietly. However, a demon king had appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, the devil king, Serato, felt jumpy. He was a pirata, a plunderer who explored the dimensional worlds. Then a small sailing boat appeared in front of him. However, he felt something was strange. What? That guy? He saw the intense light shining from Kang-jun's eyes and felt like something was wrong. A pirata had to know how to recognize strong enemies. If he wasn't a match for the opponent, he had to escape as quickly as possible to survive. Chua-hak. Serato's sailboat turned in order to rush away. However, Kang-jun had already jumped onto the deck. Immediately after releasing the summoning of the Lutra, he jumped over to Serato's sailboat. Kuo! You dare! What are you doing? Surround him! Serato cried out angrily towards his men on the deck and they rushed to surround Kang-jun. They were advanced Lord-grade monsters. Despite the unbearable momentum around them, a cold smile appeared on Kang-jun's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118. Chapter 118, Demon King Serato, 1. Mission 22, Destroy 12 Advanced Lords, including the Centaur Lord and the Basilisk Lord. Compensation, experience, 40,000 nodes, 1-dimensional piece. In this moment, Kang-jun received a mission and was filled with pleasure. The missions always got more and more difficult. This mission was obviously more difficult than the previous ones. However, the degree of difficulty wasn't a match for Kang-jun's growth speed. Kang-jun could literally complete it by raising one finger. However, the compensation could never be ignored. 40,000 nodes was meaningless, but the dimensional piece was the most important item right now. He could set up a warp point if he had one dimensional piece. The experience was also a jackpot. If he completed the mission, he would gain one level without exception. Meanwhile, Serato, the Demon King, was watching Kang-jun. Although Kang-jun was very strong, this was still Serato's domain. He had no intention of leaving Kang-jun alone. What are you doing? Go ahead and attack this guy. There was a Centaur Lord, Basilisk Lord, Golden Lich and other advanced lords. They surrounded Kang-jun at the command of their master, the Demon King Serato, but then they froze. Pyjijik. It was due to the sword suddenly appearing above their heads. The Leon Magic Sword. As soon as blue lightning flashed from the sword, they fell into an incapacitated state, like a frog in front of a snake. It wasn't simply because it was a myth-rated sword. No matter how great a weapon was, they wouldn't be afraid of a weapon. It was because they felt a strong presence from the Leon Magic Sword. Kang-jun was also surprised by the situation. The current Leon Magic Sword was mounted with Katiana's heart. As a result, Katiana's ego was inhabiting the Leon Magic Sword. If Kang-jun allowed it, she could move the sword using her will to attack the enemy. He had wondered about the extent of her power. However, he had assumed that Katiana wasn't as powerful as before. No, in actuality, all her abilities were concentrated in the Leon Magic Sword and it seemed to be even more powerful. Choo choo choo. Pujajijik. One end of the black sailboat's deck shone with a blue light. Pasa susu. The 13 advanced lords couldn't resist it and turned into dust. Experience has been gained. 14,203 nodes have been gained. The Centaur Lord's Heart, Legend, has been acquired. 11,873 nodes have been gained. The Basilisk Spear, Legend, has been acquired. The Basilisk's Heavy Armor, Legend, has been acquired. The Advanced Demon's Heart, Legend, has been acquired. No silver or golden boxes dropped, but there were 3 Advanced Lord Hearts and other legend-ranked Japdom dropped. There were no moonstones or essences. Of course, there weren't any achievement points. The experience is almost nothing. He had removed 13 advanced lords, but his experience only increased by 0.1%. Now that his current level was 131, the advanced lords were just like lower-grade monsters. It is better to get chaos power in the future. It was better to only get experience when defeating demon kings. However, a warm smile flashed on Kang-jun's face when the mission rewards came out. Mission 22 has been completed. As a reward, enough experience will be given to increase your level. 40,000 nodes have been given as compensation. One-dimensional piece has been given as compensation. In many ways, a mission was annoying. He had the burden of being obliged to complete 100 missions. However, now he was thankful for the missions. Level up. Thanks to that, he reached level 132. Of course, the rise in power was enough to be negligible, but it was still good. Kuo. Who are you? Serato wasn't in a normal state. He could feel a strong presence from the Leon Magic Sword and was afraid of Kang-jun. He knew that if he was killed, there was a chance his heart would be mounted on a weapon. On the other hand, Kang-jun hoped to receive a mission. It was a mission to destroy the Demon King. Unfortunately, the difficulty wasn't enough to cause another mission. Kang-jun was so busy thinking that he gave Serato a chance to summon a weapon. Destruction Scythe. Sususu. Something dark red appeared in his right hand. It soon changed into a long scythe. The destruction scythe was the most powerful weapon Serato had. Body parts cut off by the scythe couldn't be regenerated. It was due to the aura of destruction in the scythe. Once Serato pulled out the destruction scythe, other demon kings would avoid him with a worried look. If they were cut, the cut area would be unable to be regenerated forever. Particularly, if their head was cut off, they would die. A few demon kings had died that way. It was the same for demons as well. Serato was a pirata notorious for surviving due to the destruction scythe. Thus, he took it out now. Cuckoo. Stupid bastard. You should have killed me before I took out this weapon. Serato waved the destruction scythe with a satisfied smile. He was determined to cut off Kang-jun's head at once. Sekiak. However, it was Serato's right arm that was cut off. Kang-jun cut off Serato's right arm that was holding the scythe. Cook. Serato trembled. Kang-jun reached down and grabbed the destruction scythe from Serato's right arm with a nonchalant expression. Quack. Serato used his strength to try and stop the scythe from being taken, but Kang-jun punched him. Suck. Kang-jun held the scythe in his hands. The destruction scythe, myth, has been acquired. Destruction scythe. Rating, myth. The destruction scythe has powerful damage. Inflicts an irrecoverable blow to the enemy. The damage will greatly increase with aura of darkness. An irrecoverable blow? Kang-jun smiled and raised the scythe to Serato's neck. Suck. Whoa. Serato trembled. Of course, Kang-jun could defeat him even if Serato didn't have his arm cut off. However, Serato didn't understand that. It was because the gap between him and Kang-jun was too much. Kang-jun had broken through another limit during the defeat of the Fire Spirit Queen Clater. Before breaking the limit, he had a fighting power comparable to Caladicus. However, now he was confident that he could win against Caladicus. Of course, he still hadn't reached the status of transcendence. Anyway, Serato couldn't imagine that Kang-jun wasn't an ordinary person. Kang-jun seemed to be swinging the scythe slowly, but it was beyond Serato's speed. He couldn't follow it with his eyes. Suck. Kang-jun stopped the sickle exactly 1 millimeter from Serato's neck. Cook. Serato couldn't stop his moan. He knew the power of the destruction scythe better than anyone else. Upon immediately touching the skin, the destruction energy would stretch out and cut off his neck. So, he couldn't even speak and just sent Kang-jun a pleading expression. Save me. I will do whatever you say. It would be irrelevant if he died. He threw away his pride as a demon king and begged for his life. Then Kang-jun's expression became strange. Look at this? In fact, Kang-jun intended to intimidate Serato enough to gain some knowledge about the dimensional system and then kill him. Did he have the power of a demon king? Kang-jun had thought it was impossible to acquire him. However, it didn't seem so impossible now. Maybe his 34 points of charisma was having an effect. Of course, it might be unreasonable to take an evil demon king into his household. However, what was the difference when he had already accepted the demon, Hexia, and the dark mage, Triana? Once someone joined the household, they had to obey Kang-jun's orders unconditionally. Therefore, it was impossible for even a demon king to oppose him. The ogre, Jermas, didn't show the temperament of a predator anymore. He got along with Kajel and Radayam when they would once have been enemies. Therefore, the demon king would change once he joined his household. In other words, the question was how to make a demon king join his household, not what came afterwards. Do you want to live? Then will you join my household? Kang-jun asked without removing the destruction scythe. Then Serato's expression changed. It was impossible for a demon king to join someone else's household. Of course, there might be an exception for supreme great demon kings. However, a demon king had their own pride. It was a shame to be under the command of someone else. Therefore, Serato would rather die than join someone else's household. He just had to shout to have his neck cut off. However, now he felt something strange. There was an unidentified existence in front of him, so he felt like his pride wouldn't be hurt even if he joined the household. Say crazy. Am I finally going crazy? He was obviously really crazy if he was thinking about joining a household. However, he was seriously distressed. What is your identity? Kang-jun's eyes flashed as he replied. I am Sovereign Lucan. I won't kill you if you join my household. However, I will kill you as soon as you refuse. Originally, I don't like demon kings. Sovereign. Amazing. I never thought there would be a strong sovereign like you. What will you do? Then I have one condition. Promise that you won't take away my property, including this ship. Of course, you must return the destruction scythe, then I will join your household. Kang-jun smiled and removed the destruction scythe. It isn't a difficult condition. I'm not a sovereign who will take away the possessions of my household members. It was unfortunate since the destruction scythe was a myth-ranked weapon, but it was worth it to have a demon king join his household. Serato would be using the destruction scythe, so it was worth it. Serato was surprised after Kang-jun accepted his conditions. In fact, it couldn't be helped even if Kang-jun didn't accept the conditions. Thus, he was delightfully surprised when Kang-jun accepted without any worries. Do you really promise? Serato was now in a situation where he could speak freely. Of course. Take this weapon and your arm. After Kang-jun's words, Serato picked up his arm and placed it on his shoulder. Then the destruction scythe was handed to him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Chapter 119, Demon King Serato, 2. Then Serato made an even more astonished expression. Even though Serato could attack again, Kang-jun had given the destruction scythe back. He thought it would be returned after he became a household member. However, those were just Serato's thoughts. Kang-jun wasn't stupid enough to create a situation he couldn't deal with. In other words, if Serato showed even the slightest of movements, Kang-jun would throw him away. It was very easy for him, which is why he returned the destruction scythe. However, Serato didn't know this and was impressed. He fell to his knees and pushed the destruction scythe forward. I, Demon King Serato, will, from now on, devote my loyalty to Sovereign Lucan. This is an indication of my loyalty, so please accept it. Serato offered Kang-jun the destruction scythe. The Demon King, Serato, has joined your household. Serato is now your faithful subordinate. You have acquired a Demon King for your household for the first time. Charisma has risen by 1. Thus, he gained a Demon King as a subordinate. Additionally, his charisma rose by 1. Suk. Kang-jun received the destruction scythe easily. There was no reason to reject the sign of loyalty, especially when it was a myth-grade weapon. Okay. I will accept your sincerity. But if you give me this, what are you going to use as a weapon? Serato laughed. It doesn't matter since there are several weapons that I can use. Serato took out another scythe-shaped weapon from his space. One side of the weapon was slightly shorter, so it was better to call it a sickle than a scythe. It was a myth-grade weapon that shone with an eerie red light. The attack power seemed more powerful. It just didn't have the ability to stop regeneration like the destruction scythe. That is a fairly usable weapon. Kang-jun nodded and put the destruction scythe in his inventory. Serato exclaimed vigorously. Please tell me if there is anything you need, Lord. Knowledge of the dimensional system. Ha? Knowledge? Today is the first time that I've left Earth Hwanmong. So, I am lacking knowledge about this place. I don't know everything. Serato smiled like he knew what Kang-jun meant. Cool. If you want knowledge about this place, then you've come to the right person. As a pirata, what place haven't I gone to? If you have any questions, just ask me. I'll tell you everything. Okay. What are those things that look like stars? They are subdimensional worlds of the big dimensions. We call this place, with the dimensional sea, the big dimension, and those star-like things, the small dimensions. Earth Hwanmong that Lord came out of is also a small dimension. I see. Of course, Kang-jun had already guessed this, but he had a clearer understanding after hearing Serato's explanation. Some of them are in a fixed position and some are in motion. What is the difference? They didn't move in a certain direction like a meteor but back and forth like a star. Kang-jun wondered what these, in particular, were. Serato responded with a smile. The fixed ones are the moderately large-scale worlds, including Earth Hwanmong. The ones that are moving are very small worlds. Small worlds? Yes, many are approximately the size of this sailboat. Then it is better to call it a space, rather than a world. However, it is an independent world, so it is separated from the space. It is a small space, but it contains all the conditions necessary for life. That one over there, if you stop by it, you'll understand what I mean. As he spoke, he pointed towards the nearest world. Let's move the ship to that world, Lord. The nearest shining world wasn't in a fixed location and was moving back and forth. Is that small world the size of a sailboat? I don't know. We won't know how big it is until we open the door of the dimension. We should go inside. Kang-jun was interested, so he nodded. Okay, let's go. It will take some time. It may look close, but it is relatively far away. It can't be helped even though the ship is quite fast. Then another question popped into Kang-jun's head. Do you know where to find an anomaloria? I don't know about them. They are rare and are a long distance from here. Serato scratched his head with a look of regret. His expression showed that he was telling the truth. Then he suddenly smiled and said, Anyway, it will take a while, so you should see my ship. See the ship. Kang-jun couldn't see anything other than black sails and a spacious deck. Then Serato guided Kang-jun to a stairway leading down from the deck. If you go down, there is something to see. Really? Kang-jun went down with Serato. There was a stunning scenery under the deck. Bright lights were shining brilliantly. There was a table full of drinks and alcohol that were as colorful as jewels, a variety of dishes and fruits, and several rooms that looked like hotel rooms. There were even huge baths reminiscent of hot springs. The one thing in common was that there were half-naked beauties all over the place. They played the harp, danced and sang. What is this? Kuhu, one of my assets is a shelter of pleasure. I usually spend time here unless I need to fight. These females? They are demons who are maids in my household. I gathered them with much difficulty while traveling the dimensions. Rather than fighting, they have excellent abilities in singing, dancing, cooking and pleasing a man. Demons? They all seem to have big appetites. A resting place for a demon king. Just like the name implied, it was a place for pleasure. There were hundreds of beautiful female demons. Even in ancient times, emperors could choose between hundreds of females, so it wasn't strange for a demon king to be like this. Serato grinned with a proud expression. Kuhu, please enjoy this shelter of pleasure. Lord can take any demon that you like. This is my sincerity. Thanks for your sincerity, but there is no need. Kang-jun climbed back onto the deck. The females were quite beautiful, like succubi, but Kang-jun didn't think there was anything strange about not wanting them. He had just come out to the dimensional system, so he couldn't spend the time rolling around with female demons. Serato followed after Kang-jun. In the meantime, the sailing boat had gotten much closer to the small world. It didn't seem to be moving very fast, but he could see the speed as he got closer. Serato's sailboat caught up with it very nicely. Then after a moment, the new world, Freya Island, has been discovered. Freya Island is a world without a guardian, so you can enter it. You have entered Freya Island. The sea of clouds disappeared. Strictly speaking, rather than the dimensional sea disappearing, it was Serato's sailboat that had entered the small-scale world known as Freya Island, and the sea had disappeared from sight. However, the scenery that unfolded then was completely different from the battlefield of Earth Hwanmong. Purple clouds shone in the blue sky and the sun was shining down. Below, there was a big island surrounded by an emerald sea that was the size of Jeju Island when viewed from above. That is Freya Island? It is quite big for an island. Then Serato pointed to the island and said, that island is the entire world here. Entire? What about the sea? Other than the sea and the island, there is nothing else. HRMM. So, it was like that. Outside of the coast of the island, the sea disappeared like a mirage. This is a very unusual place. It wasn't a place that could be understood using the common sense of Earth. It was just like how the common sense didn't apply to Hwanmong or the big dimensions. So, Kang-jun simply accepted it. It was now familiar to accept bizarre things as they were. Frankly, Kang-jun had the ability to suppress a demon king with one finger, so there was no need to make a fuss about things like this. When he came down to the island, he felt a strong vitality from the fresh air. The island had a few lakes and it seemed like half of the island was made of water. There were various rock cliffs and all types of wonderful plants. They were plants that couldn't be seen on Earth. Should he create a house here? Then an unusual message appeared in front of him. Freya Island is a newly created small-scale world rich in mana and vitality. As a supreme sovereign, you can build a base here. Once the base is built, Freya Island will become your territory and will connect with your other bases through a portal. Are you sure you want to build a base? One-dimensional piece will be consumed. What is this? I can build a base here? Kang-jun asked and Serato nodded. It's a special ability that only sovereigns have. Once you build the base, it will be linked to Earth Hwanmong and reinforcements can be sent through a portal in case of an emergency. Do I need to bother building a base here? It was just like living on an empty island. Sometimes, he would like to rest and enjoy the scenery, but that wasn't worth consuming a rare dimensional piece. Then Serato said. Still, there is no guarantee that you will find another early world like this. Most of the small worlds are old and have owners. HRMM. It is always useful to build a base. In particular, there aren't many places with such a strong vitality. Kang-jun was somewhat convinced by Serato's words. Anyway, dimensional pieces were still available, so he decided to set up a base as a test. Yes. Construct. A base is being built on Freya Island. The base on Freya Island has been completed. The base was completed in the blink of an eye. A protective circle approximately 100 meters in radius was created with a portal in the center. Shoot! After the portal was created, someone popped out of it. It was his military advisor Kang-jun. Lord! Kang-jun, why did you come? Ha, this is a new base, so how can I not come? I was just about to report that I built the Lucky Tower on the Delta building. However, where is this place? Kang-jun had never left his Hwanmong, so he didn't know what a small world was. Kang-jun explained briefly and introduced Serato, who was next to him. I will introduce the both of you. This is my military advisor, Kang-jun, and this is the Demon King, Serato. Kiran's eyes widened after hearing a Demon King had joined Kang-jun's household. Then he said with a laugh, "Welcome to Lord's household. I am the military advisor, Kang-jun." Demon King Serato. Serato nodded and gave a short reply. He had no interest in anyone except his own lord, Kang-jun. Kang-jun made an awkward expression, but he didn't mind. This was always the reaction when someone first joined. However, eventually, they would become familiar with each other. He gazed towards Kang-jun and said, "Then I will build a base warehouse and various defense facilities here. It would also be nice to send troops occasionally." "Do that. I have some concerns about how to use this place. I'll worry about that part." Kang-jun was fascinated by the place called Freya Island. His intuition as an advanced military advisor convinced him that this was an important place. Shoo it! It was at that moment. Suddenly, there was a flash of blue light from Kang-jun's wings and that light turned into a woman. It was the water spirit queen, Hwanmong. In the past, she had hazy blue skin, but now, there was a mysterious blue. Her two eyes glowed as she took in the beautiful view. Yawn, I slept well. She stretched and breathed in the air with a pleasant smile, like she was enjoying the environment. She looked over at Kang-jun. Looking at Kang-jun, her gaze was more gentle than before. There was also some awe. Perhaps it was the effect of Kang-jun's charisma going up. "Sovereign Lucan, I regained some strength thanks to you. I really appreciate it. I am glad that you regained some power. In the meantime, I have been thinking about your offer while sleeping." She was referring to Kang-jun's proposal to join his household. Her eyes gleamed mysteriously. "It doesn't fit my personality to join someone else's household, but I think it is okay if it is Lucan." Kang-jun was delighted. "Does that mean you will join my household? If you give me this place, I will join your household. Can I ask why you want this place?" Hwanmong replied with expectation in her eyes. "The mana and health are overflowing, so this is a good place for spirits to be born. If you allow me to, I will make this a world of spirits." "Okay, I will allow it." Kang-jun nodded easily. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Creating Spirits, 1. Hwanmong then approached Kang-jun and knelt down. "I, Spirit Queen Hwanmong, will become a member of Sovereign Lucan's household. If you don't forsake me, my loyalty will be eternal." With those words, she kissed Kang-jun's right hand. Kang-jun nodded and said, "The Spirit Queen, Hwanmong. From now on, you will become a member of my household, and this place, the Freya Island, will be the home where you and your spirits can live." "Lord, thank you for your consideration." Hwanmong smiled brightly. "The Spirit Queen Hwanmong has joined your household. Hwanmong is now your faithful subordinate. A spirit ruler has joined your household for the first time. Charisma has risen by 1. With that, he obtained a spirit ruler. Additionally, his charisma rose by 1. Good luck, 13, plus 3. Charisma, 32, plus 4. His charisma was a huge 36 points. His good luck became 16 points thanks to the Lucky Tower, which was built at the Delta building. However, something unusual happened after Hwanmong joined Kang-jun's household. Her body suddenly rose to the sky, and water, that shone with a beautiful light, streamed around her. Chwak swak dash. Rain started pouring down from the cloudless sky. The rain continued until the entire island was wet. Then after a while, the rain cleared to reveal something. It was a huge female made of water and 100 meters tall. She looked down at the island with a warm expression. Of course, she was Hwanmong. Soon, her height started reducing and she returned to her original size. She landed in front of Kang-jun and laughed brightly. "After joining Lord's household, all my strength has come back. I thought it would take a long time, so this is amazing. That is one of the good things about joining my household. Kang-jun smiled. This was a known phenomenon. Anyone who joined Kang-jun would recover to their best condition. They couldn't feel it when their condition was already good, but if they were like Hwanmong, who had been almost exhausted, it was a miracle-like phenomenon. Kang-jun suddenly asked. That reminds me, did you see the fire spirit queen, Clater, in my wings? It would be nice if he could gain Clater as well. Hwanmong nodded. Of course. Clater and I have reconciled, but she seems to have lost her motivation for life and won't leave Lord's wings for a while. She is in a state of deep sleep. Then it can't be helped. However, if Lord finds a world similar to this place that is full of fire, she might wake up then. It will give Clater new hope. Speaking of which, it had been the same for Hwanmong. If Kang-jun hadn't found a place that had powerful water energy was strong in the energy of water, Hwanmong might have stayed asleep in his wings. She wanted to create a new water spirit world. That was what gave her energy. Therefore, the fire spirit queen, Clater, may also gain hope if she saw a small world of fire. The hope of making a new fire spirit world. Kang-jun smiled. I will be sure to find such a world. It would be great if the fire spirit queen joins me. Anyway, he was inwardly gleeful that he had gained the water spirit queen. In the near future, this place would turn into a spirit world. Hwanmong, the spirit queen, would raise strong water spirits and become a powerful force. This was a type of delegation. It was just like delegating a building in Earth Hwanmong to Naga Queen Melanad. The scale was just bigger. In this case, he was delegating a small world. It was literally a big delegation. Tell me if you need anything, I will give it to you. Kang-jun asked Hwanmong what she needed. Right now, I need essence of water. If I have a lot of essence of water, I can create more water spirits. Kang-jun instantly looked at Kang-jun. How many essence of water do we have? Kang-jun immediately replied. At present, we have over 80,000 essence of water. 80,000? It wasn't all the essences combined, only the essence of water. During the Red Moon period, Kang-jun hadn't raked in such a tremendous number of essences. Kang-jun just smiled and replied. I was also going to report this to Lord. The army commanders and sovereigns have sent nodes and essences as tribute. Additionally, it was the same for the bosses of the skyscrapers. They sent the tribute voluntarily, saying that they didn't want to become Lord's enemies. They will continue to offer a constant number of essences or nodes in the future. I see. The situation made sense to Kang-jun now. He was the absolute sovereign of Earth Hwanmong and it was similar to being an emperor. Of course, Kang-jun wasn't an emperor who would exploit Earth Hwanmong. They were just afraid of Kang-jun and offered a tribute. 62,765 essence of fire. 80,787 essence of water. 140,329 essence of earth. 118,890 essence of wind. 32,983 essence of abundance. 31,893 essence of enchantment. 12,229 essence of light. 23,766 essence of darkness. According to Kirin's report, he had over 500,000 essences. Originally, he would have used it to strengthen his wings but not anymore. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 8, 106984/51200000. 500,000 was nothing. This was because it required more than 5 million essences to strengthen the wings. It would be better to absorb chaos power through hunting. Absorbing chaos power from monsters was worth dozens of essences. Therefore, it was better to use the essences to summon troops or for buildings. Kang-jun said to Hwanmong. Would 10,000 essences be okay? Hwanmong replied with a pleased expression. That is enough. Kang-jun, give Hwanmong 10,000 essence of water. Yes, Lord. Then I will go back to headquarters. Kang-jun immediately built a warehouse at the base on Freya Island. After returning to the headquarters at the Delta building, the 10,000 essence of water were sent to the base warehouse on Freya Island. 10,000 essence of water have arrived. They will be kept at the base warehouse. Kang-jun confirmed the message and pointed to the warehouse building inside the circle. There will be 10,000 essence of water inside. Use them freely. Thank you, Lord. Hwanmong entered the warehouse and took dozens of essence of water. Then she gazed at Serato who was behind Kang-jun. Serato stared at Hwanmong with a smirk. I see that you are a demon king. Serato laughed. Cook. Why are you so surprised? I can't be the first demon king that you have seen. I have seen many revolting demon kings. If you were an enemy, you would have died at my hands. Aquana's eyes were cold. Spirit rulers and demon kings were originally existences that didn't get along. This was because spirit rulers hated demon kings. That's what I wanted to do, but shouldn't we try to get along now that we are members of one family? I am Serato. I am Aquana. Aquana didn't like Serato, but she didn't reveal her hostility to Serato anymore. She gazed at Kang-jun and declared, Lord, now is the crucial moment when spirits will be born. It won't be good to have a demon king here since he will affect the mentality of the spirits. Then it can't be helped. Serato, return to your ship. Yes, Lord. Huhu, then I will be in the shelter of pleasure. The ship will be above the sea of clouds. Do so. Kang-jun nodded and Serato boarded his sailboat. The sailboat flew up and disappeared into the sky. Only Kang-jun and Aquana remained at the base on Freya Island. Then I will start, Lord. Aquana walked out of the base and stopped in front of a nearby lake. She put down the essence of water on the shore of the lake, held one in her hand and placed it in the water. Wake-ack! At that moment, a light emerged from her hand. Simultaneously, the essence of water started to soften. Low-grade spirit. You are the firstborn. You are low-grade, but it is okay. Please continue to grow. Aquana said with a warm smile. Then it became a transparent blue fish and started to swim in the lake. A fish? Is that a spirit? Kang-jun asked and Aquana nodded. Yes, a low-grade spirit has been born. Oh. Really? Kang-jun was surprised again. A spirit had been born from an essence of water. So, 10,000 essences would result in 10,000 spirits. It was a jackpot. Kang-jun asked with an positive expression. Can low-grade spirits grow into intermediate or advanced spirits? That's not it. They live according to their determined fate. So, this spirit will remain a low-grade spirit forever? Of course, there are exceptions. However, it is a fortunate thing that only occurs a fraction of the time, so it is mainly fixed. I see. In the meantime, Aquana released another essence of water into the water. This time, it was a larger fish-shaped spirit. Ho ho! An intermediate spirit. Aquana clapped with delight. Congratulations! Is it that hard for intermediate spirits to come out? Most of them are low-grade spirits, although intermediate grade is still okay. The higher the grade, the lower the probability that they will be born. So, the probability that anything unusual will come out is low, but... Kang-jun was quite interested, so Aquana looked over with a strange facial expression. She then asked Kang-jun, Do you want to try it once? Is that possible? Yes, it isn't possible for anyone else, but maybe Lord can do it. Then I will give it a try. Kang-jun had thought this was something only a water spirit queen could do, so he had simply been watching. However, he wanted to try it once if it was possible. This was the first time he had seen a water spirit being created from an essence. Now, there was a chance he could do it himself. Kang-jun picked up an essence of water and asked, Do I just release it in the water? Wait a minute. That's not. Aquana hesitated for a moment, looking embarrassed. Kang-jun made a confused sound. Let me know. How do I do it? Then Aquana approached and kissed Kang-jun. What was this? She suddenly kissed him? Rather than human lips, he felt the texture of soft water. Wasn't it very refreshing? However, it had the distinctive feeling of a kiss. Why did she suddenly kiss him when he had asked for an explanation of how to create a spirit? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121. Chapter 121, Creating Spirits, 2. Kang-jun was curious, but he wasn't going to stop the kiss to ask what she was doing. Kang-jun immediately embraced Aquana gently with both hands. And he responded actively to the kiss. Kang-jun's tongue slipped into Aquana's mouth and wrapped around Aquana's tongue. Aquana flinched and her body trembled. Her eyes widened with surprise. However, she closed her eyes and threw herself into the kiss. So, after a while, you have received knowledge about lower-grade spirits. Unbelievable. He had suddenly received knowledge? Did he have to kiss the queen to gain knowledge about water spirits? However, that wasn't the end. Meanwhile, they were both still kissing passionately. You have received knowledge about intermediate spirits. This time, it was intermediate grade. Then again, after a while. You have learned Aura of Water. Aura of Water. Additional water property damage will be added to all attacks. Magic defense will increase when using Aura of Water. Consumes 5 black magic energy. Duration is 10 minutes. Wind, fire, water and earth can't be used simultaneously. Additionally, he received the Aura of Water skill. Kang-jun learnt Aura of Water after Aura of Earth, Wind and Darkness. While Aura of Darkness could be used with any type other than light, Aura of Water couldn't be used with the fire, earth and wind types. The best ability of Aura of Water was magic defense. Of course, Kang-jun could scatter magic through heavenly flow, so he didn't have to rely on Aura of Water. Still, it was always good to receive new skills. However, he was confused that he could gain it just by kissing the Spirit Queen. In fact, Kang-jun found it strange. It wasn't because of Aura of Water which could be acquired from a skill book. The true feat was the knowledge about water spirits. Although it was only intermediate level, it was extremely rare that knowledge about intermediate water spirits could be gained through voluntary physical contact with the Spirit Queen. Then Aquana stopped kissing him and took in deep breaths. "Ha!" she said immediately with an embarrassed expression. "I had just intended to touch my lips with yours for a moment. Then I would give Lord the Aura of Water temporarily." Yet, Kang-jun had suddenly initiated a deep kiss. Although Aquana responded, she was embarrassed because she couldn't understand Kang-jun's intentions. Of course, Kang-jun did it deliberately. A woman had kissed him first. She was a beauty who was actually the Water Spirit Queen, but as a man, it didn't make sense to remain silent in that situation. Kang-jun replied with an apologetic expression. "I see. Then you should have told me in advance." Even if she had told him, it wouldn't have ended so easily. "I was only able to try it once before. Now, Lord can use the essence of water to create water spirits at any time. I acquired intermediate knowledge, so I can only make up to intermediate spirits." "That's right." Aquana nodded. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. If that was the case. Kang-jun used an arm to draw Aquana toward him again. Aquana was shocked. "Lord! I'm not satisfied with intermediate level. I would prefer advanced where supreme knowledge about water spirits." It wouldn't be bad if he formed a deeper relationship with Aquana. Was it dream courage? As a sovereign, it was natural to have beautiful water spirits as subordinates. It was also important for them to be strong. However, it was somewhat unfair that he had to fight monsters in Hwanmong and risk dying. Hadn't it been a lot of work to reach this point? It would be absurd if he was to lose it to someone else. So today, he decided to make some beautiful memories. Aquana didn't refuse. After a while, Kang-jun sat next to Aquana on one side of the lake. Whack! A blue fish with a bright light emerged from Aquana's hand. An intermediate spirit was born. "Oh! Congratulations!" The awkwardness between the two of them had disappeared. Aquana spoke with glittering eyes. "Lord should try it." "Shall I?" Kang-jun now had advanced knowledge about water spirits. Unfortunately, he didn't get supreme knowledge. However, he was likely to get it if he continued developing his relationship with Aquana. Chow rang. Kang-jun immersed an essence of water into the lake with both hands. Whack! There was a bright light and the essence of water turned into a big fish. An advanced water spirit has been created from an essence of water. Oh! Advanced spirit? He hadn't expected much, but it was an advanced spirit. Aquana cheered. To get an advanced spirit on the first try. Amazing. I was just lucky. Kang-jun laughed. It was good that he had built the lucky tower. It would be great if he could build a lot of lucky towers, but they were rare. Still, Kang-jun was looking for another place on Earth Hwanmong where a lucky tower could be built. Kang-jun was able to do these things well, so Kang-jun was comfortable. If I have this much luck, I can try to strengthen the wings to stage 8. Once he was finished here, he would have to find a world full of monsters. He had to hunt monsters to fill his chaos power quickly. A low-grade water spirit has been created from an essence of water. An intermediate water spirit has been created from an essence of water. An advanced water spirit has been created from an essence of water. He tried again and another advanced spirit emerged on his fourth attempt. Aquana seemed more upset than celebratory now. How can this be? I still haven't done it even once. The highest she had managed to create was an intermediate spirit. Yet Kang-jun had created a second advanced spirit in his fourth attempt, so she couldn't help feeling slightly empty. I should leave this to Lord. I'll just watch. She then leaned back against a rock and watched Kang-jun like a spectator. Kang-jun laughed. Do you intend to give up on supreme spirits? Even if it is low, just continue trying. Kang-jun had heard from Hwanmong about the combat power of the water spirits. Low-grade spirits were usually used for non-combat missions. They did things like clearing contaminated water or producing wells. They formed alliances with other species and provided them with drinking water. Of course, in cases of need, low-grade spirits also participated in battle. However, combat was normally left to spirits of the intermediate level or above. Advanced spirits were commanders in charge of intermediate ones. The very rare supreme spirits were at the top. Advanced spirits were on par with advanced demons, while a supreme spirit had the brute force equivalent to a dragon. It was literally possible to create military officers like Melanad, Diana, and Hexia through the essence of water. Of course, a newborn supreme spirit couldn't exert such force immediately. The water spirit ruler had to take care of it steadily until it was fully grown. On the other hand, Hwanmong thought that Kang-jun's words were correct and grabbed the essence of water again. It would truly be great if you are a supreme spirit, but the odds are so slim that I should just give up. From a spirit ruler's point of view, having a supreme spirit was very reassuring and relaxing. It was because a supreme spirit could do almost everything a spirit ruler could do, except for creating spirits. It was typical to nurture the spirits. Please. As she placed the essence of water into the lake, Hwanmong prayed to be lucky. Wake-ack. However, a transparent fish emerged from her hand. It was a low-grade spirit. Nice to meet you. It is okay that you are a low-grade spirit. She was disappointed that it wasn't a supreme spirit, but she still stroked the low-grade spirit kindly. She had been trapped alone in an aoke for long years. So, even a low-grade spirit was very important to her. In that way, she kept creating low or intermediate spirits while Kang-jun created another advanced spirit. Ha ha! An advanced spirit. Congratulations. Thank you. In the meantime, Kang-jun received a mission to create 3 advanced spirits. Mission 23, create 3 advanced spirits. Compensation, experience, 50,000 nodes, 1-dimensional piece. This kind of mission was welcome. Don't I only have 2 more left? It was much trickier than a mission to destroy advanced lords. This mission couldn't be completed with just 1 finger. Kang-jun used the hundreds of essences from the warehouse and started to create spirits earnestly. Then after 40 attempts, he finally succeeded in creating 2 more advanced spirits. Hoo-hoo, another advanced spirit. His level rose by 1 to LV-133 and 1-dimensional piece was acquired. Good. Hwanmong was glad, but she also wondered about Kang-jun's immense luck. Then she suddenly said, "Why don't you get more knowledge?" What does that mean? For some reason, I think that you will be able to create a supreme spirit. Haven't I only been making advanced spirits? Did she mean to give him supreme knowledge? Kang-jun glanced at Hwanmong. She was pretty cute and sexy as she avoided his gaze. After a short time, the door to Hwanmong will close. If you keep on waiting here, the door will be changed from Earth Hwanmong to Freya Island. It was already time for Hwanmong to close? When he thought about it, he didn't have to be in the Delta building when entering Hwanmong. If necessary, he could move through the portal at any time. Rather, something else was more urgent. The statement about gaining supreme knowledge had come just before Hwanmong closed. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to acquire the supreme knowledge. The door to Hwanmong is closed. The surrounding space started to distort. It is time for me to go back. Let's succeed next time then. Yes. Hwanmong looked disappointed as she said goodbye to Kang-jun. Your time in the world of Hwanmong is over. After returning to reality, Kang-jun sat quietly on the rooftop of the Delta building and meditated for 3 days. The method of meditation was simple. He created virtual enemies with the same abilities as himself and kept fighting them. In the beginning, it was just like playing around, but surprisingly, he gained a lot from it. Every time he finished a long meditation, he woke up in a slightly different state. The door to Hwanmong is open. Then Hwanmong opened again and Kang-jun showed up at the base on Freya Island, not the Delta building. Meanwhile, the base had turned into a huge fortress. Hwanmong had established various defense facilities. She was waiting alone since the spirits hadn't grown yet. Kang-jun headed toward where she was, near the lake. Hwanmong. Lord. Hwanmong was taking care of the spirits swimming in the lake and flashed a bright smile when she saw Kang-jun. Kang-jun smiled. Today, he was going to gain supreme knowledge. After a while, the message he had really wanted finally appeared. You have received knowledge about supreme spirits. Finally. Supreme. Congratulations, Lord. Now let's go make the spirits. Aquana's expression was also filled with expectation. Kang-jun brought all the essence of water in the warehouse out to the lake and started to create spirits. Aquana watched from beside Kang-jun. Higher-ranked spirits were better for a more powerful spirit world. So, she left it all to the lucky Kang-jun. Kang-jun created an advanced spirit at least once in every 20 times. The rest that came out were low or intermediate spirits. Even with Kang-jun's high luck, a supreme spirit did not come out easily. After 10,000 attempts, there were only 2 supreme spirits. However, Aquana was delighted with that alone. 2 supreme water spirits. 522 advanced water spirits. 4,455 intermediate water spirits. 5,021 low-grade water spirits. I have many essence of water, so do you want to make more spirits? The current number is reasonable for this world. It is a fairly big spirit world. That's right. Now, the spirits have to grow up safely. I can do it well, so leave it to me. Aquana smiled confidently. The first small world that Kang-jun had acquired in the dimensional system had become a new world with 10,000 spirits. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, Top Demon King Scholaris, 1. TL note, I've decided to change second Demon King to Top Demon King. When he returned to Hwanmong, Kang-jun appeared on Freya Island. Thanks to Aquana, the spirits in the lake were growing well. Kang-jun was having a fun time when he suddenly asked Aquana. By the way, why were you fighting Calaticus? For a long time, the relationship between spirit rulers and demon kings haven't been good. Then a war broke out between the top dragon Shakan and the top demon king Keljark over Pavalia Station. Some of the spirit kings joined Shakan's camp and some demon kings joined Keljark's camp. Pavalia Station. The dimensional worlds connected with the dimensional sea of clouds were divided into a myriad of stations. Right now, we are in Pavalia Station. I see. This was the first time Kang-jun had heard of it. Then how big is Pavalia Station? I don't know how big it is. I've never left Pavalia Station. If you want to move to another station, you'll need the assistance of a special creature such as the Anomaloria or Anomalous Phoenix. Kang-jun had heard of an Anomaloria before, but what was an Anomalous Phoenix? Anomalous Phoenix? The speed is several times faster than an Anomaloria, but it is violent and aggressive, so it is almost impossible to ride it. It has a mysterious combat power used in self-defense, so even Transcendents often fail to catch it. There was such a great creature. Kang-jun, who thought he wanted an Anomaloria, suddenly had a new goal. However, even those who were Transcendent had failed, so Kang-jun needed to be at least Transcendent before trying. Moreover, it had strong combat power in self-defense, so one slip could cause something irreparable. By the way, what is the top dragon? Among the dragons, those who experienced an extraordinary awakening similar to Transcendence are called top dragons. Transcendence? Kang-jun's eyes widened. It was the first time he had heard of an existence that actually reached Transcendence. Likewise, a demon king who reaches the same stage is called the top demon king. Kang-jun was puzzled. No way. Then the top demon king Calaticus can't be Transcendent. If Calaticus was Transcendent, then Kang-jun, who had surpassed him, should be Transcendent. However, Kang-jun knew that he wasn't Transcendent. Those who aren't Transcendent but are close to Transcendent have called themselves by such names. In particular, the demon kings like the title a lot. But as far as I know, the only one worthy of being called the top demon king in Pavalia Station is Keljark, who opposes the top dragon Shakan. I see. As Aquana said, there were such presences in Pavalia. In other words, there were 2 walls that Kang-jun couldn't beat with his skills. He became somewhat tense as he thought about it. Anyway, that doesn't explain why you are fighting Calaticus. When I first met him, he was a little stronger than me. However, Clater fell for his schemes and I was defeated. Then Clater was also captured. Such a thing. Calaticus was praised by the top demon king Keljark for destroying 2 spirit worlds that belonged to Shakan's camp. After that, Keljark awarded him with an Anomalorian and made his power stronger. Since then, Calaticus had proclaimed himself as the top demon king. Kang-jun could feel Aquana's deep pain in her words. From then on, I had been trapped in the Aok and was constantly threatened. I didn't give in until the end, but Clater succumbed and joined Calaticus. It is miraculous that I am released now. Aquana was tearful as she thought of that time. Kang-jun was also unhappy. When he had first seen Aquana, her limbs had been severed. It was obvious with just one look. Calaticus had inflicted a tremendous amount of pain on Aquana. Kang-jun also didn't like that Calaticus had gone to Hwanmong and caused a frenzy. However, there was another reason to be angry at Calaticus after becoming closer to Aquana. Kang-jun wiped away Aquana's tears and said, "I'll take care of Calaticus, so don't cry." Then Aquana shook her head. "If that happens, you will incite the anger of Keljark, who is behind Calaticus. It can't be helped. Calaticus won't give up on Earth Hwanmong and will be back. I have to take care of him before that." Kang-jun didn't intend to fight a reckless battle, but he wasn't going to hide and avoid one. He would fight and become stronger. He couldn't become transcendent unless he faced crises where he could die. Aquana paused for a moment before saying, "If Lord means to take that path, then you should join the top Dragon Shakan's camp first. Then Lord won't have to fight the top Demon King Keljark directly. The two transcendents would keep each other in check. Most wars occurred between those two camps." Kang-jun nodded. "I'll consider that as well. Be careful and stop by occasionally." Aquana knew that Kang-jun was about to leave. Kang-jun smiled. "Of course. Don't worry about me." Kang-jun kissed Aquana and hugged her gently before flying up to the Sea of Clouds. Serato's black sailboat was waiting nearby. "Lord! Where are we going now?" As soon as Kang-jun had landed on the deck, Serato noticed and left the shelter of pleasure. "I intend to remove all threats around this world." "Threats?" "I will sweep away the nearby piratas." "Hoo-hoo, leave that to me. I know all the piratas very well." "Really? Then tell me what you know about Calaticus." Serato stiffed at those words. "Are you talking about the top demon king Calaticus?" "Yes, it is him." Kang-jun's eyes shone coldly. "He belongs to Keljark's camp, but he is so famous that there are few in Pavelia Station who doesn't know him. That reminds me, are you part of Keljark's camp like Calaticus is?" Kang-jun asked suddenly. Serato shook his head and said, "I always have the policy not to get involved in big wars. It is the secret behind how I managed to live so long as a pirata." "So, Shakan and Keljark are still at war?" "That's correct. I don't know when the war will end, so it is better not to get involved." "I understand. Now, move to the nearby piratas. Lead me to where they pop up frequently." "Yes, Lord." Serato moved the sailboat immediately. Then Kang-jun asked, "What are the skills of the piratas?" "There are very few piratas near here that Lord needs to worry about. Just watch out for the top demon king Skolaris. He calls himself the top demon king, so he must be pretty strong. He is the same as Calaticus. If you meet him, it is wiser to give up on fighting. Fortunately, we can escape on this ship." Just as Serato's sailboat was about to leave Freya Island, Swah! There was a blast of wind and a huge boat appeared in front of Serato's sailboat. It was a red ship that looked 10 times bigger at the first glance. Before it, Serato's sailboat looked like a small boat. "Heek!" Serato was shocked and stopped the ship. He stiffened and quickly said to Kang-jun, "You! This? Do you know this person?" Kang-jun asked calmly. Serato made a long face. "Yes. He is someone we should never meet. Sob. Today is unlucky. All the property I collected. Is he the top demon king Skolaris?" "Lord, I'll take care of it, so please stay here for a while, but..." Serato was worried that Kang-jun might try and fight Skolaris. At that time, a demon king flew from Skolari's ship and landed on Kang-jun's sailboat. Unlike the Minotaur, Serato, he had a human body with the head of a deer, but his eyes shone like a demon. One of his hands grasped a staff like it was a long spear. It was at least a legend-grade weapon, and Kang-jun could feel an extraordinary energy from the blue sapphire-like gem. A demon king wouldn't hold a legend-ranked weapon, so it was probably myth rank. "It has been a while, Serato. You aren't dead yet? Teruan. You also haven't died yet." Serato stared at Teruan. Teruan was the right hand of the top demon king Skolaris. Teruan took care of anything that Skolaris didn't want to do. "Kukukuk, Serato. In the meantime, you've gathered quite a lot of assets. Take out everything except for the ship." Serato made a long face. "Are you truly saying this?" Do you want me to die? Then Turuan stared fiercely at Serato. Yes, I want to take away all your power today. That reminds me, I heard rumors that you were collecting pretty demons. Are they below the deck? Wait a minute. Serato flinched. It would be the end if Turuan found his shelter of pleasure. Even if he was a demon king, he would be robbed. Serato would have to release all his household members and they would immediately become slaves of the top demon king Skolaris. It was at that moment. Sekiak. The head of Turuan, who had been threatening Serato, was separated from his body. Kwayak. The separated head screamed and scattered into dust. Pasasusu. Then his body was also broken. In front of him, Kang-jun was holding a scythe in his hand. The energy of destruction is really comforting. Kang-jun had wanted to try out the destruction scythe that was a myth-grade weapon. Turuan was destroyed the moment his head was separated from his body and the body also disappeared in the same way after a moment. Experience has risen. Despite removing a demon king, he didn't level up and only gained some experience. 2-dimensional pieces have been acquired. Turuan's heart, myth, has been acquired. Turuan's heavy armor, myth, has been acquired. Jakati's magic spear, myth, has been acquired. Still, the Japtum profits were good. Of course, myth-grade items couldn't really be considered Japtum. Additionally, he gained 2-dimensional pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123. Chapter 123, Top Demon King Skolaris, 2. Turuan's Heart. Rating, myth. It is the source of a demon king's magic power. Can only be mounted on myth-ranked weapons. Once mounted, Turuan's ego will reside in the weapon. Just like Katiana's heart, Turuan's heart could be mounted on a myth-grade weapon. Turuan's heavy armor. Rating, myth. The magic power dwelling in Turuan's heavy armor gives it excellent magic defense. Resistance to dimensional power has increased. Defense will increase when using Aura of Darkness. Minus 250 inventory spaces. Turuan's heavy armor was similar to Katiana's heavy armor, but it was gray in color and had a smaller number of inventory spaces. It would be a useful substitute if Katiana's demonic scaly armor was ever damaged, or he could give it to his clone. When thinking about it, giving myth-grade equipment to his clone would increase his brute power. As Kang-jun became stronger, his clone was also stronger. Jakati's magic spear. Rating, myth. Magic power is nestled in the spear. Targets struck by it will have their resistance to dimensional power decreased. The resistance will continuously decrease until the wound is healed. The damage will increase greatly with Aura of Darkness. It was a spear that caused resistance to dimensional power to drop. If the resistance to dimensional power dropped, it would be hard to even stand properly in the sea of clouds. As soon as dimensional power became zero, the person would turn to dust and scatter. Therefore, it was a weapon that enemies in the dimensional sea of clouds would show great fear toward. A weapon I can use. It would be nice if a heart was attached to it. Kang-jun didn't hesitate to attach Turuan's heart to the Jakati's magic spear. Turuan's heart is now mounted on the Jakati's magic spear. The damage of the Jakati's magic spear has increased greatly. The Demon King Turuan's ego now resides in the Jakati's magic spear. This had all happened in an instant. He automatically checked the item and equipped a heart. It finished in 1 second. Kang-jun was very familiar with this process. He was a master in this realm. On the one hand, Serato panicked when Kang-jun suddenly killed Turuan. He had known that Kang-jun would be able to win against Turuan without difficulty. Turuan's attack power was similar to Serato's. The problem was the top demon king Skolaris, Turuan's lord. He wouldn't leave Kang-jun alone after his subordinate was killed. Now, we are screwed. Serato admitted that Kang-jun was strong but didn't think he could win against Skolaris. Skolaris was close to being transcendent. The piratas flying around in Pavelia Station knew not to mess with him. It was as he thought. Skolaris, who had been watching from the ship, had a bloody glow in his eyes. You dare? Do you know what you have done? However, his face was filled with strain. He was aware that Kang-jun hadn't revealed all his skills. At that time, Kang-jun sent Skolaris a cold look. I punished the one who dared to come to my ship. Are you dissatisfied, Skolaris? It is an obvious provocation. Skolaris' face distorted before he said with a laugh. Cook. Kukuk. Kukukuk. You dare to do this even though you know my name? Cheeky bastard. I will destroy you and everything related to you in Pavelia Station. He meant killing Kang-jun and destroying Earth Hwanmong. These words were coming from the mouth of Skolaris, a top demon king in Pavelia Station. Serato's expression worsened. His panic worsened as Kang-jun aggravated the situation. Damn! It is the end now. He was going crazy at the thought of his life ending today. Meanwhile, Kang-jun flew high above the deck. You want to destroy me? Then show me your skills, Skolaris. If they fought on the ships, they would break. Do you want to die that badly? Huge wings burst from Skolaris' back. They were huge black wings. These wings increased his powers and caused demons to shake with fear whenever he took them out. Oh! Serato trembled with fear. Even Skolaris' subordinates were frightened. Su. In the meantime, Skolaris swung his axe at Kang-jun dozens of times. Swayak. Weiwa-ak. The intense glow in the axe surged like a storm. If Kang-jun tried to escape, the ray would pass by him and strike Serato's sailboat. From the beginning, Skolaris had aimed for it. However, Kang-jun used the destruction scythe and scattered Skolaris' ray of light. At the same time, a flash flew toward Skolaris. Sack. Sack. Skolaris was surprised as a myriad of shadows flew from the destruction scythe but struck them with his axe. Ka-kang. Kwang. Ka-kang. He was the self-proclaimed top demon king, so he blocked Kang-jun's attack. Weaker than Caladicus. Kang-jun had a look of disappointment on his face. He had been expecting a lot from the piratas of Pavelia Station. Kang-jun had hoped for a strong opponent that would allow him to gain enlightenment in this battle. However, it seemed to be an empty boasting. Chwak. Kang-jun's scythe flashed and one of Skolaris' arms flew away. Suk. At the same time, the destruction scythe reached Skolaris' neck. Oh! A confused sound emerged from Skolaris' mouth and blood fell as the destruction scythe touched his skin. However, the cut skin was soon restored again. This meant that Skolaris' abilities transcended the destructive energy of the myth-grade scythe. For common demon kings, the destruction scythe was a weapon of death, but for Skolaris, it was nothing more than an ordinary weapon. It was because he was close to being transcendent. Of course, if Kang-jun amplified it with Aura of Darkness, he could damage Skolaris. It would be a waste to kill you with your skills. I will spare you if you become a member of my household. Cook. Crazy guy. Stop talking nonsense. If I survive, I will certainly kill you. Then it can't be helped. Kang-jun only asked once. It would be good if Skolaris joined his household, but he wasn't obsessed with it. It would be different if the person was a beautiful woman like the Water Spirit Queen, but why would he be obsessed with acquiring a male demon king? Sekiak. Kang-jun immediately cut off Skolaris' head. Kwaya-hak. As soon as the head and body were separated, Skolaris turned into powder and scattered. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. He gained 2 levels. Skolaris gave a large amount of experience that was unmatched by the Demon King Turuan. Thanks to that, he was level 135. 4 dimensional pieces have been acquired. 7 AO keys have been acquired. Skolaris' one-handed axe, Myth, has been acquired. Anomaloria golden scale insect, Myth, has been acquired. What? The items were surprising. There is no heart. The battle power was superior, but there weren't many drops. Dimension pieces and AO keys. And 1 myth-grade weapon. Furthermore, the power of the one-handed axe wasn't much different from the Leon magic sword or the Jakati's magic spear. Instead, he received a unique item called the Anomaloria golden scale insect. Anomaloria golden scale insect. Rating, Myth. A rare prey of the mysterious spirit of the dimensional system, the anomalous phoenix. The anomalous phoenix that eats this will have their abilities increase significantly. If you throw this to an anomalous phoenix, your favorability with it will increase. The prey of the anomalous phoenix? Kang-jun was startled. It was a mysterious spirit of the dimensional system that was several times fast than an anomaloria. He had heard about it from Aquana. If he threw it towards an anomalous phoenix, it would be more favorable toward him. An anomalous phoenix was very vigilant and aggressive. So, even those who were transcendents couldn't tame it. Maybe I can tame it with this. Kang-jun was delighted. Woohoo, this is really a jackpot. The Anomaloria golden scale insect was the best item he had received today. Frankly, the power of the myth-grade weapons were similar, so there was no point in switching. Kang-jun put the Anomaloria golden scale insect away. On the one hand, there was a frenzy as the top demon king Skolaris was killed by Kang-jun. Rhodas, the second subordinate of Skolaris after Teruin, had a devastated expression on his face. Serato's face was full of shock. I can't believe it. Lord won against Skolaris. He hadn't expected Kang-jun to be a match against Skolaris. He had been waiting hopelessly to die. At that time, Kang-jun landed on the deck of Skolaris' giant ship. His eyes looked around. There was an old tree filled with eerie darkness and its roots were wound around the huge ship. The Demon King, Rhodas. Kang-jun instantly recognized that the tree was a Demon King. Rhodas trembled as Kang-jun's gaze fell on him. The moment that he met Kang-jun's eyes, he couldn't even think of resisting. Suk. Kang-jun put the destruction scythe in his inventory and held Skolaris' one-handed axe. Then he walked toward Rhodas. Your lord has died. Do you also want to die? Or will you join my household? Rhodas' attack power seemed weaker than Teruin. Yet his appearance was the toughest among all the demon kings he had seen so far. Although the vicious appearance didn't mean a strong combat power, Kang-jun still wanted him to join. Anyway, Rhodas would be good enough against some useless demon kings. If he refused, Kang-jun would just kill him and take the ship. This ship looked much more comfortable to navigate the dimensional sea than Serato's sailboat. However, Rhodas didn't hesitate. From the very beginning, he didn't have that much loyalty to Skolaris. Therefore, he would take the opportunity to survive after thinking that he would be killed. I will join your household. Okay. A wise decision. Kang-jun nodded and the huge tree that was Rhodas bowed his head. I, Demon King Rhodas, offer Lord my loyalty. Okay. I am looking forward to your actions in the future. Kang-jun smiled. The Demon King Rhodas has joined your household. Rhodas is now your faithful subordinate. However, he learnt an unusual fact as soon as he obtained Rhodas. Skolaris' huge ship was in fact Rhodas. He was a demon king, but unlike others, he could absorb the dimensional energy to change to any form. If they were on ground, he could easily turn into a huge castle. He could be called a moving fortress. He wasn't as fast as an Anomaloria, but his defense ability was powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, Rhodas Battleship, 1. The Rhodas Battleship. That's what Kang-jun decided to call Rhodas, the new member of his household, while he existed in the form of a ship. After the top demon king Skolaris died, the 300 lord-level monsters under his command also became Kang-jun's. There were 40 advanced lords and the remaining 260 people were low to intermediate level lords. Kang-jun distributed them appropriately to Rhodas and Serato. In the old days when Kang-jun's level was low, he would accept people with good abilities into his household, but that time had passed. He was staring at the realm of transcendence, so only those with the power of a demon king would enter Kang-jun's household. Therefore, it was very lucky that Jermas, the ogre, and Rodayam had joined in the early days. Even now, Kang-jun looked at all his household members like family. The interior of the Rhodas battleship wasn't much different from a regular ship. The difference was that the interior could be changed at any time. The inside was decorated with all types of precious gems from the dimensional system, and it was enough to make a palace look shabby. Particularly, in every cabin, treasures were piled up like mountains. Skolaris was a notorious pirata that had stolen from all sorts of travelers and dimensional worlds. Of course, there were many things that he had gotten directly from monsters. When Serato joined, the condition he made had been that Kang-jun wouldn't take any of his assets. However, the treasures inside Rhodas were spoils that belonged to Kang-jun after killing Skolaris. 320,678,098 nodes. 328,892 small moonstones. 179,992 large moonstones. 5,821 rare grade equipment. 1,202 hero grade equipment. 282 legend grade equipment. More than 400,000 essences. And other miscellaneous treasures. Of course, 99% of the treasures consisted of miscellaneous items. There were strange materials, paintings, books, jewels and so on, so he would look through them later. Of course, it had a shelter of pleasure that Serato was so proud of, but on a much larger scale. There was also a private resting place for Kang-jun. With the exception of the miscellaneous treasures, Rhodas reported everything else to him separately. There was a huge 320 million nodes. There was 10 times the number of nodes Kang-jun had at his headquarters in the Delta building. Furthermore, the moonstones were a big hit. It was understandable since this was the property of someone who called himself the top demon king. Kang-jun placed all the moonstones into his inventory. In the case of the moonstones, they were easy to store because they only occupied one space each, regardless of the number of small and large moonstones. There were also the essences. After becoming a supreme sovereign, the efficiency of his inventory had increased and he could keep the same type of items into the same inventory spot, just like with the moonstones. Next up were various equipment. Although the equipment were separated, it didn't matter to Kang-jun. This was because only myth-grade items attracted Kang-jun's attention now. Even then, he only wanted myth-grade equipment with an ego in them. I can replace the equipment of my subordinates. If he sent it to the headquarters in Earth Hwanmong, Kairon would distribute the equipment. The power of his base would be strengthened. Then Kang-jun's eyes turned to a corner of the warehouse. There were shelves that contained many miscellaneous treasures. There were approximately 300 skill books shining with a colorful light. Dark Fire Explosion. Sky Shatter Magic Bow. Demonic Dragon Spear Technique. Dark Brimstone Fire. What is this? Did he put all the skills he learned together? It is Scolari's collection wall. In particular, he gathered rare skill books. There are many skill books left untouched just for the sake of collecting them, but no matter where he was on the ship, Kang-jun could ask a question and Rhoda's would reply. It was comfortable since the ship itself was Rhoda's. This is a great hobby. Kang-jun was delighted. However, he had no intention of collecting these skill books. It was better to learn it all instead of saving it for the collection. I should learn all of this. Kang-jun pulled down the skill books one by one. Dark Fire Explosion has been learnt. Advanced Fire Knowledge has been acquired. After learning Dark Fire Explosion, a lot of things about magic started making sense. This was because he had gained knowledge. It felt like he had been learning fire magic for a long time. Kang-jun continued to learn skills from the skill books. Dark Brimstone Fire has been learnt. Supreme Knowledge of Fire Magic has been acquired. Supreme Fire Magic. The so-called Hellfire was the strongest magic attack. Due to this, he gained supreme knowledge. Sky Shatter Magic Bow has been learnt. Supreme knowledge about archery has been acquired. Demonic Dragon Spear Technique has been learnt. Supreme knowledge about the spear has been acquired. Ultimate Prison Shield has been learnt. Supreme knowledge of freezing magic has been acquired. In this way, he learnt approximately 300 skills. Among them, there was the Aura of Fire skill. After gaining Earth, Wind, Water and Darkness, the fifth one acquired was Fire. Aura of Fire. Additional fire property damage will be added to all attacks. Magic damage will increase when using Aura of Fire. Consumes 5 black magic energy. Duration is 10 minutes. Wind, Fire, Water and Earth can't be used simultaneously. It temporarily boosted magic damage. The most powerful attack magic were those with the Fire attribute and this was enhanced even further with Aura of Fire. Moreover, Kang-jun wasn't bound by limitations of a skill. In other words, if Kang-jun decided to use Aura of Fire, he could unleash Aura of Water and Aura of Wind simultaneously. Kang-jun was near transcendence, so he was free from those constraints. I finally learned all the skills. There were only 4 books left. They were the auras of Earth, Water, Wind and Darkness that Kang-jun had learned previously. He would leave them behind for decoration. By the way, I don't know if I will even use these skills. In fact, Kang-jun only learnt them for self-satisfaction since there was no difference in his attack power. His abilities had already exceeded the power of the skills he just learnt. Still, it was something to be proud of. Particularly, it was good to get a lot of knowledge. Studying this knowledge would help expand Kang-jun's horizons and assist in reaching the realm of transcendence. Additionally, the various miscellaneous abilities would be a great help to improve the conveniences of everyday life. For example, the magic circle. Previously, it had only been possible to use return teleport. However, now he was able to draw portals. Of course, it wasn't possible in the dimensional sea. However, it would be very exciting for worlds like Earth and Freya Island. While Kang-jun was learning the skills, Rhodas was looking for piratas near Earth Hwanmong. Most piratas avoided Scolaris, so Rhodas needed to figure out where they were hiding. Most of the piratas were demon kings. Of course, there were also piratas among dragons and other species, but they weren't seen near Earth Hwanmong. So, Kang-jun found 13 pirata demon kings. Among them, 7 were killed by Kang-jun while the other 6 joined his household. No matter how high Kang-jun's charisma was, not everyone wanted to join him. There were demon kings who cursed and ridiculed Kang-jun. The ending of those guys was obvious. Kang-jun never asked twice. The 7 dead demon kings dropped dimensional pieces, hearts, and various myth-grade weapons. Their ships were absorbed by Rhoda's. Rhoda's hull became even bigger. Additionally, the Lord-grade households they possessed were entrusted to the demon kings in Kang-jun's household, while the treasures were placed in Rhoda's warehouse. Of course, Kang-jun didn't touch the properties of the newly joined demon kings. As a result of this, Kang-jun had 8 demon kings under his command. 8 battleships. However, the other battleships were tiny compared to Rhoda's and their speed was very slow. Therefore, when moving, the battleships of the demon kings were attached to the Rhoda's battleship. Rhoda's changed the structure of the hull and accepted the ships naturally. This didn't affect Rhoda's speed at all. Right now, Kang-jun's #1 property in the dimensional sea was definitely Rhoda's. Of course, Rhoda's wasn't an item owned by a demon king. Lord, there are no more piratas near Earth Hwanmong. Where do you want to go now? Rhoda's asked. I am going to Top Dragon Shakan's camp now. Do you know the headquarters? Kang-jun decided to listen to Aquana's advice. He was reluctant to become involved in a war between 2 transcendent beings in Bavaria Station. However, it couldn't be helped since Kalaticus was protected by the top demon king Keljark. Kang-jun wasn't transcendent, so he had to prepare for the worst. Rhoda's replied. I don't know where the headquarters for Top Dragon Shakan is. The place is thoroughly hidden, so even people in Shakan's camp don't know the location. Then is there no way to go there? If you go to one of Shakan's bases, there is no need to go to the headquarters. Shakan has many bases. Shakan's base? Yes, there are a large number of people who belong to Shakan's camp. A warp point I remember is very close to one of Shakan's bases. Rhoda's remembered a total of 378 warp spots in Bavaria Station. Okay. Then move there. Yes, Lord. A radiant light enveloped the hull of the Rhoda's battleship. Wayak. Rhoda's disappeared and reappeared again in a place that was above the purple clouds. Nothing seemed different. However, they had moved from one end of the vast Bavaria Station to the other end. Such a warp consumed a large amount of dimensional power, so it couldn't be used again for a while. Of course, one dimensional piece could refill the energy instantly. However, it was a waste to use the dimensional pieces in such a manner. It was only useful in emergencies. Now, Shakan's base is only a short distance from here. Rhoda's advanced quickly through the sea of clouds. The bright light before them was Shakan's base. After some time, the light started to expand. Dozens of ships appeared and surrounded the Rhoda's battleship. Most of the ships were smaller than Rhoda's, but there was a warship so big that it made Rhoda's look small. A very remarkable presence could be felt. A woman looked down at them from the sky. She was riding a stingray. Kang-jun realized that the monster was an anomaloria, something he had only heard about until now. To his surprise, the atmosphere felt from the woman was no less than Rainkar or Kalaticus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125. Chapter 125, Rhoda's Battleship, 2. It was a woman with white skin and brilliant golden hair. She was approximately 2 meters tall. Her eyes gleamed like diamonds and a blue cloak with a mysterious glow was wrapped around her neck. This is the base of the Top Dragon Shakan. It isn't a place for a pirata. If you have gone the wrong way, leave now. Her warning was calm, yet dignified. She meant that if they left, she wouldn't attack. After seeing the horrifying appearance of the Rhoda's battleship, she misunderstood and thought that Kang-jun was a pirata. I'm not a pirata. I am Sovereign Lucan from Earth Hwanmong. I am here to lead my people into Top Dragon Shakan's camp. Kang-jun's voice echoed clearly across the wide area. Then the woman in the sky shouted like she was surprised. You are a sovereign from Earth Hwanmong? That's right. Kang-jun nodded and a transparent light appeared in the woman's eyes. The light of truth. She used it to decide that Kang-jun's words were true. It is like he said. It is amazing that there is such a strong person among the sovereigns. In fact, she had been somewhat tense. The enormous size of the battleship and the combat power she sensed from it made it hard to be sure of her victory. In a situation where they were fighting the troops of the top demon king Keljark, it was a burden to face a pirata with a strong combat power. So, she had tried to send them back without any conflicts. However, he wasn't a pirata. Furthermore, he had come to join Shakan's camp, so she couldn't help but welcome it. Suddenly, she recalled someone who had recently joined Shakan's camp. Was his name Rainkar? I heard he also came from Earth Hwanmong. After taking care of one of the Parata demon kings, he had joined Shakan's camp. She heard rumors that his skills were close enough to become a base commander. Anyway, the fact that two powerful beings had come out from a small world meant that the power of Earth Hwanmong was great. She smiled at Kang-jun. Sovereign Lucan. The light of truth proves that your words are true. I am Radius, the commander of Shakan's 39th base. I sincerely welcome you. Radius immediately allowed Rotus to enter. Of course, there was no harbor to dock the boats like with normal seas. Shakan's base was located on a subdimensional world, which meant he could enter the dimensional sea around it. You will enter Drobi continent shortly. The awakened elf, Radius, is the protector of Drobi continent. You have received the permission of the protector to enter. Radius is an awakened elf. After moving for a while through the dimensional sea, Rotas arrived at Drobi continent. Kang-jun spoke to all his subordinates. Wait here while I go to Shakan's base. Yes, Lord. Until then, the demon kings would rest in their shelter of pleasure. Kang-jun flew straight down through the dimensional sea. The sea of clouds disappeared without a trace, and a huge continent under a blue sky could be seen. It was a large land that was hundreds of times more spacious than the island of the small world Kang-jun had discovered. However, there weren't many fertile lands, and there were wastelands everywhere. Shakan's base was built on fertile land. It was an area filled with beautiful lakes and forests. There was a defense circle with a radius of several kilometers. The outskirts were surrounded by fortresses, while the inside contained a number of high-rise buildings, reminiscent of a large city. The base headquarters were located in the central building that was several times higher than the surrounding buildings. Kang-jun sat down with Radius in the conference room on the top floor. Dozens of strong people were behind Radius, watching Kang-jun with sharp eyes. There were the army commanders belonging to Shakan's 39th base. The unusual thing was that they all looked good, regardless if they were men or women. It was because they were elves. Radius smiled gently at Kang-jun and said, The elves on Drobi continent have joined Shakan's camp from the beginning to fight against Kaljark's camp. The elves of Drobi continent are all brave warriors. The brave elves weren't afraid of war and had gathered here on Drobi continent. The large and small wars have made the soil barren, but Drobi continent used to be a very beautiful place. Now, only the city that contains the base retains its former beauty. While explaining the Drobi continent, she suddenly asked, Sovereign Lucan, can I ask why you came to Shakan's camp? Kang-jun replied honestly. Earth Hwanmong was in a long war with Kalaticus. He recently retreated, but he might attack again, so I came out to kill him. However, I discovered that he belongs to the top demon king Kaljark's camp, so I decided to join your side. Then Radius exclaimed. Kalaticus is strong enough to call himself the top demon king, so it is amazing that you defeated him in Earth Hwanmong. It was just luck. Kang-jun smiled. Radius extended a hand and said, I sincerely welcome you joining us, Sovereign Lucan. In the future, Earth Hwanmong will be safe under the protection of Shakan. The other commanders all gave him admiring smiles. You really thought well, Sovereign Lucan. Ha ha ha. If you are Kalaticus' enemy, then we are friends. Welcome to Shakan's camp. Welcome. Lucan. It is really great that your strength is with us. The elven commanders applauded and welcomed Kang-jun simultaneously. Kang-jun hadn't chosen Shakan for a particularly good reason. There was only one reason: Shakan was the enemy of Kalaticus. However, Earth Hwanmong was now being protected by a transcendent being. In other words, if Kalaticus attacked Earth Hwanmong, Shakan's camp would instantly come to help. There were both good and bad points about joining Shakan's camp. The great thing was being protected by Shakan. The bad thing was that he was now enemies with the top demon king Kaljark. Thus, there was a possibility that Kaljark would send a large army to strike Earth Hwanmong. Of course, Shakan's camp would be there, but there was a possibility that Earth Hwanmong would be caught up in the confusion. To avoid such a situation, he had to become transcendent as soon as possible. If Kang-jun became a transcendent, no one would dare go to Earth Hwanmong. At that time, Kang-jun would no longer have to remain in Shakan's camp. Lucan, if you don't mind, then there will be a banquet to welcome you today. That is good. There was no reason for Kang-jun to refuse a banquet held by the elves. After a short time, the door to Hwanmong will close. If you keep waiting here, the Hwanmong door location will change from Freya Island to Drobi continent. Before he knew it, it was time to return to reality. Kang-jun looked at Radius and said, But I guess it will be hard today. It is time for me to go back. Radius nodded. I heard that there are 2 times for a sovereign. You are going to a world other than Earth, Hwanmong. Then there will be a banquet next time we meet. Thank you for your consideration. The surrounding space started to distort. The door to Hwanmong is closed. Good morning. When he opened his eyes, Hwan greeted him with a bright smile. Seeing Hwan's smile, Kang-jun realized that he had returned from Hwanmong to reality. Of course, Hwanmong was connected to reality, but he felt a strange disconnect when he woke up. At the same time, the reality in front of him became clearer. Recently, his life wasn't much different from his time in the Yugang building. He ate a meal cooked by Hwan and spent time in meditation. The only difference was that the house was gorgeous and at a high altitude. Today, Hwan had prepared breakfast carefully. As always, Colt was Hwan's assistant when it came to food preparation. Hand me the spinach, Colt. Yes, Hwan Nim. This morning's menu was spinach soup and fried cutlets. Hwan's spinach soup. Speed increased by 10%. The duration is 8 hours. Hwan's fried cutlets. Black magic energy recovery plus 10. The duration is 8 hours. Of course, these type of buffs existed and he didn't forget to store them in his space. In fact, reality was peaceful, so there was no need for such things. However, he never knew when he would need to use them. Hwan knew this and always cooked an ample amount. Anyway, the menu was very simple for someone whose assets were over 16 trillion, but Kang-jun enjoyed it. It was burdensome to eat greasy food in the morning. He used to think that tycoons ate a feast for breakfast every morning, but the food wasn't much different from what he normally ate. Of course, lunch or dinner might be different. Kang-jun wanted to sometimes enjoy spending his money. He didn't always meditate on the rooftop. He could go for a walk, watch a movie, eat food or drink alcohol. I should spend a little bit of money. However, there was nothing special that he wanted. He already had a car and a home. It was the same for traveling. He wandered to all types of bizarre places in Hwanmong, so he had no desire to travel. Freya Island was much more spectacular than resorts like the Maldives, and Aquana was also there. In the end, Kang-jun decided to go watch a movie. Do you want to go to the movies? Really? Hwan asked with a bright expression. Kang-jun laughed. I'm sorry that I'm always busy. Colt, you should come as well. Go prepare. Colt shook his head with a meaningful smile. Lord, I'm not much of a movie watcher. If you are ever eating meat, call me. Pohu, I won't go if it isn't meat. Colt didn't want to interfere with Kang-jun in Hwan's date. Hwan was wearing a white dress like always. Of course, she didn't sweat or get dust on her clothes due to her unique ability, meaning she didn't have to change clothes. It was a short, sexy dress that reached her thighs. Still, it was the same clothes as always. I can't allow that. Today, I will buy her some new clothes. Kang-jun had given Hwan a special card with a monthly limit of 20 million won to buy whatever she needed. However, Hwan only spent it on household goods or cooking ingredients. After booking one of the latest movies showing at the theater in Cheongdam-dong, Kang-jun decided to go shopping with Hwan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126. Chapter 126, Will of Strengthening, 1. Cheongdam-dong was a place with high-end department stores as well as buildings with the names of prominent Korean designers and foreign brands lined up. In the old days, he had only passed by on a bus and looked at it vaguely. Of course, today he took the Sentis, a foreign car, instead of the bus. And just like a scene from a drama or movie, Hwan tried out various clothes and showed them to Kang-jun. What about this checkered black? Let's see. It isn't much. Kang-jun shook his head and she came out wearing a pink dress. Is this a bit too much? His heart thumped wildly. Kang-jun shook his head and said, No. It is just right. Let's end it here. Hwan's eyes narrowed. It is really okay? Really? You look like a completely different person. His words weren't wrong. It had a simple but sophisticated style. A rare item that could only be fully shown with a very small number of bodies, including Hwan's. She smiled inwardly and said, Then I will go with this. Okay. Let's go to another one. Yes. Kang-jun directly bought Hwan the clothes without worrying about the price. Kang-jun also bought some clothes on the spot. Kang-jun was a famous exorcist, so his face was well known. However, there wouldn't be any problems if he wore sunglasses and a hat. However, Hwan's beauty attracted attention from everywhere. After parking at the theater, they went into the building arm in arm. The latest fantasy movie that was released. While watching the movie, Hyeon lay her head on Kang-jun's shoulder with an expectant expression. Kang-jun shyly avoided Hyeon's gaze. Once he looked back, he was reminded of something. It was nice to pretend. Kang-jun was well aware of what Hyeon wanted. He also felt a similar urge. It was natural for there to be romance in reality. But was it okay if the person was Hyeon? Hyeon was his household member and an existence that depended on him. But it felt natural because she was a friend before Kang-jun became her lord. Was this what it felt like to have a girlfriend? He never expressed it before, but perhaps their feelings for each other were more than simple goodwill. Now it would be awkward if they didn't progress any further. Although she wasn't a person, Kang-jun was able to share love with her. But what if Hyeon knew that the water spirit queen had become his lover? He couldn't hide his relationship with Aquana from her. It was a dream, but it was also a reality to Kang-jun. Kang-jun kept thinking about this, and the movie finished without him watching any of it at all. He immediately grabbed Hyeon's hand. Then they exited. In the meantime, it was getting darker as night approached. They entered a bar located at the corner that had a luxurious atmosphere. After having a couple of cocktails, Kang-jun opened his mouth only to have Hyeon stop him with a finger to his mouth. Don't say anything. Now it is my turn to talk. Hyeon smiled. I don't care who you meet in your dreams. But in reality, only think about me. Can you do that? Yes. She had already guessed. He wondered how she had such a strange intuition but decided not to ask. After a while, Kang-jun exited the bar and hugged Hyeon and flew off. He didn't use the skill dark transparency, but a magic called group transparency. Hyeon also turned into a transparent state. Thanks to Scolari's skill books, he could do a type of prank like this. It was even possible to lie down on clouds like they were in beds. Kang-jun and Hyeon, who climbed up to the clouds in the blink of an eye, only came down again when it was dawn. There were joyful smiles on Kang-jun and Hyeon's faces. The next day, Kang-jun went to a PC room with Hyeon and played games. He played a game called Expensive Watch and tried an old MMORPG that he used to play before. The next day, he read manhwa and watched cartoons. In the middle, he got the idea to eat jjajangmyeon. He wasn't really alone, and even an ordinary game seemed interesting if he played it with Hyeon. Yet even in such situations, Kang-jun never stopped meditating on transcendence. It felt like his body and head were separate existences, as the body continued to live in reality while the head was filled with thoughts. In other words, Kang-jun discovered a method of meditating even when doing something else. The state of transcendence. It seemed like he would reach it if he solved this problem. However, he couldn't completely grasp it. He was able to concentrate when doing covert things with Hyeon. However, if he played games or read manhwa, then his eyes and hands moved mechanically while his thoughts were immersed in meditation. If he was far from the state of transcendence, then he might have been less obsessed with it. But he couldn't help feeling impatient, since recently he felt it getting closer and closer. Kang-jun knew that this state might lead him beyond the confines of the heart. He could fall to hell in an instant. It was fortunate that he had Hyeon at this time. From then on, he spent some unbelievable secret time with Hyeon. It made him feel much better. He was full of vitality and his mind calmed. The door to Hwanmong is open. Meanwhile, it was time to come back to Hwanmong. Kang-jun appeared in the lobby of Shakan's 39th base on the Drobi continent. Last time, Commander Radius said there would be a welcoming banquet for him. He was looking forward to the banquet from the elves when he saw an elf commander approaching him with a desperate expression. Lucan, right now, mysterious creatures are heading towards Drobi continent. What did that mean? It isn't top demon King Kaljark's army but unidentified creatures? There are unknown organisms living in the dimensional system. They are randomly generated and sent to attack, so we don't know their identities. So that is why I didn't see anyone at the base. Yes. Now everyone has to fight against them. I would like to ask for Lucan's cooperation. I joined Shakan's camp, so of course, I should help. Kang-jun easily nodded. Kang-jun flew up through the sea of clouds and landed on the deck of the Rota's battleship where the Demon Kings were waiting for Kang-jun. Lord! It is better to avoid this. Dimensional creatures are big and strange. The Demon Kings are thinking of fleeing? Kang-jun said with a disgruntled expression, and Serato scratched his head. Dimensional merchants and travelers are more afraid of these creatures than they are of piratas. Even if they are killed, hardly anything can be gained from them. Rarely, dimensional pieces will appear. Dimensional pieces? Yes. But your luck has to be really good. It is better not to expect too much. HRMM. If there were chances of getting dimensional pieces by defeating the dimensional creatures, then it was worth fighting. Demon Kings also feared them, so that provoked curiosity and determination in Kang-jun. It was because he needed strong opponents. He meditated but couldn't reach it. He couldn't meditate in Hwanmong, so he had to find opponents. The enemies that appeared at Shakan's base caused even the Demon Kings to feel fear, so Kang-jun had to welcome them. Head towards the dimensional creatures. Move to the forefront. Get ready for battle. Yes, Lord. The Demon Kings immediately followed Kang-jun's commands. They were reluctant because there wasn't much to be gained from defeating these tough enemies. It was also troublesome. However, Kang-jun had commanded them, so the Demon Kings instantly disappeared. They could fully exert their evil nature in a battle. Kuhu. Get ready to fight. Kukuku, wipe them all away. Their eyes flashed and they prepared their own households for battle. Meanwhile, Rhodas rushed rapidly through the dimensional waters and quickly escaped the area of the Drobi continent. Once in the Sea of Clouds, a fierce battle was occurring between the defenders of Shakan's base and the dimensional creatures. They were hideous monsters that looked like giant caterpillars. There were insect-like objects, but he felt the dimensional power from them, not magic. It meant these unusual creatures were created by dimensional power. Thus, Kang-jun just decided to call them dimensional objects. There were over 1,000 insects on the caterpillar-shaped objects, and there were hundreds of caterpillars. Chua! Qua! The caterpillar-shaped object opened its mouth and shot out a circular mass. It was similar to the breath of an ice dragon. The ships of the defenders struck by the lump were frozen and shattered. The even more spectacular thing was that the chunks flying from the caterpillars had an infinite range. But as soon as it reached the dimensional cloud, it didn't inflict damage to the subdimensional world below it. It was fortunate. However, Kang-jun was only watching for a short while and already 5 ships belonging to Shakan's base had been broken. There were still hundreds of ships, but he wondered how long they could hold on. The key to this is killing the caterpillars as quickly as possible. The problem was the insect-shaped monsters on top of the caterpillars. There were scorpions, spiders, mantis, etc. The elves who climbed on the caterpillars were literally melted away. Radius, who was riding around the battlefield on an anomaloria, was the only one capable of defeating the caterpillar-shaped objects. Radius was using an elven bow. Every time there was a burst of blue light from the diamond on the bow, a storm of energy was emitted and the huge body of the caterpillars fell out of the sky. That occurred a few times before the body of the caterpillar cracked and exploded. The insects on top of it also exploded. However, dozens of caterpillars started aiming for Radius. Chua-hak. Qua. Dozens of chunks of dimensional power flew at a tremendous speed. If it was a ship, then it would already be broken. Fortunately, Radius was riding an anomaloria. The anomaloria used instantaneous movements and avoided the endlessly flying masses of dimensional power. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127. Chapter 127, Will of Strengthening, 2. Flash. Hwanmong. A blue storm-shaped arrow once again emerged from Radius' bow. Kwang. Quio. A caterpillar-shaped object exploded. Some of the insects on the caterpillars flapped their wings and flew onto the decks of nearby ships. The enemy. Kill them. The elven warriors waiting on the deck started to engage in fierce battles with the insects. Kwang. Another caterpillar was destroyed by Radius. Shakan's base was still intact because Radius was harming the lifeforms. However, they were being pushed back against the defenders of Shakan's base. Even if they protected the base, the sacrifices of their allies would be tremendous. In such a state, they would be slaughtered by Keljark's army. At that time, Kang-jun and the Rhodas battleship finally arrived at the front. Chua-hak. A caterpillar shot a purple lump at them, but Rhodas moved sideways and lightly avoided it. Qua. Chua. A few chunks flew in succession, but Rhodas avoided all of them like he was playing around. Rhodas was slower than an anomaloria, but he showed extraordinary agility. Kang-jun knew Rhodas' ability, which allowed him to boldly come to the front. If not, he would have flown here alone even if it was slower. However, Kang-jun's flight speed made it difficult to catch up with the caterpillar-shaped objects. Even the Lutra, the small means of transportation provided by the Black Dragon law firm, was faster than Kang-jun. Serato's sailboat was faster than the Lutra. But Rhodas' movement speed was several times faster than that. Of course, the Anomaloria was fast enough to make Rhodas seem like a turtle. At present, the speed of the caterpillars were faster than the Lutra and slower than Serato's sailboat. Therefore, if he wanted to organize it by order of speed, Anomaloria Rhoda's battleship Demon King Serato's sailboat caterpillar-shaped objects Lutra Kang-jun Demon King Serato. Therefore, it was very difficult for Kang-jun to catch up with the caterpillars by flying alone. There was only one thing missing from that chart. Anomalous Phoenix Anomaloria. According to Aquana, the anomalous Phoenix was several times faster than the Anomaloria. Anomalous Phoenix, please show up in front of me. Kang-jun had the anomalous golden scale insects that could tame it. If Kang-jun could ride the anomalous Phoenix, then he could easily get rid of the caterpillars. Anyway, that was for later, and it was good that he currently had Rhodas. Bam! Su. As soon as Kang-jun swung his sword from aboard Rhodas, one caterpillar-shaped object dissolved and scattered. Kang-jun had the ability to achieve the same damage as a melee attack from a distance as long as the enemy entered his range. That distance was much longer than radius bow, so it was possible to counterattack immediately when the caterpillars struck. This is? However, Kang-jun had a deep frown on his face. Nothing has been acquired. Of course, this message didn't appear. Yet it was the same to Kang-jun even if the message didn't appear. He destroyed the caterpillar and the thousands of insects on it, yet he received nothing. Something terrible like this. He realized just why the demon kings avoided these creatures. There was no experience and not even a common essence fell. There was a rare chance of a dimensional piece dropping, but if even Kang-jun with his high luck didn't get one, then it was impossible for others. Moreover, they weren't strong enough to cause tension in Kang-jun. Even if they didn't give experience, if they were strong, then they would help with his enlightenment. However, it wasn't difficult to avoid the dimensional chunks that the caterpillars shot out. This is too much. But he couldn't give up fighting just because there was nothing to gain. Continue approaching the caterpillars, Rhodas. Yes, Lord. Rhodas approached the caterpillars while avoiding their attacks. I don't know if I can get chaos power, but I'll try using the Will of Strengthening. The Will of Strengthening allowed him to receive chaos power instead of experience from the enemy. If he couldn't get experience, then he would try the Will of Strengthening to get chaos power. Bam! Su. Another caterpillar died under Kang-jun's sword. It was the same for the insects on top. But at that moment, an unexpected message appeared. 128,000 chaos points has been acquired. 982 chaos points has been acquired. 1002 chaos points has been acquired. 889 chaos points has been acquired. 1021 chaos points has been acquired. Surprisingly, an enormous amount of chaos power came pouring in. One caterpillar gave him a huge 128,000 points. It was amazing, but the insects also gave almost 1,000 points, and there were thousands of them. Altogether, it was close to 500,000,600,000 points. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 8, 723022/51200000. This meant that he could attempt to strengthen the wings if he killed 10 more caterpillars. It is a jackpot. If so, it didn't matter if he didn't get experience or items. An opportunity to get chaos power like this was rare. Rhodas, move to where there is a crowd of enemies. Yes, Lord. Rhodas headed to a place where dozens of caterpillars were gathered together. Chua-hak. Kwa. Pa-ah. The dimensional chunks came flying, but Rhodas expertly avoided them and approached. However, there were dozens gathered, so it was harder to avoid the flying masses as they got closer. Bam. Bam. Su. At that moment, the caterpillars started to disappear like balloons popping. Kang-jun had entered within striking distance. Kwang. Papong. Su. Kang-jun used his full power to take care of the caterpillars. In an instant, 8 caterpillars and the insects on top of them were killed. 1-dimensional piece has been acquired. He also fortunately got 1-dimensional piece. However, it was imperative that he focused on strengthening his wings. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 8, 512000/51200000. The wing's chaos power is full. Do you want to strengthen it to the next stage? Yes/no. Please succeed. He knew it wouldn't be easy. He sincerely prayed that his high luck would have an effect. Yes. Strengthen. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 8. Come on. It wasn't enough. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 8, 0/51200000. 5,120,000 chaos power flew away. If he hadn't been strengthening his mentality while focusing on becoming transcendent, then he might have torn his wings and thrown them into the dimensional sea below him. It is okay. I still have a chance. Kang-jun thought it was very fortunate that there were many dimensional objects. Kwang. Pasusu, Kwakwang. Sususu. Meanwhile, his sword turned the dimensional objects into dust. Kang-jun's disappointment at his wings failing to strengthen only lasted for a fleeting moment. He didn't stop moving his sword despite being disappointed. As a result, 9 more caterpillar-shaped objects turned into dust. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 8, 512000/51200000. The wing's chaos power is full. Do you want to strengthen it to the next stage? Yes/no. Yes. Strengthen. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 8. Another failure. Once again, 12 million chaos power was lost. It is okay. There is another opportunity. He tried to deceive himself. Once again, flashes of light emerged from his sword. Before he knew it, the caterpillar-shaped objects near him had almost disappeared and it was time to try again. However, you have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 8. Ah! Damn! No one was immune to the pain of investing so much and then failing. Rather, the greater the failure, the more likely that a mental collapse would occur. In the end, he had no choice but to suffer. But what could he do? He couldn't give up on strengthening the wings. Kang-jun restored his mentality and went looking for more dimensional objects. Kwang. Pasa-susu. Kwa-kwang. Pak. Susu. Sususu. Every time Kang-jun's sword flashed, objects were destroyed. One-dimensional piece has been acquired. One-dimensional piece has been acquired. Now he was having good luck with this instead of boosting his success rate. Still, dimensional pieces were steadily coming out. But you have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 8. Yes. Another failure? It can't be helped. Kang-jun no longer chose to be disappointed. Let's not get impatient. One day I can do it. It was similar to his thoughts about reaching transcendence. Otherwise, his heart might fall into a deep hole. But he didn't give up. If he failed, then he would keep trying. Whether it was strengthening his wings, becoming transcendent, or anything else. Never give up. He calmed his mind. Kwang. Pasa-susu. Kang-jun aimed his sword at all the dimensional objects within distance. As Kang-jun kept turning them into dust, Rhodas rushed towards where many were gathered. Hoo-hoo, there are dozens of them on that side. I will go there. Okay. You should be careful to avoid any damage. Don't worry, Lord. The elves watched as Rhodas moved and the dimensional creatures were crushed by Kang-jun. In particular, the awakened elf Radius, commander of Shakan's 39th base, was shocked. This is impossible. When she first saw Kang-jun, she thought that he was on a similar level as her. However, Kang-jun killed dozens of caterpillars in the time it took for her to kill one. Moreover, he rushed to a place where dozens of caterpillars were and turned them all to dust. It was an ability that she was currently unable to imitate. She had no choice but to admit that Kang-jun's abilities were beyond her. She felt both bitter and relieved. It was because the situation was reversed all at once. Even the strange giant creatures were surprised by Kang-jun's skills and started escaping in one direction. It is a good thing. But why did those dimensional creatures suddenly attack the space? It must be a coincidence. Radius thought that it was just a coincidence. If someone navigated through the dimensional sea, then they would see many such creatures. However, most of the dimensional ships were faster, so they could avoid being hit by the creatures. But it was a different story if the creatures flocked to a world. If they weren't stopped, then there could be a terrible disaster, resulting in a small world disappearing. The Drobi continent, that had survived numerous battles with Keljark's army, had almost become ruined by an unexpected disaster. In the meantime, Kang-jun was persistently attacking the dimensional objects on Rhodas. They are running away? Should we chase? Chase them. Don't miss even one of those guys. Kang-jun had failed 14 times to strengthen his wings to stage 8. He had killed approximately 150 of the caterpillars. His good luck had a surprising effect on the number of dimensional pieces dropping, but it did nothing for the success rate of strengthening to stage 8. The wing's chaos power is full. Do you want to strengthen it to the next stage? Yes/no. This was the 15th attempt. Yes. Strengthen. At that moment, his wings shone with a brilliant light. The wings of chaos have been strengthened to stage 8. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128. Chapter 128, Will of the Dimension, 1. Yay! Finally! As a result of Kang-jun's dogged pursuit, he finally succeeded in strengthening the wings of chaos to stage 8. Ha ha ha! The bitter feelings caused by failing 14 times instantly disappeared. Your damage has greatly increased. Health has increased by 20,000 points. Black magic energy has increased by 20,000 points. His health and black magic energy increased by 20,000 points. Health, 45970/45970. Black magic energy, 44800/44800. When his health increased, not only was his maximum health greater but the overall durability of his body also increased. And endless vitality. The surge in vitality meant he wouldn't become tired even if he spent all night in the clouds with Hwan. You have awakened the will of speed. Your flying speed has greatly increased. Evasion while flying will surge. The ability from his wings of chaos reaching stage 8 was will of speed. His speed and evasive ability while flying would greatly increase. Flying speed has also greatly increased? Kang-jun's eyes shone. If so, he needed to verify how fast he was now. Is it faster than the Lutra? It was an ability he gained from reaching stage 8. It was called Will of Speed, so the speed couldn't be that slow. Maybe it is a match for Rhoda's speed. Kang-jun immediately unfolded his wings and followed the caterpillars escaping in front of him. Pa-ah! The caterpillar object appeared right in front of him. It was like he had warped through the dimensional space. This is great. He was surprisingly quicker than Rhoda's. Now Kang-jun was positioned between the Anomaloria and Rhoda's. Anomalous Phoenix Anomaloria Kang-jun Rhoda's Battleship Demon King Cerato's sailboat caterpillar-shaped objects Lutra. This meant that Kang-jun wouldn't have to rely on a dimensional ship to move through the dimensional sea. Of course, if he was traveling a long distance then it would be more comfortable using Rhoda's. Rhoda's took care of Kang-jun and also remembered hundreds of warp spots in the Pavelia station. However, it was more efficient for Kang-jun to move alone during battle. You should go back to Shakan's base and wait for me. Yes, Lord. Rhoda's and the others didn't ask why Kang-jun gave such an order. He just followed it. Rhoda's immediately turned in the direction of Shakan's base and disappeared. Kang-jun moved to the other side and attacked the caterpillars. Flash. Su. Every time a light flashed from his sword, an escaping caterpillar-shaped object melted down. Naturally, it was the same for the insects on top of it. In some cases, they decided to aim for Kang-jun. While the caterpillar-shaped object rushed, thousands of insects also flew towards Kang-jun. Heavenly Unyielding Slash. An area of effect skill. Everything that came into the area controlled by Kang-jun turned into dust. His damage was significantly increased due to the strengthening of his wings. This wasn't merely an increase in damage, but his overall combat power had risen one step. Therefore, his chaos power also filled up quickly. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 9, 512000/51200000. The wing's chaos power is full. Do you want to strengthen it to the next stage? Yes/no. It was unusual, but after stage 7, the amount of chaos power needed didn't increase anymore. Stage 9 also required 5.12 million. Thus he was also greedy for the next stage. The probability of success was likely to be lower than stage 8, but he was still going to try it. Yes. Strengthen. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. It was natural. It would be strange if he succeeded. Kang-jun indifferently accepted the failure. If I kill all of them, then I can try at least 20 times. Right now, 200 of the caterpillars were escaping. But the unusual thing was that they scattered in every direction and didn't flee. Do they have a place to go back to? Kang-jun suddenly thought that the dimensional objects might have a base. Anyway, it was very easy to hunt them. Flash. Quan. Su. Kang-jun finished them easily. The strengthening continued to fail. Still, it was comforting that dimensional pieces occasionally emerged. It doesn't matter how many times I fail. I just have to somehow succeed. He didn't want to give up even if he failed 100 times, since strengthening the wings would lead to an enormous increase in combat capabilities. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. But of course, strengthening to stage 9 wasn't easy. 23 failures. Now there were only 3 caterpillars left in front of him. Even if he killed them, he wouldn't get enough chaos power to attempt another strengthening. I'll get rid of them before going back. It was somewhat disappointing. When was the next time he would be able to meet objects that gave so much chaos power? There were many weird creatures, but they might not be easy to find. It was because the dimensional sea was vast. Kang-jun shook his head and stopped moving towards the 3 remaining caterpillars. There is a chance that they might have a base somewhere. There might not be, but he decided to follow them at a distance. Then after a while, he started seeing a group of creatures in front of him. There weren't just caterpillars, but some huge fish-shaped and jellyfish-shaped creatures. Giant creatures. There were more and more of them. Of course, all of them were dimensional creatures. Kang-jun smiled widely. As expected. Indeed. This is their base. The dimensional creatures discovered Kang-jun and struck. Kwa. Kwa. Weiwa-ak. Kwa. All types of masses came flying. They were similar to the caterpillar attacks, but the sizes and colors varied. It was hard for Kang-jun to be safe no matter how strong he was. It was because they contained dimensional power. Kang-jun avoided them as carefully as possible. There are plenty of strong enemies here. There were some dimensional objects with terrible shapes. Some of them seemed a lot stronger than the caterpillar-shaped objects. However, Kang-jun felt more thrilled than afraid. A tension he hadn't felt for a long time. He wanted to feel this tension. Kang-jun continued avoiding the masses of dimensional power flying towards him. Before he knew it, the caterpillars Kang-jun pursued had disappeared somewhere. Kang-jun was completely surrounded by incomparable powerful objects. Left and right, up and down. There were dimensional creatures on all sides. Some of them looked like blazing fireballs. Any human would feel fear in this situation, but Kang-jun just looked detached. Suk. Su-suk. Kang-jun pulled out 7 myth-grade weapons from his inventory, including the Destruction Scythe, the Leon Magic Sword, the Jakati's Magic Spear and the Scolari's One-Handed Axe. They were all equipped with a heart that contained an ego. Go and get rid of them. The 7 weapons started attacking the fish-like creatures. Kang-jun held the Hobble Magic Sword in his hand. This was a myth-grade weapon that one of the dead piratas had dropped. That one looks a bit stronger. It will be my opponent. Kang-jun rushed towards a giant shark-shaped creature ahead of him. Then it opened its mouth. Kokwa-kwakwa. What is this? Kang-jun's eyes widened. A new dimensional space formed inside the creature's mouth and started to suck Kang-jun in. The dimensional power given to the shark was to swallow the opponent in front of it. Kang-jun didn't know what would happen if he was swallowed by that dimensional space. His body would probably be crushed by the pressure of the dimensional power, a fatal injury that would be difficult to recover from. I have to succeed instantly. Kang-jun swung his sword with his full power. Heavenly Cut. The power of the heavenly sword that broke down everything. Invincible One Sword. By continuously exceeding his limits, the strength of heavenly sword had become like this. The power expanded. A ray of light spread out in the space. Flash. The light went on endlessly. It felt like the huge space ahead of him was being separated by the light. Aok. The dimensional space about to swallow Kang-jun disappeared. The body of the dimensional shark creature was cut in half. Pasa-susu. It disappeared without a trace. 2-dimensional pieces have been acquired. 327,000 chaos points has been acquired. 327,000 points at once. In addition, he gained 2-dimensional pieces. A smile formed on Kang-jun's face. There was a sense of tension in the battle, and the chaos power gained was also great. Today he would either become a transcendent or reach stage 9. He sensed it. Of course, the former would be much better. Meanwhile, the weapons with egos dwelling in them succeeded in destroying a large number of creatures. They joined forces when strong opponents appeared and took care of the weaker ones on their own. Therefore, the necessary chaos power for the wings was soon gathered. He immediately tried strengthening. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. Not yet. Kang-jun continued battling the dimensional creatures. There was a lot of chaos power here, so he would succeed in the end. But he couldn't relax for even a moment or something irreversible might happen. Flash. Pa-at. Quio. Every time he attacked, Kang-jun unleashed his most powerful attack. He fought with fictional enemies during meditation, but the current situation was different. A tension where he might die at any moment. It brought out an endless amount of his potential. Kang-jun devoted everything to the battle. Of course, he tried to strengthen the wings whenever the chaos power was filled. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. You have failed to strengthen the wings of chaos to stage 9. The messages that he failed repeatedly appeared. Kang-jun just kept killing the dimensional creatures. Whack. Then his wings shone with a brilliant light. The light from his wings lit up the nearby sea of clouds. The wings of chaos have been strengthened to stage 9. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Will of the Dimension, 2. Yay! Kang-jun was delighted. Ha ha ha. It is finally a success. He didn't count, but he must have failed at least 100 times. Thus, all the big dimensional creatures scattered around there were almost gone. If he had failed this time, he might not have received another opportunity. Finally, he reached stage 9. Your damage has increased greatly. Health has increased by 50,000 points. Black magic energy has increased by 50,000 points. As the stages got higher, the increases became bigger. Stage 8 gave him 20,000 points, but stage 9 was a huge 50,000 points. You have awakened the will of the dimension. All your abilities are filled with dimensional power. You can understand and operate dimensional power. Black magic energy is converted to dimensional power. At that moment, Kang-jun felt the strange sensation of all the power leaving his body and new energy entering. The surroundings suddenly brightened. His field of vision became many times wider. It wasn't disturbing or confusing at all, even when he could see things that were far away. That wasn't all. The space that Kang-jun could control was also increased greatly. It meant he could attack regardless of distance within this space. Now, an opponent might collapse without even knowing why they had died. What was this feeling? Kang-jun knew that a new aura had entered his body. This. His whole body shuddered. It was a power that he knew vaguely. He wanted to grab it, but he couldn't hold on to it. It was a fundamental power that made up the dimensional system. It was stronger than anything else that existed. Dimensional power. Previously, he had been resisting it. However, he was now able to hold it in his hands. Kang-jun now had dimensional power instead of black magic energy. LV.135, EXP 20.12%. War, dimensional. Health, 95970/95970. Dimension power, 94800/94800. Strength, 139, plus 10. Agility, 140, plus 10. Intelligence, 133. Good luck, 13, plus 3. Charisma, 32, plus 4. Wings of Chaos, Stage 9. Rating, Myth. Wings with a chaotic will. Free flight is possible. Health plus 93,000, dimensional power plus 93,000. As the stage rises, attack power will increase significantly. Resistance to all properties will increase greatly. Will of Survival will activate automatically when health drops below 30%. You can summon a clone. Can use Will of Attack. Will of Attack will activate automatically when health drops below 50%. Your attack power in the air will increase greatly. Resistance to dimensional power will rise significantly. Can use Will of Strengthening. Flying speed has greatly increased. Evasion while flying will surge. Can understand and operate dimensional power. Starting from stage 2, a unique skill will be gained at every stage. From stage 4, the probability of failure will rise. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 10, 0/5120000. There is also a stage 10. Kang-jun had hoped that he became a transcendent the moment he saw Will of the Dimension. However, he was mistaken. The fact that a next stage in his wings existed meant that he hadn't transcended yet. I can still become many times stronger. In fact, it wasn't many times. As he realized the dimensional power, it wasn't unreasonable to think that his attack power would increase by dozens of times. It was like he was a young child using black magic energy, and now, he was an adult. He was at a level where he didn't have to avoid the dimensional chunks and could get rid of them with his sword or fist. Nevertheless, he wasn't transcendent yet. Kang-jun hadn't seen a transcendent being, but he was sure that he wasn't one. There was definitely a stronger place than this. It was vague in the past, but now he was convinced. However, after realizing this fact, he discovered that the realm of transcendence was much further away than he thought. Once Kang-jun reached Rainkar's level, he thought that he was close to transcendence. Rainkar had also thought so. He didn't know everything. Rainkar and Kang-jun were mistaken. When he thought about it closely, it was similar to the stage where a child became an adult. He didn't know how many limits he had exceeded. He had become dozens of times stronger. Even today, he surpassed his limits again by gaining will of the dimension. He could be said to be on a completely different level from his previous self. Now, even if hundreds of enemies with the same level as Rainkar and Kalaticus gathered, they wouldn't be Kang-jun's opponent. However, even hundreds of Kang-juns wouldn't be able to beat a transcendent being. It was wider than the gap between Rainkar and Kang-jun. An enormous wall existed between Kang-jun's present self and transcendence. He had to cross that wall in order to reach transcendence. Would he be able to cross it? However, he didn't feel desperate. He was proud of his determination even before he gained will of the dimension. In the meantime, the dimensional creatures were throwing masses of dimensional power at Kang-jun. Kwa! Chua-ak! Hovu, did you come to fill my chaos power again? Kang-jun was delighted. Flash! He wielded his sword and three-dimensional creatures turned to dust and disappeared. 121 chaos power has been acquired. 189 chaos power has been acquired. The chaos power has decreased. The dimensional creatures used to give thousands of chaos power, but this had fallen to the hundreds. It happened when the wings of chaos reached stage 9. So, even though he had destroyed hundreds of them, he only gained 60,000 chaos power. Chaos power needed to upgrade to stage 10, 60122/51200000. It wouldn't be easy to reach stage 10. He decided to be satisfied with just filling up the chaos power when he could. Then something unusual caught Kang-jun's eyes. It wasn't something he saw but felt. What is that? A dimensional object? All the dimensional creatures around Kang-jun had disappeared. Strangely, there was only one left. It was hidden by a number of dimensional objects, and Kang-jun wouldn't have found it if he hadn't cleared most of them. He gazed at it and it gradually came into view. He saw it using dimensional power. It was a massive sphere with an immense sense of dimensional power. It looks unique. However, it wasn't a dimensional object. Doesn't it look like a small dimensional world? Through the intuition given by will of the dimension, Kang-jun could see that it was a mysterious small world like Freya Island. A hidden world? It was a hidden world that no one could see. If Kang-jun hadn't gained the will of the dimension, he wouldn't have noticed the world even if he destroyed all the creatures. Why would the world be hidden? It might be a world where dimensional creatures came from. I'll see soon. Kang-jun moved towards it. At that moment. Qua 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 qua. Suddenly, the energy around the world shook and something popped out of it. It was a big bird with a red dimensional power wrapped around its body. The mysteries of the universe seemed to be contained in its eyes, and an unprecedented strength was coming from its body. Qua 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 qua. The bird flapped its wings and the space twisted. What is this? Kang-jun was startled. It was a mysterious bird that he had never even imagined. He wasn't surprised by its appearance but by the transcendental power felt from the bird. It is hard to believe. I can feel such a great energy coming from a bird. Kang-jun watched it nervously. He had met an unexpectedly powerful opponent. Flash. At that time, the bird also looked at Kang-jun. He felt a strong hostility in its eyes. Kang-jun's eyes also shone coldly. This was the moment when he might have to engage in a life-and-death battle with the bird. At that moment, another bizarre thing happened. Pa-hot. Cha. The space suddenly twisted and two people showed up. One was a young man with red hair and distinctive features. The other person was a fantastic beauty with black hair. Both of them seemed to be in their early 20s. However, Kang-jun noticed that they weren't humans despite their appearances. The same mysterious aura as the bird was also around the man and woman. Who were they? They also watched Kang-jun with confusion. The unusual thing was that they were holding a golden-shaped insect in their hands that was very familiar to Kang-jun. That is the Anomaloria golden scale insect? There was no doubt about it. Kang-jun's heart pounded. He didn't know who the mysterious man and woman were, but they were holding out the Anomaloria golden scale insect towards the bird? Then that bird? It was the mysterious creature that had a much higher speed than an Anomaloria in the dimensional sea. An anomalous phoenix. It was obvious. They must be trying to appeal to the anomalous phoenix in order to try and tame it. They were pretending to be nice. Then Kang-jun couldn't miss this opportunity either. His wings of chaos had reached stage 9, but the flying speed didn't vary greatly from stage 8. He was still faster than Rhoda's but slower than an Anomaloria. However, he had met an anomalous phoenix, not an Anomaloria. He also had an Anomaloria golden scale insect. This was an opportunity. I don't know when I will meet it again. Today might be the first and last time. Kang-jun had found the anomalous phoenix first, so he could claim the priority in taming it. Of course, he said that, but the man and woman wouldn't give it up to him. Still, Kang-jun had to give it a go. It wasn't important who they were. The most significant thing was obtaining the anomalous phoenix. Both of them had the same idea as Kang-jun, and they extended the Anomaloria golden scale insect with bright smiles. Suck. Kang-jun pulled out the Anomaloria golden scale insect. Kumul. It was an insect with a beautiful golden glow. There was no comparison as Kang-jun had the largest and brightest one. Hohu, I would choose mine if I was the bird. Kang-jun bloated inwardly. This was its food, so it should pick the most desirable one. Hoek. Not surprisingly, the anomalous phoenix's head turned toward Kang-jun. It fixed its gaze on the Anomaloria golden scale insect that Kang-jun was holding. However, the anomalous phoenix started alternating its gaze between the three insects. Who would it like? Perhaps it didn't like Anomaloria golden scale insects that were big and shiny? That couldn't be. Kang-jun was tense. There were also signs of nervousness on the faces of the man and woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130. Chapter 130 Ring of a Dimensional Sovereign, 1. Just then, the anomalous phoenix flapped its wings and cried out. Kaak-dash. Then it returned to the world it came out from. Did it like none of them? However, Kang-jun felt like the anomalous phoenix was telling them to enter its world. The gazes of the man and woman moved toward Kang-jun. They both seemed uncomfortable as they frowned. The young man said, I don't know how long I have been waiting for the anomalous phoenix to wake up. I've waited so long for this moment, yet another competitor has showed up. This time the woman was the one who spoke. Normally, it is said that the anomalous phoenix will call to those who have an Anomaloria golden scale insect. Maybe that is why I came. Kang-jun was surprised by her words. If that was true, then it wasn't a coincidence that Kang-jun came to this place today. It could be said that the Anomaloria golden scale insect led Kang-jun here to where the anomalous phoenix had emerged. Was it due to this that the dimensional creatures appeared? It seemed unbelievable to Kang-jun, but the man nodded like it was true. It seems so. Once we enter, the anomalous phoenix will choose one of us. The woman also nodded and turned to stare coldly at Kang-jun. Nobody knows who the anomalous phoenix will choose. However, please don't have any hope. Kang-jun felt that the two people weren't very favorable towards him. So, he asked coldly. I don't know who are you, but why shouldn't the anomalous phoenix choose my golden insect? The woman laughed with ridicule. Think closely. Tell me what you would feel if you have been waiting for a treasure for many years only to have an unexpected presence show up at the decisive moment. Of course, he would feel very dirty. Kang-jun had a rough understanding of their feelings. However, just because he understood didn't mean that he would give up. Anyway, isn't the choice up to the anomalous phoenix? That's right. The anomalous phoenix called all three of us, so we will know the results once we enter. The young man and woman gazed at Kang-jun's Anomaloria golden scale insect before sending him a glare. Then the young man said with a strange smile. You have been invited by the anomalous phoenix, but I don't know if you have the ability to go inside. But the woman also gave him a smile of ridicule. Indeed. That golden insect is useless if you can't enter. After seeing that, the man and woman entered the small world after the anomalous phoenix. Is there something that will prevent me from entering? Kang-jun placed the golden insect into his inventory and entered the small world of the anomalous phoenix. Kang-jun opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of a cramped room. There was a single bed with a bag of sweets and a half-read fantasy novel. Where is this place? Kang-jun stared with bemusement before realizing that this was room 406 of the Dothangashawan. He was working at a convenience store and today was Saturday, his day off. He had been reading a fantasy book he borrowed and eating snacks when he fell asleep. It was a fantasy novel about dimensional sovereigns. The main character of the novel was a young man who lived in Agashawan, like Kang-jun, and he gained the power of Hwanmong. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he was also rich in reality. He was completely envious of that wealth. He had fallen asleep wishing he could be that main character. What? The whole thing was a dream? Kang-jun tried to use his dimensional power. However, there was no reaction. The status window? Naturally, he should be LV-135. However, nothing popped up no matter how many times he tried. That wasn't all. He tried to stand up and look in the mirror, but there wasn't any strength in his right leg. Lame. Only one leg was working properly. He looked in the mirror and saw a head with severe hair loss. This is nonsense. Kang-jun couldn't accept the situation. He absolutely couldn't accept it. He was Sovereign Lucan, the strongest person on Earth, Hwanmong, who had strengthened the wings of chaos to stage 9. He was now trying to tame an anomalous phoenix. It was a right that had been given to Kang-jun. He had continuously become stronger and was looking at the realm of transcendence. Everything couldn't be because he had fallen asleep while eating snacks. No. It can't be. Kang-jun was convinced that he was Sovereign Lucan. Perhaps someone had used a confusion magic? He didn't know what the two unidentified people could have done. The wyvern ring protected him against confusion, but it might not have an effect in front of such absolute beings. Even Kang-jun had the ability to neutralize it to some degree. However, now he was just being delusional. Whether it be the sovereign token or transcendent state, everything was just a dream. Kang-jun had nothing to prove that he was Sovereign Lucan. His body didn't contain dimensional power or black magic energy. Nothing happened when he tried to spread open his wings. Flop. Kang-jun sat down on the bed with a frown. Was Sovereign Lucan really just a dream? Everything in reality proved that Kang-jun was just an ordinary Korean youth. Lee Kang-jun, who worked at the convenience store and lived in a 250,000 gashawan. Was there anything else? The memories of the dream were already beginning to fade. He couldn't recall the face of his beautiful household member Haeun or his competent military advisor Kae-run. He remembered his dream after waking up. However, it was common for the memories to disappear after a few minutes. So, Kang-jun only remembered that he was a sovereign with great ability in his dream, but the details gradually faded from his memory. Damn! It was just a dream. Wake up, Lee Kang-jun. He had to acknowledge the reality. He didn't know what happened in the ridiculous dream, but this was reality. However, no matter how he thought about it, something was strange. Was this really reality? Was this the real him? Who was he? Kang-jun's expression suddenly changed. And he closed his eyes. Just like in his dream, he started meditating. The fact that he was just Sovereign Lucan in his dream wasn't intentionally injected by someone, but an idea he already had unknowingly. He feared that everything that happened was just a dream and that he would return to his original self when it broke. It was so deep in his heart that he wasn't aware of it. In the end, this was a situation that he created. He willingly sealed his own abilities. This was also done through the will of the dimension. This is an illusion, but not an illusion. If I don't wake up here, this really will become my reality. Once I reach the end of my life here, I truly will die. It was through his own will, not anyone else's. It was a type of suicide. He could die even if he reached the transcendent stage. Kang-jun's most terrifying enemy was himself. Strictly speaking, it was his own fear. He just couldn't understand why he had suddenly confined himself in this illusion. He had just entered the small world of the anomalous phoenix. At that moment, he had fallen into the illusion. A test from the anomalous phoenix? Or maybe that man and woman? If he went there, he would know. Kang-jun opened his eyes and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Wakak! The small room started to distort. The single bed, the bag of sweets and the fantasy novel he was reading were just illusions. The illusions disappeared and a dark space was left. It was a mysterious place where it was dark, but he could see clearly. It was familiar. This was the battlefield. Why did he come here when he didn't open the battlefield? However, Kang-jun's expression was calm. It was because he confirmed that all his powers had returned. The Wings of Chaos were Stage 9 and he had all the abilities of the LV-135 Sovereign Lucan. He also had the ability to use dimensional power, the most fundamental and powerful force in the dimensional system. Thus, the shadows flowing towards him were trivial. Su. There are numerous unexplained shadows. Kang-jun had seen them once before. They were the ones who showed up with Sovereign Herod, young Kwanghyun, who had been defeated by Kang-jun. The shadows appeared endlessly. The space of the battlefield kept expanding and the number of shadows increased. Then the shadows started to take on clear shapes. Surprising, they were his household members, including Kairon, Haeun, Jermas, Hexia, and the others. They also included all his troops, including the Radian warriors. However, they revealed their hostility toward Kang-jun by attacking. What was even more surprising was that their skills were incredibly strong. All of them had a similar level to Kang-jun. Is this another trick? Kang-jun knew that this was also an illusion. However, this time, it was an illusion created by someone else. In other words, the Kairon and Haeun over there weren't real. However, this was the battlefield, so he had to get rid of all of them. He had to fight a number of beings with abilities similar to himself. Even if Kang-jun did win, it would take a long time. Kang-jun sneered and his eyes shone coldly. I don't know who you are, but you can keep on testing me. Kang-jun moved forward and wielded his sword. Flash! Heavenly cut emerged from his sword. It didn't separate the enemies in front but the space in front of him. The battlefield was split apart. Su. The shapes of those surrounding Kang-jun blurred and they faded away. Then an empty space with nothing in it appeared. At that time, dozens of shadows gathered before Kang-jun. More shadows? Was the test still unfinished? It is useless. Kang-jun was about to move his sword again when a shadow suddenly cried out. Wait a minute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131. Chapter 131, Ring of a Dimensional Sovereign, 2. The shadows around Kang-jun bowed toward him. Everyone had a very courteous attitude. Who are you? One of the shadows stepped forward after hearing Kang-jun's question. We don't know who we are. We just came to let you know that you are now out of our control. Out of your control? What do you mean? You have reached a high position that is beyond our abilities. No matter what you do, we can't punish or discipline you. In other words, you are no longer bound by the rules of Hwanmong. Kang-jun doubted his ears at this moment. He had been expecting this someday, but that day had finally come. Escape from the rules of Hwanmong. The meaning of it was enormous. There were no penalties, so he no longer needed to perform the sovereign missions. It didn't matter what he did as a sovereign since no one could get involved. Of course, all his abilities remained intact. Kang-jun asked just to check once more. Does that mean I don't have to perform the missions anymore? The shadow shook his head. That's not it. This area hasn't changed. Your missions will continue until you reach the 100th mission. It just means that we won't be able to do anything if you fail the mission. That was what the shadow meant. However, Kang-jun didn't mind that he had to keep doing the missions. No, this was better. He would be able to use the missions to level up and receive compensation. In the meantime, they were forced quests, but Kang-jun now had the freedom to do the quests when he wanted. Kang-jun asked suddenly. Then are you the one who tested me after I entered the world of the anomalous phoenix? The shadow tilted its head to one side. We didn't test you. Once you reach a level that we can no longer control, the battlefield test will appear. The shadows acknowledged that the battlefield was an illusion and test produced by them. Then who made the first test where he had returned to the life of person living in a Gacha 1? The shadow said. Now, we will present a special token to you. It proves that you have transcended the rules of Hwanmong and that you are entitled to deal with us at any time. The moment his words ended. The sovereign token no longer has any effect on you, a sovereign who has transcended the rules of Hwanmong. The demonic dragon's ring is unequipped. The wyvern ring is unequipped. The cloak of the wind is unequipped. The earrings of valor is unequipped. The necklace of wisdom is unequipped. Your strength has decreased by 10. Your agility has decreased by 10. Your charisma has decreased by 3. All the sovereign tokens were automatically removed and the stats raised by them decreased. They didn't disappear but entered his inventory. The exception was the demonic dragon's ring that vanished. Then one of the shadows handed a treasure box to Kang-jun. Take this. This contains the badge of transcendence that is bound to you. Kang-jun took the box and opened it. At the moment, a ring that was shining brilliantly showed up in front of Kang-jun. Dimensional Sovereign Ring. Rating, Transcendent. This is the sign of a dimensional sovereign that can only be attached to the sovereign who transcends the rules of Hwanmong. Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Intelligence plus 100. Good luck plus 10, Charisma plus 20. Can use the power of the sovereign to pull the desired subject from the constraints of a household. Oh. This is? Kang-jun had been upset by his stats falling after the sovereign tokens were removed. Strength or agility didn't matter, but the fall in charisma from losing the demonic dragon's ring was the biggest blow. However, that regret completely disappeared once he saw the dimensional sovereign ring. I didn't know there were transcendent grade items. An item higher ranked than myth grade. Just putting it on increased his strength, agility and intelligence by 100 points. Right now, stats didn't mean a lot, but he couldn't help feeling good. However, the truly great things were his good luck and charisma. Good luck plus 10 and charisma plus 20. Compared to this, the demonic dragon's ring was like the lowest grade japtum. Moreover, the power of a dimensional sovereign. Kang-jun was now able to release anyone's bonds. Kang-jun could make anyone he wanted become his household member, even if they already belonged to someone else. Shall I put the ring on? Kang-jun immediately placed the dimensional sovereign ring on his left hand. Whack! At that moment, a radiant light emerged from Kang-jun's body. Then a message appeared. The dimensional sovereign ring will belong to you permanently. Your war ability has increased to the transcendent level. Reaching transcendent warfare has increased charisma by 10. Reaching transcendent warfare has increased good luck by 3. The moment he put on the ring, his war ability rose from supreme to transcendent. This was accompanied by a rise in charisma and good luck. That wasn't the end. Your level will rise to suit your war ability, which is at the transcendent level. Your level has increased by 65. LV.200, EXP 0%. War, Transcendent. Health, 99070/99070. Dimension Force 96850/96850. Strength, 204, plus 100. Agility, 205, plus 100. Intelligence, 198, plus 100. Good luck, 16, plus 13. Charisma, 42, plus 21. Level 200. A huge level up. He didn't think that it was meaningless to level up anymore. His level rose by 65 at once, so he could feel that his combat power had increased. It wasn't the same as strengthening his wings by one stage, but it was approximately half a stage? He only had a question about one thing. In fact, I wasn't transcendent yet, so why did I suddenly become transcendent? Kang-jun was well aware that he was far from reaching the state of transcendence. He knew it better than anyone else. No matter how he thought about it, there was a gap between his current status and the realm of transcendence. Maybe it is a misunderstanding. However, that wasn't possible. He had already worn the dimensional sovereign ring and raised his level. Anyway, it is a relief. He was relieved because he no longer had to fear the rules of Hwanmong. Moreover, wondering about how to live in the future wasn't a big deal. He had become a free existence in the dimensional system, so it didn't matter what he did. Then one of the shadows said, "Now, one of us will reside at your headquarters, so contact us at any time if you want to make a deal." A deal? You can make deals with us regarding things that belong to Hwanmong. Just look for us if you want to find out more details, After that, the shadows bowed to Kang-jun and faded away. The surrounding space started to distort. The world that was revealed was a beautiful space. There was clear, cool air with a blue sky. There were all types of vapors as well as fruit trees glowing with a mysterious light. Where is this? Fortunately, he noticed mysterious faces. They were located next to a large rock under the shade of a huge tree. There was a man and woman holding Anomaloria golden scale insects in their hands. They were still holding the Anomaloria golden scale insects but were surprised to see Kang-jun. The young man said, "Did you pass the dimensional exam? You couldn't have come here if you hadn't passed the test. It had been ambiguous when I first saw you." Then the woman with black hair said, "It is great. Another transcendent beside us is born in Bavaria Station." Kang-jun was inwardly amazed by their words. Transcendent? The birth of another transcendent besides them. Then their identities? Kang-jun asked them immediately. Are you the top dragon Shakan and top demon king Keljark, the transcendents of Bavaria Station? The red-haired man nodded with a frown. Yes. I am Shakan. The black-haired woman also nodded. As you said, I am Keljark. Kang-jun's eyes widened. It really was them. They are both at war, but it doesn't seem like it. Rather than fighting, Shakan and Keljark seem just like friends to Kang-jun. But are they really transcendent? Kang-jun could sense their power through will of the dimension. Both of them were very strong, but they seemed far from Kang-jun's idea of transcendence. They seemed just like Kang-jun. No, didn't it make sense if they were like him? If they are transcendent, then I am transcendent. Kang-jun had been thinking too highly of the realm of transcendence. Kang-jun didn't acknowledge it, but he had in fact received the status of transcendence. If not, the shadows that controlled the rules of Hwanmong wouldn't have given Kang-jun the dimensional sovereign ring. Therefore, Kang-jun decided to admit it to himself. He was already transcendent. Then what have I been training in? Kang-jun thought that was the true state of transcendence. Compared to that, his current level was like a young child. He was sure of that. However, he decided to leave these concerns for later. Right now, his priority was to tame the anomalous phoenix. Suk. Kang-jun pulled out the Anomaloria golden scale insect. Wayak. A gorgeous golden insect. Shakan and Keljark frowned as they glimpsed it. They looked at Kang-jun with disgruntled expressions. I said to leave it to the anomalous phoenix, but it can't be helped. Right now, you are making a very big mistake. A mistake? Of course. Haven't you figured it out? Shakan said with a meaningful smile. I just remembered who you are. Sovereign Lucan from Earth Hwanmong, who entered my camp a little while ago. Radius sent me an image of your appearance. Kang-jun nodded. You seem to know a lot. Your words are right. I am Sovereign Lucan. Shakan sneered. Lucan. Listen carefully. The anomalous phoenix might choose you, but what happens afterward is entirely your responsibility. What does that mean? If the anomalous phoenix chooses your golden insect, I will kill you and the anomalous phoenix. While Kang-jun was astonished by those words, Keljark spoke. Lucan? Isn't he the one who left Earth Hwanmong to try and kill Kaladicus? Keljark's eyes flashed as she gazed at Kang-jun. My intentions are the same as Shakan's. In other words, this isn't a place for someone like you to interfere. If you don't know your place and continue to persist stubbornly, then you will disappear forever from Bavaria Station. The two transcendent beings were threatening him. Kang-jun was silent for a moment before opening his mouth. Then I'll tell you my intentions. If the anomalous phoenix chooses your golden insect instead of mine. A deep light gleamed in Kang-jun's eyes. I will kill both of you and the anomalous phoenix. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132. Chapter 132, Anomalous Phoenix, 1. At that moment, Shakan and Keljark looked at Kang-jun with absurd expressions. Kang-jun said that he would kill them if the anomalous phoenix chose them. I will kill all of you. He was saying this to the transcendents of Bavaria Station, not anyone else. It was important to tame the anomalous phoenix, but he also had to worry about Shakan and Keljark. However, the anomalous phoenix also heard Kang-jun's words. I will kill both of you and the anomalous phoenix. The anomalous phoenix was a mysterious being, and its eyes sparked as it heard Kang-jun express his desire to kill it. K-I-A-C-. Now, the anomalous phoenix was looking at Kang-jun and his golden insect with extreme animosity. Kang-jun was exposed in front of two transcendents and a mysterious being. Choo 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 choo. Qua 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 qua. The surrounding space was still very peaceful. However, an intangible atmosphere flowed towards Kang-jun. It was an unprecedented power that seemed like it could collapse the heavens and earth as well as destroy time and space. As a result, Kang-jun faced his greatest crisis since leaving Earth Hwanmong. He might have transcended by continuously breaking through his limits, but he had 3 opponents. 2 of them had reached transcendence a long time ago. It was impossible for him to win when it was 1 against 3. Perhaps this was the moment his life ended in Hwanmong. Why had he said those words? No matter how angry he was, he had to look at the situation. If he said that he was going to kill opponents that he couldn't beat, then, naturally, he would die. However, Kang-jun would say the same thing again. The strange self-confidence came from an unknown part of him. Suddenly, the sword of the black-haired man from the Guardian Hall came back to him. The mysterious sword skill that he still couldn't imitate. Fortunately, he had imitated it when he suppressed the Fire Spirit Queen, Clater, but it hadn't been seen since then. That sword suddenly popped into his head. He couldn't use it, but he felt a strange confidence when he remembered it. At the same time, anger sparked inside him. Anger towards the transcendence. Flash. A strange light shone in Kang-jun's eyes as he gazed at them. Shaken, Keljark and the anomalous phoenix trembled as they witnessed the light. What did they see that caused the absolute beings of Pavelia Station to tremble? It was very confusing for Kang-jun as well. The light emerged from Kang-jun's eyes and headed towards Shakan. The light moved vertically from Shakan's head to his crotch. As Shakan's body was cut in half, the light started to cut him horizontally countless times until he was turned into thin shabu-shabu meat. At that time, the light headed towards Keljark. Keljark's black hair rose from the shock and her eyeballs fell to the ground. Her skin became full of cracks and she shattered into dust. The anomalous phoenix was no exception. The mysterious light burst and pulled out all its red feathers. The neck was swiftly turned and broken, while the body was opened from chest to crotch and intestines poured out. The anomalous phoenix was a mysterious entity of the dimensional system, but now, it was just a well-groomed chicken about to enter a pot. Of course, these things hadn't actually happened. It all happened in an instant after the light emerged from Kang-jun's eyes. The light sent an illusion to Shakan, Keljark and the anomalous phoenix. Kang-jun also saw the same illusion as them. Technically, he was the source of that illusion. It was because he wanted to kill them using those methods when his anger had flared. The human imagination was really terrible when someone became upset. However, it was just his imagination. He didn't intend to do those things. He just imagined methods of getting rid of them. At the current time, he didn't have the capabilities to do such things. However, Kang-jun had no idea that his imaginations were passed to them and caused them to feel an unbelievable fear. They didn't realize that Kang-jun didn't have such capabilities and completely lost against him. Thus, Kang-jun took out his sword in preparation to fight for his lift. The anomalous phoenix flew like lightning and swallowed the Anomaloria golden scale insect in Kang-jun's hand. That wasn't the end. The anomalous phoenix blew away the golden insects that were in Shakan and Keljark's hands. The Anomaloria golden scale insects flew in the air and turned into powder. Did I do well? It looked at Kang-jun with that expression. This guy? Kang-jun was confused as the anomalous phoenix stared at him with bright eyes. What is it doing now? Kang-jun could see that the anomalous phoenix had completely abandoned any hostility toward him. It was strange that the bird suddenly ate Kang-jun's golden insect as well as eliminated the ones belonging to Shakan and Keljark. Well, is it mine now? His goal of taming the anomalous phoenix had been achieved. However, now wasn't the time to be happy. If the anomalous phoenix selected Kang-jun, Shakan and Keljark would try to kill him. Kang-jun looked nervously at Shakan since he thought Shakan would attack him. However, Shakan just sighed with relief instead of attacking. It was the same for Keljark. They were sincerely relieved that the anomalous phoenix had chosen Kang-jun. I'm glad. If the anomalous phoenix had eaten my insect, then I would have surely died by now. Shakan placed a hand on his chest. As a transcendent being, he knew better than anyone how great transcendence was. He was convinced that Kang-jun was a transcendent being a few levels above him. Moreover, he thought that Kang-jun had just given a warning. Keljark thought the same. What if the anomalous phoenix had eaten mine? Scary. Her eyeballs had fallen out and her entire body had cracked and turned to dust. It was more cruel than the brutal attacks of her hundreds of enemies before she had become a top demon king. She wasn't afraid of dying a cruel death but of an unprecedented power that made a transcendent like her helpless. In front of Kang-jun, she felt helpless like an orc in front of a dragon. Their abilities didn't work against Kang-jun. It caused them to feel extreme fright. Was there anything else? Shakan laughed awkwardly and said, "Congratulations on receiving the anomalous phoenix, Lucan." Then Keljark said quickly, "I also congratulate you. You are worthy of obtaining that guy." What was this? Kang-jun was blank for a moment. Are they playing around? He was confused. Was that really just my imagination? However, he then shook his head. It was a ridiculous thing to think about himself. It was like seeing the last moments of a person's life before death. It seemed to harmonize with something. The mysterious sword skill that he still couldn't imitate. At that moment, the anomalous phoenix came up to Kang-jun's hand. Ha! The feathers of the anomalous phoenix moved against his hand. It was like he was stroking Rod-I-am. The current anomalous phoenix was smaller than its original size by dozens of meters. It was about the size of a peacock. Is this a sign that it considers me its master? Kang-jun stroked the feathers of the anomalous phoenix. At that moment, the anomalous phoenix, Sajisha, has entered your household. Sajisha is now your faithful subordinate. For the first time, an anomalous phoenix has entered your household. Charisma has risen by 1. He finally got an anomalous phoenix. It was under his control. Thanks to that, charisma rose by 1. Sajisha? That is its name. At that moment, Sajisha turned into red light and penetrated Kang-jun's wings. Wayak! The wings of chaos shone with a red light. The power of the anomalous phoenix Sajisha resides in the wings of chaos. Your flying speed has greatly increased. Once Sajisha entered, his wings became stronger and the flying speed rose. Inwardly, Kang-jun was amazed. Sajisha has this ability. Kang-jun sensed that his wings alone now achieved the speed of an anomaloria, a mysterious stingray creature. Of course, if he wanted more speed, he would have to summon Sajisha. The encouraging thing was that not only his flying speed but his strength also increased due to Sajisha. In particular, there was a drastic rise in his abilities in the air. Thus, Kang-jun's expression relaxed. If he had Sajisha, he could now deal with both Shakan and Keljark. At that moment, Shakan and Keljark exchanged glances. In fact, their purpose in taming an anomalous phoenix was to use that same advantage to increase their powers. However, that all disappeared the moment the anomalous phoenix disappeared into Kang-jun's wings. It was imperative that they got out of there. They no longer had anything to do there and wanted to get as far away from Kang-jun as possible. However, due to Kang-jun, they couldn't move carelessly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133. Chapter 133, Anomalous Phoenix, 2. Kang-jun asked suddenly. I was wondering about one thing. The two of you are at war with each other, but I don't see it. Shakan and Keljark looked surprised like it was an unexpected question. Shakan nodded and said. It is true that we are in some type of war. We have been fighting for a long time. However, the war is different from what you think. Different? If I had to put it in an easy-to-understand way, we are just enjoying a game. A game? It is a game where we build bases and destroy the opponent's base. We don't do much direct fighting, so we have a type of friendship. Kang-jun was stunned. Then they were just enjoying a type of territory game over small worlds? It was the same as a real-time combat simulation game. These damn people. It is really scary because it makes no sense. These people who reached transcendence were playing such a joke against those who lived in the small worlds? Kang-jun recalled the despair of his lover, Aquana, when she had been released from the Ao prison. It had been carried out by the self-proclaimed top demon king Kalaticus, but technically speaking, the two transcendents were behind the war. The great battle between the spirit worlds and demon worlds. Kang-jun had thought there was a big reason behind it. Yet there was no special justification and it came from a game between the two transcendents. How foolish was that? Aquana was just one of the many victims. How many, apart from her, had disappeared as sacrifices of this game? Shit. The two of you aren't worth leaving alive. Even though Kang-jun was also a transcendent, he had been thinking of leaving them alone. He gained the rare anomalous phoenix but couldn't risk a mistake that might flip the situation. Being a transcendent didn't mean absolute victory. He couldn't guess how much the demon king and dragon had trained until they became transcendent. He wasn't willing to kill these transcendents. However, Kang-jun couldn't forgive them the moment he heard that they were playing a game with the small worlds. The game had lasted thousands of years and hearing the word friendship provoked his rage even further. There were other things for friends to do, so why a war? Who was going to release those who had died? The answer was to kill them. Choo 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 choo. Kang-jun immediately sealed off the surrounding area. This was a new type of battlefield. In the meantime, a question would pop up asking if he wanted to create it. Now, he could create the field using his will. A dimensional field. Unless Kang-jun released it himself, they absolutely couldn't escape. It wouldn't happen unless they killed Kang-jun and Kang-jun intended to kill them first. It would be better to throw away any ideas of survival. An eerie will sprang out from his eyes. Wait a minute. Shakan and Kang-jun panicked as they were suddenly locked in the war Kang-jun created. Now, they had to choose between being killed by him or fighting and dying anyway. However, they already had no intentions of fighting with Kang-jun. Shakan hurriedly asked, "Why do you want to kill us?" Kang-jun replied coldly, "Are you asking because you truly don't know? Driving the whole dimensional system into war without any justification. Is that cause for your deaths?" Kang-jun looked at Kang-jun like she was unhappy with something. "You're misunderstanding something. We have never been directly involved with the war. We just stayed behind those who wanted to fight. It is true that we enjoyed anticipating the results." Shakan nodded immediately. Kang-jun's words are correct. And we restrained those on our sides. Otherwise, a bigger war would have occurred. Without us, the Pavalia station might have been ruined by the war between small worlds. Kang-jun just snorted. "Don't talk nonsense. For the sake of your game, you herded the small worlds into a war but prevented a big war. Do you expect me to believe that?" Kang-jun nodded. "You have to believe it. It is the truth. If you want an excuse, it should be something more plausible." Kang-jun, a demon king who loves slaughter and destruction, like you, tried to stop a big war? That doesn't make sense. Kang-jun shrugged. "I used to do terrible things when I was a demon king, but after becoming transcendent, trivial things like slaughter and destruction disappeared. Rather, I am trying to prevent the demon kings from causing bigger accidents." "Then what about Kalaticus? Hwanmong was in a crisis because of him." Kang-jun then looked embarrassed. "That couldn't be helped. It is a common occurrence because I have many demon kings under me, not just Kalaticus, and frankly, I've turned a blind eye to some demon kings." Basically, she didn't care if Hwanmong was destroyed by the plundering of a demon king. Is that an excuse? Once Kang-jun's expression became ice cold, Kang-jun lamented. "Anyway, I have nothing else to say about it. Obviously you think that I am an evil being." She immediately continued. "But from now on, I will thoroughly prevent the demon kings from going near Hwanmong. I will also give Kalaticus to you, so will that be enough to stop your anger?" Shakan also spoke. "It is true that I threatened you because I was upset over the anomalous phoenix, but I truly didn't intend to kill you. I was just trying to scare you. I'll apologize for that, so let's stop the fight here. Frankly, the appearance of another transcendent is very welcome for us." Kang-jun was silent for a moment. There were no signs that they were lying. As transcendents, they had no reason to lie. Kang-jun stared at them and said, "The two of you could have prevented the war. You subtly encouraged the war game and consistently used excuses." Shakan and Kang-jun were silent for a moment, then Shakan opened his mouth. "I admit that I was wrong, but we haven't only committed mistakes. It is nothing compared to what we have been doing for Pavalia Station." Kang-jun gazed at Kang-jun and declared, "It is like Shakan said. We have been protecting Pavalia Station for a very long time. Once you understand that, the idea of killing us will disappear." "You are protecting it from destruction? What was this?" Kang-jun nodded. "Yes, it is something that only the transcendents of Pavalia Station can do." "What?" "The Hall of Destruction. Go there and you'll be able to understand our words." "What was the Hall of Destruction?" Shakan spoke while Kang-jun was still wondering over it. "Lucan. It will be very hard for you in the future if you kill us. You will have to do a very hard task by yourself." "What was the task?" Kang-jun was silent for a moment before nodding. He released the field and said, "Then guide me there. Now we are communicating." Kang-jun summoned something. It was an anomaloria. It emitted a much more brilliant light than the one Radius was riding. "We have to move through warp movement, so get behind me." The anomalous phoenix was the fastest in the dimensional world, but it didn't know where the warp point was. Therefore, Kang-jun climbed onto Kang-jun's anomaloria. She turned and gazed at Kang-jun. "It is the first time I've had someone else on here. Be sure to hold onto me tightly, or else you may fly away during the warp. You won't die, but it will be tiring having to find your position again." "Don't worry." Kang-jun nodded and hugged Kang-jun from behind. A mysterious aroma flowed from her black hair, but she didn't feel like a person. In particular, Kang-jun was still feeling sour toward her. He was going to check out the task required for Pavalia Station, but he hadn't forgiven her yet. "Depart." Meanwhile, Shakan had also summoned his anomaloria. "Pack." The bodies of the two anomaloria shone and they disappeared. "Shwa-ah-ah." The Anomaloria warp wasn't moving from place to place like a space movement. It was like moving through a tunnel of light at a fast pace. It was similar to the warp scenes in science fiction movies, but the level of splendor was different. Shwa-ah-ah. It is surprisingly spectacular. Kang-jun was inspired by the different experience. It just felt a little ridiculous to be hugging the waist of a demon king. As the speed got faster, the strength in his arms increased. Chu-wat. After a while, the warp tunnel disappeared and they appeared at the Hall of Destruction, one of the hidden spaces of Pavelia Station. Qua! There was a huge, dark hole. It had an eerie appearance, reminiscent of a black hole. It is unique to see such a thing in the dimensional sea. Kang-jun could feel a very threatening energy from the Hall of Destruction. It felt like he shouldn't approach carelessly. His subconscious sent him a danger signal. Strange. Why do I feel a familiar energy coming from that dark hole? There was something curious, but for that reason, it was a very dangerous place to approach. You can release your arms, or do you intend to keep hugging me? Kang-jun was so distracted by the Hall of Destruction that he forgot he was still hugging Keljark. He had tightened his arms so that he wouldn't fall during the warp. I forgot. Kang-jun quickly released his arms, moved to another area and gazed at the Hall of Destruction. However, a very strange thing happened then. The Hall of Destruction suddenly started swirling. Shakan and Keljark became tense as they saw it. Is it already that time? It would have been a big problem if we hadn't come here. Shakan grumbled as he took out a silver bow. Meanwhile, Keljark also stared at the Hall of Destruction with black swords in both hands. This is good. We can let Lucan understand directly. What did they have to be so nervous about? Kang-jun took out a sword from his inventory and watched the Hall of Destruction. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134. Chapter 134, Hall of Destruction, 1. Something popped out from the Hall of Destruction. It was the form of a huge monster completely covered in darkness. Kuku. Kukakaka. It wasn't just one as more continued to pop out. Then Shakan's bow shone brilliantly and hit one of them. Kwang. The brilliant arrow hit the body of a monster, causing it to turn transparent and disappear. Meanwhile, more than a dozen monsters appeared from the Hall of Destruction. Bah! You infernal bastards! Keljark moved and wielded her pair of swords. Kwang! Every time her swords hit, there was a bang and the monsters vanished. Papa Pat! Keljark's pair of swords flew in every direction. The monsters also used their weapons to fight back roughly. Quararung. Ka Kang. Kwang. Effortlessly, Keljark avoided or blocked the attacks of the monsters. Kwang. Her swords flashed, destroying a pair of monsters every time. The weapons of the monsters varied from swords to shields, spears, bows, greatsword and even a staff. Kang-jun was very surprised by their extraordinary combat power. Some of them are similar or even stronger than Rainkar and Kaladicus. What is their identity? The monsters weren't able to reach the transcendent level, but they would be called an absolute presence in a small world. Therefore, it would be difficult to win against them without being transcendent. Monsters with such great combat power were pouring endlessly out from the Hall of Destruction. Shakan and Keljark were attacking like crazy, but compared to those that were disappearing, far more monsters were popping out. Soon, the number of monsters reached over 100. Then Keljark glanced at Kang-jun. Lucan! Are you just going to watch blankly? If even one of them escapes from here, it will be a pain. Shakan also snapped at Kang-jun. Lucan! Hurry! You are now obliged to protect Pavelia Station. If they leave this zone, a disaster will happen to the small worlds. Disaster? That's right. The worlds they enter will perish due to them. Perish? Are you saying it will be gone? The small world itself will literally disappear. Their purpose is to destroy all the worlds in Pavelia Station. Kang-jun was amazed, and this time it was Keljark who cried out. Lucan, you despise demon kings because they like slaughtering and destroying, but these guys don't have any other purpose. Their only goal is destruction itself. Kang-jun was dumbfounded. She made it seem like slaughtering and destruction was normal for the demon kings. Are you comparing them to demon kings? I guess so. At least demon kings can be controlled, but these guys can't. Anyway, we absolutely have to kill these guys. What was Kang-jun expecting? However, their words made a lot of sense. Demon kings could join a household. Kang-jun already had 8 demon kings under him. At that time, a monster appeared in front of Kang-jun. It was a monster with the body of a human and the head of a goat. Its whole body was black. A transparent but destructive energy flashed in both of its eyes. Kukukuk. It grew bigger and aimed its greatsword at Kang-jun. Pa-at. Pa-pa-pa-pa. It was a large sword that flew at the speed of light. The greatsword caused countless changes as it swept through the area. Su-su-su. However, Kang-jun moved his hand once and not only was the greatsword broken, but all the monsters around him were gone. An unknown piece has been acquired. He didn't get any experience, only an unknown piece. What is this? It was his first time seeing the item. Unknown piece. Rating, unknown. An item obtained after defeating monsters from the Hall of Destruction. The use is unknown. HRMM. This was the first time that an item description like this had come out. The item rating didn't appear and he couldn't tell what it was used for. However, he couldn't ask Kang and Kang-jun since they were immersed in battle. Kang-jun suddenly recalled the demon alchemist Sud who was in his shadow. That's right. Sud, do you know the item that just went into the inventory? It is the first time I've seen it. Leave it to me and I'll try to find out. Sud's voice was filled with curiosity. Tell me if you find out. Ask me if you need anything. Yes, Lord. Sud replied and soon became quiet. He was looking at the unknown piece without any hesitation in the space lab attached to Kang-jun's shadow. Meanwhile, the number of monsters had increased. There were hundreds of them now. Kang-jun's eyes shone coldly. Flash. Pa-at. Rays of light emerged from Kang-jun's sword and dozens of monsters were destroyed at once. An unknown piece has been acquired. An unknown piece has been acquired. It wasn't every time, but the drop rate was about 1 in a dozen. They didn't give any experience or chaos power. Then Kang-jun started to get angry. Where do these guys come from? There were many of them and they didn't even give Kang-jun anything. However, if he didn't kill them, the small worlds in Pavelia Station would become extinct. Both of them have been doing such annoying work for so long? Suddenly, Kang and Kang-jun's words made sense to Kang-jun. He couldn't understand how hard they lived as transcendents. That's right. If Kang and Kang-jun hadn't destroyed the monsters coming out of the Hall of Destruction, many of Pavelia Station's small worlds would have disappeared. Was there any guarantee that Earth Hwanmong wasn't included in that? In other words, it wasn't possible to deny that Earth Hwanmong was safe due to Kang and Kang-jun. They had defended Pavelia Station until now. Obviously, it was bad to support a war between small worlds from behind, but he couldn't kill them for that reason alone. If he killed them, then Kang-jun would be guarding Pavelia Station alone. He would have to fight against these unknown monsters forever. There wasn't even any compensation. It was also lonely. Kang and Kang-jun had been doing this for an extremely long time. They really aren't bad people at all. Kang-jun decided not to hold that matter against Kang and Kang-jun anymore. He was willing to accept their promise about not encouraging wars again in the future. Flash. Papa Pat. Kang-jun destroyed the darkness in front of him relentlessly. Heavenly unyielding slash. Heavenly unyielding slash. He used the wide area skill that was filled with dimensional power. Pasa Susu. The monsters were instantly wiped out once he decided to do his best. It is over quicker today. It is definitely more comfortable. Kang and Kang-jun gazed at Kang-jun, looking at the smiles on their faces. Kang-jun realized that they really welcomed his presence. Do you know what this piece is? Kang-jun held out an unknown piece to them. Kang and Kang-jun shook their heads. That? I don't know what they are used for, but they rarely drop. I've tried everything, but I have yet to figure out what it is. I just throw it away, so tell me if you need it. A mysterious fragment that even the Transcendents didn't know about. If so, it would be hard for Sud to figure it out. Then Kang asked. Lucan, how about it? Do you have an idea of how we live now? Kang-jun glanced at Kang-jun and asked. Surely, you're not still thinking of killing us? Kang-jun answered with a smile. I roughly understand what type of life you have lived. Therefore, I will no longer pursue you about the past. Hobu, that's right. Now you understand some of our pain. Kang and Kang-jun sent him gratified smiles. Kang-jun stared at them and said. Instead, I hope that you won't encourage any wars in the future. No matter how bored you are, doing such things as a transcendent isn't good. Shakan nodded. I understand your concerns. Things will be a little different now that we've thought about it. Did anything else matter? However, a message appeared in front of Kang-jun then. After a short time, the door to Hwanmong will close. Do you want to specify this destination as the location for the door to Hwanmong? Yes/no. Yes. Specify. In addition to remembering this as the gate location for Hwanmong, he set it as a warp point as well. It was surprisingly simple. He didn't even have to consume a dimensional piece. The anomalous phoenix never forgot a place it had been to. The anomalous phoenix, Sajisha reminded Kang-jun of this fact. It is very easy. He understood why transcendents like Shakan and Keljark were so obsessed with obtaining an anomalous phoenix. Kang-jun watched them and said, I have to go to my world now. Then I will talk to you next time. Shakan's eyes lit up. Are you going back to another world? That's right. I have another life. It was the real Earth, not Earth Hwanmong. At that time, Keljark asked with an interested expression. Then can I come along? Come along? Is that possible? Of course, if you allow it. Was this possible? In the cases of ghosts like Hwan, they could enter reality and Hwanmong. Therefore, maybe it was possible for transcendents like Shakan and Keljark. But why do you want to go with me? Just because. I am bored. Keljark spoke like it was natural. Kang-jun was dumbfounded. You are bored? Lucan, you won't let us play. Then you are responsible. Responsible for what? Keljark spoke with an expression that reminded him of a moneylender coming for a debtor's money. You are obliged to relieve my boredom. Shakan also spoke to Kang-jun with a similar expression. You have to take responsibility for your words. Lucan, you have to entertain me so that I won't be bored. What am I supposed to do? Kang-jun wasn't confident that he could stop the two transcendents from becoming bored. This happened because he asked them not to play around anymore. Don't worry. The place called Earth seems to be interesting. I have the same thoughts. Please allow us to come along. Kang-jun nodded. There was no reason not to allow it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135. Chapter 135, Hall of Ruin, 2. But who will protect this place if both of you go with me? Surely, you don't intend to leave your clones? Then Shakan grinned. The ability of a clone can't last for a long time here. I will just leave my Anomaloria. It will come to me immediately if something happens. All presences that weren't transcendent grade wouldn't be able to survive here. Rather, it was better to leave behind the Anomaloria that was a being of the dimensional system. It could immediately warp to its master through warp movement. Okay. Then follow me. Kang-jun didn't know how they could follow him to reality. In fact, although Kang-jun had become transcendent, he didn't know all the miscellaneous knowledge about the dimensional system. In other words, he just jumped to Shakan and Keljark's level in combat. He still had a long way to go in miscellaneous knowledge. The door to Hwanmong is closed. Your time in the world of Hwanmong is over. Finally, the message appeared and the space started to distort. At that moment, Shakan and Keljark turned into blurry shadows and penetrated into Kang-jun's wings. You woke up. Hwan greeted him with a bright smile. However, unlike the earlier days, she wasn't sitting on a chair but lying beside him. It was a natural occurrence after her relationship with Kang-jun deepened. Kang-jun looked at her like she was adorable and said, Good morning. Yes. By the way, there is something different about you. Hwan said after staring at Kang-jun. During the night, Kang-jun had not only reached transcendence in Hwanmong, but he had also become a dimensional sovereign. As a result, he was no longer bound by the rules of Hammond, so Hwan could feel something was different. Kang-jun smiled. It is as you said. I am no longer controlled by the rules of Hwanmong. Hwan's eyes widened with surprise. Did you become transcendent? Yes. Hwan's face lit up. It was very meaningful to her that Kang-jun had become transcendent. It was because her destiny lay with Kang-jun as a member of his household. Congratulations. Thank you. Hwan looked very sexy at that moment, so Kang-jun immediately kissed her on the lips. His hand touched Hwan's chest naturally. At that moment, a hot wind blew out. This view is a little bit embarrassing. Is this really necessary in the morning? They really are humans. What was this? Kang-jun was shocked to hear familiar voices in his bedroom. He turned his head and saw a man and woman standing in front of his bed. They were a red-haired young man and a black-haired beauty. Of course, they were the top dragon Shakan and top demon King Keljark. Once they came out of his wings, they stared at Kang-jun holding a naked Hwan in bed with strange eyes. What? These people? Kang-jun asked, covering his lower body with the blanket. This situation was beyond embarrassing. Then Shakan shrugged. You must have forgotten that we came together. Carry on. Keljark also said. I'm sorry if I'm intruding. I'll leave. He couldn't speak. What could he say in this situation? Kang-jun got up and put on some clothes. In the meantime, Hwan was almost completely dressed in perfect attire. It was a really marvelous speed. She knew that Shakan and Keljark were special like Kang-jun. Hwan smiled brightly like nothing had happened and led them to the living room. Sit over here. Then she set some cookies she had baked and cups of warm coffee in front of them. We have guests today, so I will prepare a lot of food for breakfast. Hwan seemed to enjoy the thought as she entered the kitchen and started to wash the rice. At the same time, she had Colt run some errands. Today, I will make kimchi stew. I will make rice while you go and buy plenty of pork and tofu. We have kimchi. Yes, Hwan. I'll buy pork loins from in front of Jiggle Street. Colt took the credit card from Hwan and disappeared. After a while, he came back with bags containing pork and tofu. Hwan put all the ingredients into the kimchi stew. Bugle bugle. Shakan and Keljark smelt the distinct scent of kimchi stew as it started boiling. No matter how transcendent they were, there was a myriad of things they hadn't experienced. One of those things was kimchi stew. Kimchi stew was a dish where you could feel the delicious taste of kimchi. However, the smell was difficult for them to understand. There was no way of knowing if it would be delicious or not. However, their expressions were full of expectation. They were going to be tasting something that they had never experienced before. It made their hearts stir. Indeed, these type of interesting things occur when we follow Lucan. I'm certainly not bored here. The cookies and Americano coffee didn't stimulate their interests. Still, they had come to a strange world and were going to eat something new. Furthermore, the TV in the living room was a very interesting tool to them. As transcendence, it didn't need to be explained to them as they sucked up all the knowledge. Keljark lay on the couch with her legs curled up and changed the channels with the remote control. Wait. Leave it there. No, thanks. Shakan tried to hold it on a channel where idol girl groups were dancing and singing in sexy outfits, but Keljark switched it to a drama with a sneer. In the end, Shakan rushed and tried to grab the remote. Give it to me, Keljark. However, Keljark stubbornly defended the remote control. She stared at Shakan with fierce eyes. Do you want to fight here? I have nothing to lose. Two transcendents of Pavalia Station were arguing over the TV channel? However, Kang-jun, who had just exited from his shower, took Keljark's remote and changed the channel. What drama is on in the morning? A girl group show is better. Hey, that is too much. Keljark whined but Kang-jun disregarded it. Shakan was delighted. Hwan laughed and called out to them. Breakfast is ready. Come eat. Kang-jun stood up happily.